Chapter 276. Expanded Border Zone, Reflection of Langxing. The South District of the Territory, Yuan Prison. The prison was built 2 to 3 months ago. It's not large in scale with only a few inmates since most of the territory's citizens who commit crimes are usually sent to some resource areas outside the territory to redeem themselves through labor. The Yuan prison couldn't contain the players. It's just an ordinary earthen building, not a miracle building. It's unrealistic to confine players with great power who could easily break through the walls, and Yuan territory doesn't need to detain players either. Within official major towns like Shilling Town, there are prisons built with special materials and laid out with sophisticated enchantments for the detention of strong individuals with supernatural capabilities. At this moment, in the basement of the Yuan prison, the few players who were just caught alive were devastated. They were just trying to raid a small territory and earn enough money for the rest of their lives, but how did they end up hitting an official territory? They were clearly heading north. Could the direction pointing tool have gone wrong? Counterfeit items are dangerous. However, there should be many players in the major territories operated by the Taishan officials, but along the way, they mostly encountered patrolling soldiers in uniform, which did not seem like an official territory. The boss, who was still conscious, was having wild thoughts in his mind. Misunderstanding, it's a misunderstanding. He wailed. Part of it was because he was badly injured, and partly because he was lamenting, wondering if there was any chance for them to live. After all, they hadn't revealed their intentions. They didn't deserve to die. We are merchant team from Taishan, totally innocent citizens. You can't kill us without reasons. Ilo ignored them, instructed several captains of the defensive troops to watch these people, then turned and left. She didn't go far, waiting outside the prison. She closed her eyes, looking like she was in standby mode. Soon, Lord Shepherd arrived at the scene. "What's the situation?" he asked. Ilo briefly described the process. Considering their appearances, they don't seem to be merchant players. The reason she wasn't sure was that she hadn't met many merchant players and did not have much experience in this aspect. Whether they are real merchant players is not so important, Yuan said. Because the other party initiated the attack first. As long as they have ulterior motives, their identity doesn't matter. In the past, some minor merchant teams occasionally engaged in looting activities under the guise of merchant players. However, those who have ulterior motives and directly enter private territories to take action are very few. Idle players almost never do it. Those who do it are usually powerful individuals from external forces with special purposes. This is also the reason why Ilo slightly relaxed her vigilance after looking at the levels of several players. At this moment, the awakened troop has brought the goods of these several players and turned their storage equipment upside down, searching out a large amount of items. They could do many detailed tasks that ordinary troops couldn't do, but their common sense and knowledge were limited, which were the only things they could manage. They found it difficult to discern these items, let alone analyze them based on these items. Yuan checked them himself and said, Are these all raw materials? It's not that merchant players don't transport raw materials, but it's impossible to carry resources like diverse agricultural and collected materials, especially to the peripheral territories for sale. The opposite is more likely. Normally, the goods that player merchants dump into the outer territories are weapons, potions, treasures, and 3-star remnant souls. These people indeed have a problem. He stroked his chin. Ilo didn't care. Anyway, it's not a big issue. I should go now. There are still a lot of things waiting to be dealt with in the city hall. If it wasn't for the sudden news of the arrival of an external merchant team that needed reception, I wouldn't have left my official duties and come here. These guys have wasted a lot of my time. Although she is only the second incarnation. But the main body, the first incarnation, and the third incarnation all shoulder different responsibilities and can't be spared. You go. I'll watch here for now. In fact, Yuan was also busy. He was in Langxing dealing with matters there not long ago. The Yuan division mostly has important duties. Either they are exploring and eliminating monsters, or they are at Langxing. The latter is particularly true. Rakshasa, Hongyi, and others assist Sophia in purchasing and transportation, while Duolai and others come in and out of the boundary. There were many strong individuals in Yuan territory, but Lord Shepherd often lamented that there were not enough people. After all, he is an independent lord. Official lords need not mention, and within the group lord's own territory, there will be some players from the group serving as high-level managers of the territory. Although these players are far less loyal, trustworthy, and manageable than their own divisions, their abilities are definitely not bad. Half a day later, Hong Yi, who had just returned from Langxing, peeked down from the ceiling of the prison. "Are these the people you want to interrogate?" With the sudden sound and the slow falling of the red skirt in front of his eyes, Mu Yuan said. If he hadn't sensed the arrival of Hong Yi earlier, he would have been startled. "Can't you use a more normal way of transportation?" "But this way is quite normal. It saves time and energy. This is how I enter the grave for rest. Isn't it efficient work that you advocate? This way is even more efficient." "All right, you have your reasons." Hong Yi floated in front of these black turban players. The invisible power spread out, and several people's eyelids drooped and gradually fell into sleep. "Accessing their memories, right? But I can't guarantee any result, neither can I ensure their brains won't pop open." The previous few attempts at spiritual interference on the Eye of Shiny players ended in failure, making Lady Hong Yi lose her confidence. She opened the underworld ghost market as if opening a door and summoned a few large ghosts from it. These were carefully selected specters which possessed skills such as consciousness invasion, illusion construction, memory fragment retrieval, and so on. There's no problem with the skills, but breaking through the defense of the Sea of Consciousness is something she can't guarantee. She didn't try to read the souls all at once but picked a lucky player to start with. A few minutes later, she picked the second, third, and fourth players. Then it was done. There were no accidents throughout the process, and it was so easy that Lady Hong Yi found it suspicious. "Lord, it seems like something's up." Hong Yi did not know how to describe it, so she simply used her illusion power to transmit the information. This was an efficient process. After a while, Mu Yuan opened his eyes. So that's it, junction zone, hey. He contemplated. Going by location, this junction zone that appeared in the dark forest region was close to the Tianyuan territory. Common elite level players might have to walk for a day or two, but for warlord level or leader level experts, it could take only half a day or even a few hours. And where there's a junction zone, there's bound to be turbulence. Of course, there's also an opportunity. We're currently seeking junction treasures, right? The probability of finding them in this newly appeared junction zone is surely higher than in any of the old junction zones. Driven by their longing for treasures, they'd have to go. And due to safety considerations of their territory, they'd need to investigate the situation in this junction zone. From the memories, it seemed that the Snake Man tribe, who occupied Langxing City, was quite strong. Besides, there may be other dangerous factors. Like humans. Mu Yuan gradually summoned back Duo Lai, Rakshasa, and other Tianyuan division members located in Langxing. He raised the defense level of the Tianyuan territory. A large junction zone appearing nearby might not bring forth an immediate threat like the Red Fog disaster moon, but at times, surges could occur, causing unpredicted crises. His territory must have more powerhouses stationed. Compared to that, sourcing quests were also important but could not occupy too many division members. He even considered calling back Sophia because of the Black Crow ability she possessed, which was a great tool for collecting information. He didn't directly assign personnel but chose to ask and respect Sophia's wishes. After all, with no exaggeration, Langxing Company was developed mainly by Sophia with her full devotion. Ah! No problem. If the boss commands, Sophia will definitely do her best. Since this was the case, Mu Yuan temporarily left Daisy in charge of Langxing's matters and left 2 or 3 powerhouses with her. Mu Yuan, on the other hand, along with Sophia and Yuta, headed towards the dark forest in the west. Divialo and the other division members, who were still on their return journey from sourcing or exploring, couldn't be rushed. This also explains why Mu Yuan wanted to call the powerhouses back to the territory. Returning to the territory required going through the medium left in his small villa in Beijiang City. There was only one entrance and exit. If he waited for an emergency situation to occur before recalling the division members, it might be too late. West of Tianyuan territory. Bone 4, leading a group of skeleton morticians, skeleton generals, and resentful evil spirits, was cutting a path through the thorny jungle. The trees here were incredibly tall, and the environment was dim. Sometimes, looking up, they could see car-sized spiders, spinning their horrifying webs above their heads. Of course, such experiences belonged to the past, as of now. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The weighty bone spears tore through the air, knocking the spiders tangled in the huge webs down. At times, Bone 4 would command a few skeleton mages to ignite phosphorescent fires to burn the spider webs to ashes. My lord, you have arrived. Bone 4 bowed slightly, a glow of candlelight in his eyes. The boss has already gone ahead to scout the route, please follow me. Mu Yuan nodded. His arrival, of course, was as a versatile tool incarnate. He had not wanted to be on the front line directly in the past, as his talent for spiritual link and battle Falcon's vision gave him an edge. However, without him personally being at the scene, it wouldn't make much of a difference. Thus, it became a noticeable weak point for the team when he was present. Such a weakness is usually irrelevant, but in a crisis, it could be deadly. To ensure the stability of his territory, Lord Shepherd had no choice but to suppress his urge for exploration and reside within his realm. He had his work cut out for him. Mu Yuan looked around. They had penetrated more than 100 kilometers into the dark forest, a place that was previously unexplored in the Tianyuan territory. The monsters here were more diverse than before. Spiders, evil eyes, and shadow hunters all lurked in this quiet forest, hunting passers-by but also falling prey to elite hunters. It's said that this place was once a dangerous forbidden area. The Goblin Kingdom, a dominant force, held the power of life and death here. Many monster tribes were affiliated with the Goblin Kingdom. Therefore, the dark forest was almost closed to players, with few daring to tread. Even though this was all in the past and the Goblin Kingdom had been destroyed, Mu Yuan had to be careful. The Goblin hero encountered in the Langxing Junction Zone and the Goblin Prince spotted exploring the northern wasteland by Dead Bone had been remnants of the Goblin Kingdom. Who knows if other Goblin powerhouses are hidden in the forest? There are traces of battle. Not far away was a scorched pit, with a few fragments of equipment remaining in it. Was it a soldier's equipment? Or a monster's? A loud growl of monsters resounded from the distance, making the entire forest seem eerier. Despite the fact that the majority of wandering monsters were still no match for their elite undead, they shouldn't draw too much attention to themselves here. That's true, the boss often says the first step to a steady mind is to lower our presence and be low-key. Compared with the Lord and the boss, my cultivation still has a long way to go. Bone 4 introspected. Although ordinary 4-order bosses were not its match, what if? Unexpected situations could be many, but only one is expected. It opened the Death Remains territory, temporarily storing the elite troops inside, leaving only 3 skeleton generals and 2 ghost generals to guard the team. They had to leave some manpower. Otherwise, what if some monsters disturbed their noble lord? Mu Yuan took over the command, advancing more carefully within the dark forest. After a while, he looked over to Sophia. Shall we each explore one side, you on the right, and I on the left? No problem, boss. Strands of black mist emerged around Sophia. The black mist quickly intertwined to form black crows, which silently flew into the forest, merging with the environment of the dark forest. Mu Yuan also loaded the Sophia 80% template, shaping several black crows. The black crows acted as his tentacles, his eyes, spreading out in all directions. They proceeded along the most prudent route, avoiding combat as much as possible and not causing any disturbance. Suddenly, we have a discovery. In a certain place, a black crow perched on a tree branch, lifeless as a stone. A scene was reflected in its eyes. The forest became sparse. No, not sparse, but the towering trees suddenly became short. Beside the 100-meter trees in the dark forest, Langxing trees couldn't even be described as short. It was as if a hairy person suddenly went bald in the middle. Even so, the surroundings were still forested, with strands of white mist drifting, and visibility was limited. It seemed impossible to find traces of Langxing construction. However, when he watched the crystal-clear borderline, it was noticeable that the whole border was moving forward, not slow at all. The borderland is expanding. Mu Yuan murmured. Suddenly, the black crow lifted its head, and Mu Yuan, several tens of kilometers away, also lifted his head. His gaze pierced through the dense branches and the faint white mist, and he caught a glimpse of a steel jungle overhead. That was the familiar sight of Langxing City. Chapter 277, Snake Man and Foreign Powerhouses. Inside the dark forest, the light was dim and the branches and leaves of the towering trees were lush, coupled with a faint white fog that drifted and covered the top of the forest. Theoretically, explorers had limited visibility in such an environment, but Mu Yuan, who was several kilometers away, could still clearly see a city projection hanging in the sky, like a mirage. The city projection had a strong presence, and it expanded with the expansion of the transition zone. It seemed like an hourglass, counting down the time before the final judgment. Has a situation like this ever occurred in a transitional area before? Not just the city projection, but the expansion of the transition zone was also intriguing. At least previously, he had never encountered such a situation. Yuan turned to Sophia. Sophia had been on planet Langsing for quite some time, especially over the last couple of months, with varying circumstances transpiring frequently. Sophia had likely heard about more such events than he had. It appears, there have been some. Sophia thought for a moment and firmly replied. She had not paid much attention to this, considering she was often busy with her work. However, as a fourth-order strongman, she had powerful spiritual strength. Even if she had just glanced at something, it was not difficult for her to recall details with deliberate reminiscence. About a month and a half ago, a clear world reflection appeared in the sky over the transition land of a small country. Sophia said this, and Lord Shepherd, who was still in his territory, immediately logged into the Tai-Hsien player forum via a medium on planet Langsing and started searching. His authority on the forum was not low, and he could enter various sections and learn many secrets unknown to ordinary players. Baria country's transition zone is still expanding. It is reported that the space of the transition zone is special, simultaneously leading to multiple regions of the Eternal World. Eternal World reflection appeared in Yalai Sea area of Star Splendor Federation, which lasted for 3 hours and then faded away. Eternal World reflection once appeared inverted in Loxiashu region of Xian country, which lasted 6 hours before dissipating. During that time, high-level players who ventured into the transition zone obtained a variety of treasures such as the Lord's Heart and the Hero's Proof. News about the world reflection in Xian country was much more detailed. Yuan clicked to view the content and also looked into the gains explorers made in the transition zones. Most explorers naturally made fortunes quietly, but there were also players who liked to show off extravagantly on the forum. The statements of high-level players who show off through real name system were quite credible. There were also some treasures discovered simultaneously by multiple teams, and after discussion or forms of battle will, their ownership was determined. These gains were essentially semi-public. Some enthusiastic players had collated this information for others to peruse. You wouldn't know until you look, the gains from exploring a new transition zone are quite substantial. This was different from planet Langsing falling into the Eternal World. When planet Langsing fell, individuals and buildings in Xian country basically appeared in the Tai-Hsien alliance. For instances like Beijiang Secondary School that fell on the outermost region of the Tai-Hsien alliance, it was already a small probability and rather unfortunate event. Conversely, the fragments of the Eternal World embedded in planet Langsing were often in undeveloped wilderness areas. This resulted in numerous monsters in the overlapping transition zones that entered planet Langsing. Along with those, many unexplored and unmined treasures were also present. In addition to the treasure of 2 realms, explorers also had a chance to find some unique treasures and special buildings. Among them, the Hero's Proof was considered a very top-tier gain. Even a great lord would be thrilled to obtain it. Of course, compared with these conventional treasures, the treasure of 2 realms, which is unique and time-sensitive, is naturally more attractive. Yuan was browsing the types of treasure of 2 realms. There were various types of magic treasures, and new ones appeared and were identified and recorded every once in a while. Upgrade type, strengthening type, domain type, skill type, etc. Upgrade type, like the one he got, made everyone beneath the legendary realm equal, who could all gain 3 levels by using it. The most powerful upgrade secret treasure that has been revealed so far can directly raise 8 levels, and these upgrade secret treasures do not have any side effects or resistance. If you collect enough upgrade secret treasures, won't you be able to reach the 4th order peak instantly? Of course, this was just wishful thinking. The quantity of treasure of 2 realms was limited, hard to find, and time-sensitive. The time sensitivity restricted top-level wealthy individuals or great lords from purchasing and training their subordinates. They wanted to buy, and ordinary players wanted to sell, but by the time the magic treasure was transported, it would have already lost much of its power or even disappeared. The best way to use the treasure of 2 realms was to use it immediately after finding it. There are also a few upgrade secret treasures that can raise levels above the legendary realm. There are also domain types that can be used to expand the domain of the powerful, but they are useless to Deadbone and Duolai. Their domains have expanded to the limit and are bound by the laws of nature, and can only continue to expand their domains after stepping into the legendary realm. Just like the upgrade secret treasures, no matter how many levels they can raise at once, they cannot break the boundary of the fourth order peak. Essentially, the magic treasures that expand the domain are also upgrade type treasures, they upgrade the domain. Strengthening secret treasures can directly enhance the individual's physique, spirit, or energy. This kind of enhancement is an increase in the upper limit, which is the type of magic treasure that powerful individuals most desire. After all, for a strongman who has reached the fourth order limit, any bit of enhancement will help in breaking through to the legendary realm. So it seems, most treasures of two realms are of upgrade and enhancement types. But there are also a few special ones, such as the Lord's Heart. He did a check. This treasure is not called the Lord's Heart, but in the hands of the player, the chosen one, it can play a role similar to the Lord's Heart, setting up the Lord's altar, and starting territorial construction and trials. But it seems that in the hands of wisdom monsters, it can also play a special role. For example, creating a special monster's nest. The event of a large borderland appearing on the outskirts of the northeast of the Dark Forest, has already been notified to Taishan officials by Yuan. This is not a secret. On the other side of the borderland, unexpectedly adjacent to a place bordering Xian country, there should also be a reflection of the eternal world appearing. 17. The Arrow of Polar Star stationed in Shilling Town, also delivered the information through communication tools. 17 claimed, not long ago, the Shilling Town Association released a message stating that there might be unknown risks in the Dark Forest and surrounding areas, suggesting that the nearby lords enhance their vigilance. Is this unknown risk referring to the Snake Man tribe? It doesn't seem to be. This kind of announcement may arouse the curiosity of many players, but it won't cause players to risk exploring dangerous areas. Experienced players understand that they only have one life, and exploration should be done steadily. There may also be a very small number of people who can't restrain their curiosity, or consider themselves extraordinary, eager to seize treasures. Their life or death is left to fate. In any case, be careful. Our goal is certainly the treasure of two realms, but the importance of understanding the depth of this area and the information of the enemy cannot be understated. After all, this place is too close to our territory, said Yuan. Understand, boss? General Deadbone has already ventured deep into the borderland alone. It said, in that city, there indeed resides a Snake Man tribe, but Bone did not find the core of the tribe. The environment of this area seems to, no, it has definitely changed, space has also changed. Hong Yi transmitted to Deadbone after extracting the memories of several plundering players. The extracted memories are not complete, the images are somewhat fragmented and discontinuous, but it is still possible to roughly see the environment of this small city, and the scene as the plunderers left. After Deadbone entered the borderland, it had walked a long way before discovering traces of the city. Far longer than the route of the plunderers when they left. Of course, it seems reasonable that the distance has increased as the borderland expanded. But Deadbone also mentioned that the internal space is misplaced, a bit similar to Chaos Forest. It might also involve multiple areas being embedded at the same time. The current situation in the borderland is unknown, it's not suitable to go too deep too quickly. Deadbone said as such. If that is the case, instead of going straight ahead, Yuan took Sophia and a few generals and went to explore to the left and right of the borderlands. Boom! Several hundred meters away, an explosion suddenly sounded. Yuan snapped his fingers, and a black crow formed by condensing black feathers disappeared into the shadows. A moment later, the distant scene appeared in his eyes. There are players fighting monsters. The team governed by the player has hundreds of types of troops, all of them are elites. You can faintly recognize some of them as the more prestigious royal guards, nuns, and other types of troops. These troops move in an orderly manner, with tacit cooperation. The most powerful force has not yet started, but they are firmly protecting a young man, being vigilant all around. It seems, this is not a united team of multiple players, but a legion led by a lord. And, it's likely a city-level lord. The face of the young man is also somewhat familiar, it seems to be one of the team that attacked the Nest of Filth a while ago. Probably after the end of Red Fog Disaster Moon, some senior lords did not choose to return, but to explore all around. After all, they have come all this way. The time spent on a round trip is not short. The monster that was fighting this senior lord is the Snake Man that Yuan caught a glimpse of in the memory fragments. These snake men are somewhat different from the snake men he has seen before. They are mainly females, and they only have some snake scales on their bodies without snake tails. At first glance, they are not much different from humans. The experienced Lord Li Yao is also staring at these snake men, frowning. Something is wrong, they seem to be monsters who have started to sprout wisdom. The skills they possess are also much more than the same level monsters. Even though the elites under his command quickly killed and repelled this group of snake men, Li Yao was still not careless. It's not easy to deal with just one small squad of snake men. If we encounter the main force of the snake men, we may easily suffer losses. But this borderland has just been born not long ago, there must be many new treasures of two realms. I happen to be nearby, it would be too regrettable to miss it. He took a deep breath. Let's explore a little longer and see how it goes. Mu Yuan withdraws his gaze. Since it's the Taishan Lord, he did not pay much attention, nor did he plan to greet. They had managed to avoid group after group of monsters thanks to Black Crow's scouting, and in the process, had gathered quite a lot of information. However, their existence was inevitably leaving traces. Shasha. The wind rustled the leaves, creating a cold rustling sound. Under the embrace of the giant trees in the dark forest, darkness, like a tide, surged from all sides. Strike quickly and quietly, causing no significant disturbances, he said indifferently. Yes. Understood. Roger, Crow. The Great Lord's entourage was small, consisting only of Sophia, Bone 4, and Yuta. But it was enough. Whiz, whiz, whiz. Dark arrows came flying, but Bone 4 propped himself with his hand and erected a bone wall made of hundreds of thousands of white bones around them, blocking all the dark arrows. At the same time, a black crow fell from the dense forest, its body exploded, stirring up a shadowy wind, marking out the enemies one by one. The next moment, Yuta's figure disappeared from her original position. Despite being in a cultivation state and his physical body being heavily constrained, resulting in his strength and speed being lower than normal, he could still manage to take out a small snake man with one punch. Plop! A snake man sitting on a tree branch had its head explode like a watermelon. Plop! A snake man holding a curved blade dropped lifelessly. Bone 4's killing speed was even faster than Yuta. He performed the bone dance, stabbing, slitting throats, and shooting bone arrows. He killed the snake men quickly with his peak skills. In him, one could faintly see the shadow of Emperor Deadbone in his early years. After all, Bone 4 was the one skeleton that best embodied the spirit of the dead bone. 22 in total. It looks like a team of elite snake men. Somehow they discovered our existence and launched an attack, Mu Yuan pondered. In just a few dozens of seconds, only the last one of the snake men team remained. She was a brown female snake man, her upper body was almost bare, covered in numerous patterns, as though wearing clothes made from patterns. At that moment, her hair floated upwards against gravity, writhing like thousands of tiny snakes. Her pupils suddenly lit up with a dark yellow glow. The dark yellow light shrouded the area in front of her. Bone 4 felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. Luckily, having inherited the caution of his big brother, he had still held back 70% of his strength and 80% of his spirit when he took action just now. He reacted swiftly. Using Sorrow of Skeleton in front of him, he constructed walls of bones one after another. Then he opened his Death Remains territory and swiftly threw several large and non-military undead creatures. The next moment, the color of the area in front disappeared and became grey and dark. The plants, dead branches, and fallen leaves there had all turned into rock in an instant, including the bone walls that Bone 4 had constructed. The power of petrifaction had even consecutively pierced through 3 bone walls and petrified a large portion of the gigantic zombie behind the bone walls before it finally ran out of power. Looking further ahead, the brown female snake man had also turned into a stone statue, and was cracking apart. Dangerous! So dangerous! Bone 4 looked at what was left in front of him, only an abomination, a skeleton knight, and a white bone giant spider, and he slapped his chest armor and sighed heavily. This petrification ability was indeed a bit eerie. Was it a high-level skill of burning life? Boss, I've made another discovery. Sophia said at this time, it's a foray player. I'll share the screen with you. It was not a problem for them to share some images with the vision of the Black Crow since both their powers originated from the same source and frequency. In the forest, a lavishly equipped army was advancing with irresistible force and crushing wandering monsters and snake men in their path. What Mu Yuan was noticing, was a young man in the center of the army. He had eye-catching red eyes and silver hair. It was someone from the Yongxing Empire. Chapter 278. Forum information and field secret treasure. Yuan thought that the foreign player Sophia was talking about was from other countries on Blue Star. He didn't expect to meet here, the lord from Yongxing Empire. Yongxing Empire is indeed very far from Taishan Alliance. He wondered and thought of a possibility. Borderlands may witness the birth of special secret treasures, and powerful figures from Yongxing Empire naturally want to acquire such treasures. Moreover, borderlands don't exist in territories such as Yongxing Empire or Shenmu Dynasty. Only Taishan Alliance, Shenyao Empire, and a few other principal areas that overlap with Blue Star might have borderlands and borderland secret treasures. At this moment, the merging of Blue Star is imminent, which is also the most convenient time to find these borderland secret treasures. Once this period passes, and Blue Star completely merges into the eternal world, such special secret treasures will no longer be born. That being the reason, no matter what, this here is still the territory of the Taishan Alliance. Yet this lord of Yongxing Empire seems not to disguise himself even a little. Is it confidence? Arrogance? Or? He wondered as he suddenly witnessed the black crow being pierced by an arrow and its body exploded, leaving not even half a feather. We've been discovered. Sophia's eyes narrowed. The black crow she manipulated was stronger and had better concealment than the one controlled by Yuan himself. No matter the blade or sword that struck it, it would transform into black feathers or even black mist, and reforge its body afar. But now, the black crow was tragically killed. Damn it, my crow! She commanded the rest of the black crows to converge towards that direction. It seems to be the arrow of Polar Star, Yuan mused, let's shift our position. Sophia, you continue to scout the situation, but be careful. They were at least 20 or 30 kilometers away from the army of the Yongxing Empire. Given this fact, Yuan quietly moved to the side. He was ruminating over his strategy. Sophia, however, encountered a problem. Her black crows moving towards the target area were exploding one after the other before they could even see the army. This made Yuan increasingly certain that there was an arrow of Polar Star within the enemy camp. Not only that, there must also be one or more experts who are skilled at scouting. He said, change the strategy, don't let the black crows converge. Arrange them at distances of 5 kilometers, 7 kilometers, and 10 kilometers around the previous area. Also, let a few black crows cease observing and enter silent mode. Lord Shepherd wanted to probe the enemy's scouting and attacking ranges in this way. Of course, the distance he probed might not necessarily be the real distance. It might be a feint by the enemy. This required him to make judgments depending on the situation. He was both traveling and ruminating. Although it was only a brief encounter, this Yongxing Empire army is undoubtedly strong. Most of its power is probably yet to be revealed. And besides, if they weren't strong, would the Lord of Yongxing dare to swaggeringly step into the territory of Taishan Alliance? The existence of this Yongxing Empire army is too dangerous. As it happens, it wasn't far from Tianyuan territory. Great Lord Shepherd wanted to eliminate such danger, but the enemy situation was unclear, and making a rash move was extremely risky. He kept pondering. At the city lord's mansion in Tianyuan territory, the Great Lord Shepherd's main body once again passed through the medium to reach Blue Star. He logged into the player forum and entered a high-level forum that only lords and senior players could access. The Borderland Exchange Forum. This was a forum established a few years ago. It recorded most of the Borderland information in Xian country and was also a place where many players chatted and made noise. It was quite lively. Of course, since this was a forum with high entry standards, even if players were just chatting, they could reveal a lot of detail in just a word or two. As soon as he entered the forum, Yuan saw information related to his current location. What a shock! A super large borderland appeared in the Panxi city area, with clear double world reflections. First floor, is it the one located on the edge of the dark forest, approximately near the areas of Stone Ridge Town and Xingrong Town? I was just about to go and check it out. Second floor, me too. Third floor, this kind of super large borderland seems to give birth to many secret treasures. If I could get one or two, I would have more confidence in my overlord advancing to the legendary realm, right? Although the vast majority of players, even lords, have the most powerful forces at the second or third order, far from the fourth order peak, everyone has a dream of looking forward to the legendary realm. Plus, they only entered the eternal world a few years ago and cultivated at least a peak second order or third order deputy general. In the future, as long as they cultivate diligently for decades, they can cultivate a legendary general. It's not impossible. Now, they're just making preparations in advance. 4th floor, I envy you QAQ, but unfortunately, we're too far from Panchi City. By the time we get there, I'm afraid there won't be any soup left. 6th floor, hehe, during the Red Fog disaster moon, I was assigned to the Luoquan town area to fulfill the duty of reinforcement. I seem to be not far from the borderland of the dark forest. Well, luckily, I haven't returned home after the disaster moon ended. I'll prepare and set off. 44th floor, you haven't gotten to the vicinity of the borderland, right? I have already explored nearby, and all I can say is that it's extremely dangerous. There seems to be a powerful monster power dominated by snake men in the border region. The 3 snake man patrol teams I encountered all had several elite snake men at the least. I'm warning those who wish to come to this borderland to be fully prepared and weigh their own strength. Such discouragement, if found in mixed and ordinary communication forums, would be sneered at by most players. But in this elite block, players speaking out of turn are few. Casual suggestions and warnings from other players are taken seriously when seen. Moreover, the warning from the 44th floor comes from a silver-bordered level 5 Lord Li Yao who is authenticated in person. Level 5 Lord, a city-level lord. A lord who controls an entire city. The words he speaks naturally carry weight, and many eager players immediately fall into contemplation. They are not easily dissuaded, but undoubtedly they became more cautious, preparing more before departure and inviting 7 or 8 friends to go with them. 78th floor, the dark forest border area seems to be very dangerous. I have a friend who recently arrived near the border area and was very excited, but now he has lost contact. If any friend finds related clues, please contact me. After quickly scanning through the dozens of floors already available, there were few who were actually near the border area. Of course, many players near the border area lack the means to connect to Langsing to post on the forum. Yuan typed on his keyboard, posting the just discovered fact about the Lord of Yongxing Empire on the forum. And he noted, the Lord of Yongxing has formidable power and is known to have strong perception and at least 5 km accurate striking ability, suspected of having the epic troop type arrow of the pole star. His motive for releasing this news is firstly to remind other Taishan explorers and secondly to see if he can get the attention of some big players. The Lord of Yongxing is very powerful, and he has no confidence in dealing with him. From the opponent's blatant flamboyance alone, it can be judged that the opponent is indeed stronger than him, unless something unusual happens. Moreover, if he can discover a Lord of Yongxing, it also implies that the number of strong players from large countries such as Yongxing and Shenmue, who are around this land of 2 realms, or are coming this way, is far more than just one. How can he, Yuan, a little lord who has just shaken off his green hand identity, handle them all? But it's no problem. This is the territory of the Taishan Alliance. If he, little Lord Mu, can't deal with it, would the big shots also be helpless? After making the post, he felt it was not secure enough. What if the officials did not check the forum? After thinking about it, he wrote another report and sent it to the Taishan Lianji department. All done. At this time, the little Lord Mu is still in the dark, moving his position constantly. As he moved, he and Sophia sporadically released a number of black crows. The black crows flapped their wings and blended into the surrounding darkness. 10. 100. 1,000. This tool embodiment of his, which is fully equivalent to his main body in power, together with Sophia, who has already stepped into the 4th order leader level, almost put aside their own combat power and used over 80% of their energy and strength to create and control the Black Crows. Yuan wants to cover the entire area outside the land of 2 realms. Of course, it's a tough task. But combined with Sophia's crow ability, there is a chance to achieve it. However, with the crows dispersed deep in the vast forest and spaced out, some places are inevitably overlooked just by looking with the crow's eyesight. No matter, just keep exploring. Yuan took out a sheet of white paper and began to draw a map, dividing the inside and outside of the land of 2 realms into one area after another. At Area 8, discovered a player alliance troop, slightly familiar, a Taishan player. Looks like the Silver Mercenary Corps active in Chillingtown or Panchi City, skip it. At Area 11, discovered a Lord's troop, it's Lord Kang Lang, skip that too. At Area 13, another player troop was found, I don't recognize them, need to mark it down, wait, such a weak troop couldn't possibly come from abroad, so it can be skipped too. At Area 15. Efforts of spreading the crows are quickly paying off. In just a few hours, he found more than 20 player exploration teams, one of which is suspected to come from Shenmue dynasty. Of course, it's just a suspicion, only because there are quite a few tree spirit troops in the team. At this moment, a slight fluctuation comes through the mental contact. General Duolai has arrived on the battlefield. Duolai is here. He, along with Xilu, Hongyi, Rakshasa, and several other deputies, came as reinforcements and joined up with Mu Yuan and the others. Lord Shepherd was greatly relieved. Found it, it's a magic treasure. Half an hour later, sharp-eyed Duolai discovered it in a certain place between the branches of the trees. There existed a spatial trace that had long been unable to close up. It pulled out the treasure from within. It was still a fragment, emanating a faint glow. A field secret treasure. The effect was to enhance the field. However, for General Duolai who was present, his field had already reached its limit and could not be expanded any further. Hongyi, you try it. Me? Well, I might just eat it. Without considering insights and special opportunities, Hongyi was the closest among the several deputy generals to the domain realm. Earlier on, she had constructed a complete illusory world with her awakening skill Evil Eye Prison during her Excellence 1-star period. At this time, Hongyi took a small step towards the domain realm. Latterly, the epic ability Underworld Ghost Market that Hongyi awakened was also environmental and world-class skills. Based on these conditions, Hongyi had many advantages over other fourth-order strongmen in creating a field. However, she had only had these major advantages for a short time and had not yet realized a domain. Mu Yuan thought that the magic treasure couldn't be kept, so he might as well let Hongyi try. Trying doesn't hurt. At most, it would be of no benefit. Although, he indeed never heard anyone say that the field secret treasure can help create a domain. If it really can, the popularity of field secret treasure would be far higher than other types. Mu Yuan thought, without holding much expectation. But the next moment, Hongyi closed her eyes, and a profound aura difficult to articulate radiated from her. Is it really possible? This profound aura lasted for a few seconds, then vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. It failed, but it doesn't seem like a complete failure. Hongyi said, I seem to have a little insight, although I can't explain what this insight is. In short, it is useful. But it's not useful for others, right? Maybe it's not useless, it's just that other strongmen used this kind of secret treasure, its effect was very unclear, almost none, while Hongyi is not far from the domain realm and also possesses an epic position. The biggest difference between epic and excellence is not the combat power or skills, but the potential. At this moment, the special power contained in field secret treasure could not be absorbed by Hongyi who does not meet its requirements. However, the rhythm of the special power swayed open when the treasure vanished made her move slightly. Useless for the mediocre. Useful for the genius. This secret treasure is even more useful than I thought, it's really good. Next, however, Mu Yuan didn't find the second magic treasure. He guessed that it would be easier to discover it inside the land of the two realms. He had already deployed the black crows outside the boundary area, so he found a relatively hidden and safe path and led everyone to move cautiously. Soon, he crossed the boundary line. The environment inside was even more bizarre. The spatial dislocation was severe. He even saw a mountain range in the distance, seemingly folded and turned over. The very useful black crows continued to disperse and act as Mu Yuan's eyes. Just then. Boom! In the night's field of view, dust was rising somewhere, and fire was soaring into the sky. He saw a brown tidal wave rolling in, swallowing everything in its path. Upon closer inspection, it wasn't a muddy wave at all, but a snake tidal wave formed by the convergence of numerous brown pythons. Just one look made one's scalp tingle. In front of the giant wave, 3 players, each riding a flying dragon, a royal griffin, a god monster and so on, were fleeing desperately. But within half a second, the player riding the royal griffin was swallowed by the snake wave, leaving no trace of the remains. Chapter 279, Joint Punishment. Thank you, brother, for lending a hand. On the perimeter of the area of 2 realms, the 2 surviving lords wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads, their hearts still palpitating. Just now, they managed to shake off the pursuit of the gigantic wave of serpents, their flight burning bright against the sky, as they escaped. I was barely able to lend my aid. If it were to chase after us any longer, I believe it would have been depleted of its strength. So said Mu Yuan. Just now, it was him who had dispatched General Duo Lai, lending aid to the escaping lords under the serpent wave. While he couldn't risk his life to save others, when he possessed the strength, he couldn't stand by and watch the others die. As he said, utilizing attacks with wide-ranged explosive force, aimed at slowing the momentum of the serpent wave, was neither difficult nor dangerous. Of course, everything has its risks. If a legendary figure lurked within the serpent wave, General Duo Lai might not return. Because of this, Lord Shepherd had General Duo Lai split part of his body, leaving it with the team. A pity about the other lord, he said. 3 of the escaping lords were all lord players. When faced with a great crisis, they took their surviving elites and captains into their lord's mark space, and then with utmost effort, fled on the backs of their fastest generals. One of them is City Lord Li Yao, whom Mu Yuan had met previously. He was carried in the arms of a god monster who was at the peak of the warlord level, almost in a princess-hugging style, and was still trembling from the residual fear. Another one is Lord Ji's Hibiao of Thunder Realm. He rode the Thunder Dragon, the fastest of the lords, but nonetheless, he was still in a state of alarm. What exactly did you encounter? Mu Yuan asked. City Lord Li Yao said, after entering the area of 2 realms, I didn't encounter many powerful snake men. When we reached a certain location and saw snake men constructing a totem pillar, I met up with Lord Ji and the others. We discussed and decided to take action immediately. If there was only one of them, 1 legion, they might still hesitate. But with 3 lords, all of whom were moderately advanced senior lords, they would not fear a handful of snake men, would they? At first, it was as we anticipated. These snake men were strong but still not our match. We fought steadily, gradually eliminating them and advancing, until a certain moment. Suddenly, the ground collapsed. Beneath the collapsed ground were horrific pit after pit, each teeming with countless, hair-raising pythons apparently continuously breeding. At that time, a number of our soldiers fell into the serpent pits. The elites that fell in had no chance of resisting, they were instantly swarmed by countless snake men and devoured. Even a third-order warlord-level fighter could barely last a few seconds in the pit. Naturally, we retreated, but before we could get far, the pythons in the pit started to boil and formed a terrifying wave of mad serpents. I really couldn't figure out how such a terrifying wave of serpents was formed. Remembering just now, Lord Li Yao felt both his heart racing and aching. He had lost at least 30 elites just now. Not just cannon fodder, but the elites that he had painstakingly trained from his king's legion. Surviving this ordeal, his heart was bleeding. He was tempted to turn back, but this trip had not yielded much gain. Wouldn't it be a loss if he turned back now? Thus, he was torn. Let's first leave the junction and plan from there, said Mu Yuan. Through Black Crow's vision, he could already see that several areas had been swept up by the wave of mad serpents. This snake man tribe could not be simply assessed by the standards of common monster tribes. Their growth and breeding speed seemed extremely fast. Mu Yuan decided to retreat from the junction, while the other 2 lords decided to explore the surroundings and assess the situation. At this point, more and more explorers started realizing how formidable the snake men were. Far from exterminating the snake men and looting their treasures, they found it hard to even survive in the junction. One by one, they were fleeing in panic. The trace of the Lord of Yongxing has disappeared, he asked. Sophia nodded her head. This was somewhat disappointing, but not surprising. A powerful lord with numerous strategies would not be easily located. Here, anyone could flip between the hunter and the hunted at any time. Snake men. Foreign lords. Events could turn in such a way that legendary figures might even set eyes on this place. Mu Yuan became more cautious in his exploration. At this point, in Taiwan's official forum section on the Land of 2 Realms, a lord working under the Tai Xian Lianji suggested gathering troops. Firstly, gather forces to exterminate the Snake Man tribe and other monster populations. After that, everyone can continue their own explorations. After all, the aura of the magic treasure of 2 Realms did not glow continuously. Explorers needed to search inch by inch, sweeping everything with their eyes for a chance to find it. However, currently, even entering the junction is highly detrimental, not to mention meticulously exploring every inch. If they want to explore, the monsters must be eliminated first. This suggestion struck a chord with many explorers' feelings. Mu Yuan, in particular. Compared to other lords and explorers, Tianyuan territory was merely a few hundred kilometers from this place. He was eager to exterminate this Snake Man tribe. The magic treasure could be ignored, but the Snake Men must die. Many high-level players and experienced lords instantly responded under the post, agreeing one after the other. Of course, the identity of the poster mattered. The poster was marked with a golden authentication marker, displaying he had many titles. Of course, this was normal. Many high-level players belonging to the official side often held multiple positions. The Lord of Amber City, as a senior official of Taishan Lianji and a famous powerhouse in Panchi City, had the ability to rally the masses, hence his call for assembly was met with numerous responses. If an ordinary player had issued this call, the outcome would have been uncertain. There are still some heavy hitters around the Land of Two Realms. Mu Yuan felt somewhat relieved. As a small lord who had just shaken off his green hand status, he couldn't bear the weight of these strange Snake Man tribes and powerful figures from other nations lurking nearby. He, along with Duo Lai and Sophia, hastened towards the assembly point. As for Deadbone, General Deadbone was still in the border region, seemingly assassinating some snake men and tracking some unusual footprints. Yes, it had been there for most of the day without actually fighting and was sneaking around. This was normal. If there was a need to fight, it meant that it was already in an unsafe situation at least. That was the case for Deadbone. Other lords who entered the Land of Two Realms were pushed back by the Snake Man horde, but Deadbone was moving in a certain direction as if there were no snakes around. Mu Yuan was also heading in a specific direction. The meeting point was located in the southwestern part of the Land of Two Realms, quite far from him. To avoid the border region and the numerous Snake Man squads, Mu Yuan moved carefully, taking a long route. Along the way, he noticed some conspicuous marks carved on certain trees. This was a code pointing towards the assembly point. Most players, including Mu Yuan, had taken the public course on Taishan's marking system, so they understood these codes. They were probably used to guide those players who couldn't receive forum messages. Although the codes were not highly secretive, at least the wisdom monsters couldn't understand them. Moving through the dark, immense forest, he stealthily assassinated monster after monster in his way. He put the corpses in Duo Last Dimensional pocket, leaving no traces behind. It was a perfect stealth operation. No Snake Man squads noticed them anymore. After more than an hour of dithering, Mu Yuan gradually approached the target spot. At this time, he became more vigilant, using different reconnaissance techniques like the Black Crow and Starry Eyes. He believed in the one who issued the forum post, but he had to be careful as everything could potentially go wrong. This was not only for his own safety, but also for Duo Lai, Sophia, and Rakshasas. Previously, lords like Li Yao and Xiang Leiji had lost their elite soldiers who had been with them for years. Such losses were not only due to insufficient strength but also a lack of precautions. Seeing this, Mu Yuan became more cautious. Fortunately, no surprises occurred. With the help of the Black Crow's vision, he quickly noticed the Taishan-style camp beneath a large tree in the distance. Outside the camp stood several lords, including the 7th-level Lord of Amber City. In the temporary territory, many veteran players and old lords gathered. Another corps has arrived. It seems like there are quite a lot of players around this Land of Two Realms. It might be because of the eye-catching upside-down shadow. It's a good thing though, as with so many forces gathered, we won't struggle to claim this Land of Two Realms. Plus, it's located adjacent to the southwest of our Xian country. By exterminating this Snake Man tribe, we are contributing to the stability of our country. Lord Xiang Leiji, Ji's Hibiao said. As a 6th-level lord, he was quite well known, and many players came up to chat with him. Of course, the most reassuring for the players was the initiator of this joint expedition, the 7th-level Lord Amber. Lord Amber looked quite young, appearing to be in his early 20s. Naturally, he wasn't that young. But his lord age was extremely short, even shorter than most of the lords present. He was a prodigy from the same era as the Lord of Hanyu City. Although he seemed a bit overshadowed by the magnificence of the Lord of Hanyu City, there was one area where Lord Amber surpassed him. Lord Amber was from a civilian background. He was of humble origin, growing up in an orphanage. Naturally, Amber's performance in the Lord trial of his time wasn't outstanding, but he steadily climbed to the top. His journey was legendary. Some said that if Lord Amber had been born into a higher class, his achievements today would not be far behind the Lord of Hanyu City. The Lord of Hanyu City is like the moon in the sky, I certainly cannot compare. My achievements today are all thanks to the nurturing of the alliance. Enough said, another legion has arrived. He was young and accomplished, yet not arrogant. However, in the eyes of others, he seemed overly humble. He personally greeted each arriving legion, registering the gamers who came and persuading those whose strength was evidently insufficient to withdraw. After all, combined campaigning was not child's play. Letting gamers or teams with insufficient strength join would lead only to self-inflicted injury. To the gamers themselves, the risks were too great, they might leave and never return. And others did not want teammates who were obvious weak points or burdens on the team. Another legion has arrived, let me see, oh, it's the Silver Mercenary Corps. What, it's actually the Silver Mercenary Corps. And both the leader, Silver Eye, and deputy leader Silver Left Hand are present. The members of the Silver Mercenary Corps were all Summer Ranger players, not lords, but as a top-notch mercenary corps active in the Panchi City region, their combined strength was extremely formidable. When compared as corps, the strength of the Silver team surpassed that of the great majority of legions led by lords present. Undoubtedly, the arrival of the Silver Mercenary Corps was encouraging news for the gamers who aimed to eliminate the powerful Snake Men enemies. It meant that the joint team became stronger. Next, we have Lord Tuna. Lord Tuna? Seems like a member of the White Shark group, a promising new lord who has made a name for himself in the Trial Golden List. Some people exclaimed, but this only caused a few ripples. Lord Tuna might be outstanding among his peers, with a bright future ahead, but here he was just a very ordinary third-level lord. Ordinary was rather a tactful word choice. Lord Tuna merely met the lowest admission standard for the United Campaign troops. Still, experienced gamers had to admit that the four-armed shark men accompanying Lord Tuna seemed very formidable. Newbie lords always managed to bring along a few awe-inspiring officers. At this time, Yuan led a legion of over 100 people and arrived at the location. A gamer who was maintaining order approached to inquire. We need to register information to avoid lords from countries like Yongxing and Shenmue mixing in. Understandable, Yuan replied. The main thing was to prove that he was a player from Xian country. The best way to prove it was to verify it on a forum. Of course, many people knew about some famous lords, and this process could be skipped. Oh, I know this brother, I can vouch for him, he is. At this point, the forthcoming Lord Li Yao suddenly stumbled. Which lord was this brother? He hadn't asked just now. Without embarrassing the player who was maintaining order, Yuan quickly verified his identity as the Lord of Taishan through forum contact after agreeing on the recognition sign. So you are the brother Yuan who discovered the foreign strongman's trace. I'm sorry for my lack of respect, I've admired you for a long time. This player showed his respect. A lord who can discover the trace of a foreign strongman and post a warning message on the forum naturally deserves admiration. However, I've admired you for a long time was just a polite phrase. Entering the advanced section required real name authentication, but who was Yuan? They seemed not to have heard of him before. A certain player fell into deep thought. About an hour after Yuan's arrival, the leading lord of Amber City announced the official start of the campaign. In this joint campaign, we will push forward in the following formation, eliminating the Snake Man tribe's bases one by one. Amber will not presume to command, we only need help each other in our legions. After the campaign, the spoils of war obtained will be divided according to contributions following the cooperation agreement, with those who contributed more getting priority in selection. Now, let's move out. May we start a victorious journey. About 20 or 30 legions and player teams formed a huge army, and crushed the Snake Man monsters that blocked the way ahead. Chapter 280, I Will Strike. The advance of the United Expeditionary Force went smoothly. Even though there was a lack of coordination and tacit understanding among the various armies, when the numbers reached a certain level, it still led to a qualitative change. Besides, in each army, there were hardly any weak links, with the majority being absolute elites that had reached the elite level. At 11 o'clock, a Snake Man stronghold has been detected approximately 20 kilometers away. Yuan reported this in the communication channel. It seemed to be a strategic skill of a hero under the command of the Lord of Amber City, who had set up a temporary real-time communication network with this skill, allowing the commanders of various armies to communicate in real time. At this moment, Yuan was assuming the role of assistant scout. During his reminder to all Xian country players on the forum, he demonstrated his remarkable scouting abilities. He had no objections to this role, as scouting and intelligence were of utmost importance. None of the other lords had the ability to scout several dozens of kilometers as he could. Guided by him, the united army quickly wiped out the first Snake Man stronghold. Unsurprisingly, outside this stronghold, the Punishment Army encountered a surge of snake waves caused by the Snake Men. But this time, the players had prepared in advance and had tested the surrounding ground, so they would not be swallowed up by the suddenly collapsing ground. The terrifying gigantic snake wave, under the concerted fire from all the armies, quickly scattered. Indeed, all fears stem from insufficient firepower. Lord Li Yao was excited. The power of their three armies back then had almost no resistance, but now, in half a day's time, the human race cannot be belittled. As long as the players of Taishan united, they could steamroll everything. And this united expeditionary force was more powerful than the expeditionary team that invaded the nest of filth not long ago. What could the snake people use to resist? Ha ha ha. Indeed, as long as the firepower is strong enough, everything can be wiped out. Next to Lord Li Yao's army stood Mu Yuan's. He nodded in agreement. If it were not for the united army, it would not be easy for him alone to break this snake wave. Most likely, he would have to rely on Duo La's unparalleled strength. If we exclude General Duo Lai and Great Lord Shepherd, it would be troublesome for others to deal with this huge wave. With the guidance of Mu Yuan, the efficiency of the united expeditionary force was extremely high. An hour later, they annihilated the second Snake Man stronghold. 1.5 hours later, they wiped out the third one. Then followed by the fourth, fifth, and sixth. By dusk, they had wiped out 19 Snake Man strongholds and wiped out a Snake Man army of several thousand in size. Apart from the second, third, and fourth strongholds, they encountered no further snake waves in subsequent battles. It could be said that the entire process of punishment was becoming easier and easier. This is all thanks to Lord Mu's intelligence scouting. Many people said. They recognized the formidable strength of this Lord Mu. Taishan indeed had a wealth of talents, many of whose reputation had not yet risen, also possessed amazing abilities that left people in awe. In the scene, there was no doubt that Lord Tuna was the youngest player. As a rising star on the golden list, he used to be somewhat proud that he would overtake most of the lords in the field in not many years. But now, he kept silent. He found that focusing his gaze on the lords of the same period was quite limited. The world is sizable, and there are also many old strong men, a lot worthy of his learning from. Lord Li Yao frequently cast his eyes on the direction of Bro Mu, becoming increasingly surprised. Bro Mu's expertise is not merely in intelligence scouting, the strength of his forces is also formidable. The Prairie Skyfire who came to their rescue before, and the White Bone General, who is now commanding the army, and the Dragon Blood Female General, who is fighting against the Snake Man's elite, all demonstrate the abundance of strong men under Brother Mu's command. According to Lord Li Yao's judgment, these three are all a bit stronger than the most powerful general under his command. Although he, Li Yao, was not a famous strong man, he was a veteran lord and a city lord, with some reputation among the lords, not an unknown person. Logically speaking, Brother Mu, who is more powerful than him, should not remain unknown. Normally, lords often participate in wars and go out to earn resources. As long as their strength is sufficient, they can make a name for themselves after a few major battles. But he had never heard of the name Mu Yuan. Could it be that he was a newly emerging, relatively young lord? However, even if he just emerged, his rise would leave a lot of astonishing achievements. He wouldn't emerge out of thin air unless. Tian Yuan. Tian Yuan rose too fast and was hailed as the strongest newcomer with the potential of Han Yu. Due to the fast rise and short time, Tian Yuan indeed had not left any remarkable achievements. Tian Yuan's strength is a mystery. If Brother Mu is Tian Yuan, everything would make sense. Mu Yuan, Tian Yuan, both of them have the same syllable Yuan. Lord Li Yao believes he has uncovered the truth and his gaze towards Mu Yuan is full of curiosity, as if he's looking at a giant panda. There was also some excitement. He was now fighting side by side with Lord Tian Yuan. The reputation of Lord Tian Yuan is currently restricted to his strongest newcomer, which is not very prominent, but if one day in the future, Lord Tian Yuan ascends to the height of the Lord of Han Yu City, he could brag about today's experience to his friends for a decade. That's exciting to think about. Lord of Amber City also guessed Tian Yuan's identity, and he was more certain than Li Yao. After all, their identities were different. He was a core member of Taishan Lianji, and had even served as an examiner in the Dragon Court conflict selection trial field. However, he did not have an opportunity to meet Tian Yuan at the time. He had some guesses about Tian Yuan's strength. What Tian Yuan had shown so far probably wasn't his full potential. Even if Tian Yuan was extraordinary and had surpassed the realms of talented newcomers and rising stars, Tian Yuan was still just a junior in his eyes. He was the strongest in the expeditionary team and had to carry everything on his shoulders. If an unexpected crisis occurred, he might have to take care of Tian Yuan. However, such thoughts flashed through the Lord of Amber City's mind only for a moment. What he was mostly considering was the campaign against the Snake Man tribe. He had an unsettling premonition. Everything was going too smoothly. Could they really eradicate the Snake Man tribe just like that? The Lord of Amber City is overthinking, a lord chuckled in the communication channel. We shouldn't overestimate the Snake Men. After all, they're just a monster tribe. From my view, the lack of resistance we've met is because we've wiped out the main force of the Snake Men. A monster tribe can't have endless power. Besides, we caught the Snake Men off guard. It's only natural it's going smoothly. It's more surprising that such a large army was assembled to fight a mere Snake Man tribe. Most of the lords and high-ranking players held the same view. The Lord of Amber City nodded in agreement. Indeed, there's no need for baseless worries. Logically, their victory over the Snake Man tribe made sense. They shouldn't cower because of some groundless intuition. Besides, they were already deep into the borderland, having exterminated more than half of the Snake Man tribe. It wouldn't make sense to back out midway now. This was deep into the borderland, mirroring the environment of Langxing. However, as they ventured further in, the environment became more bizarre. There were crystal-like structures embedded onto towering mountains at an angle. Space rifts resembled streams, moving up and down. Looking into them gave you a dizzying feeling as if the world was being flipped over. A few magic treasures were salvaged from this space stream by the expeditionary team. The Lord of Amber City was temporarily keeping them and would distribute them after the war had ended. Mountains hung upside down, with the ground turning upwards. It felt as if they were walking on flat ground, but looking back, they could see the earth standing vertically, like a majestic and eerie wall piercing into the heavens. Did we pass through a space transformation spot unknowingly? Mu Yuan looked at Duo Lai, who seemed clueless. He gave up hoping for General Duo Lai to have any insight about space. He continued to track the Snake Man's trace. This time, without him exerting much effort to investigate, the tracks left by the Snake Men led to the tribe's core area visible from afar. The Snake Man sacrifice ground. Although they were still at a distance, the players could see the towering statue in the distance. It seemed to be a statue of a Snake Man. The statue stood over 100 meters tall, its vertical scarlet pupils and snake-like hair danced in the wind. She sat on a lotus podium with dozens of golden arms extending behind her. One of her arms was raised high, its palm facing the sky, as if she was holding up the vault of heaven. The Snake God. As everyone's gaze fell on the statue returned information. It was not the typical identification information bestowed by a lord's authority. It was more like the inherent information of the sculpture itself. Whoever saw it would know. It's a bit eerie. A lord swallowed hard. But it's an inanimate object, there aren't any signs of a fallen god's servant descending. That's right, besides, our punishment army isn't afraid of a fallen god's servant descending either. If they dare show up, we'll blow them to pieces in a minute. Charge ahead, it's the final battle. After we take out these Snake Men, we can split the spoils, right? Exactly. Let's get this over with so we can divide the treasures. Many couldn't hold their excitement any longer. This was, after all, a temporary army, they didn't bear any heavy responsibilities. Seeing that everyone was eager to fight, the Lord of Amber City had no choice but to give the direct command. Fight! Most of the lords in the field were seasoned warriors. They talked lightly, but they took the combat seriously. They first used all sorts of long-range abilities for probing, bombarding the ground and sweeping the surroundings. Once they were sure there were no ambushes, all the military units quickly advanced, aiming directly for the giant statue. The statue was mildly eerie, of course, it had to be destroyed first. The Lord of Amber City thought so as well. He resonated with his military spirit and struck 100-meter-long silver-white sword radiance, which hit the statue. Crack! Several arms of the statue shattered and fell from the high altitude, stirring up dust in the air. Multiple battalions led by a few lords resonated their army soul embryos, conjuring up large-scale skills and slashed at the statue repeatedly. 1 strike. 2 strikes. 13 strikes. The statue was very tough, it had actually withstood 13 large-scale skills from 100 men scale, but no matter how tough it was, it ultimately shattered. Now, the only potential trigger for an accident had been eradicated by them. Stable. But unexpectedly, an accident still happened. As the snake god statue collapsed, the night sky was suddenly enveloped in a blood light, and ominous wailing filled the air. Many people's vision was blurred by a layer of blood. The shattered and collapsed snake god statue reappeared. The 100-meter-tall monumental body unfolded on the vast land. No, she was no longer a statue, but a living creature. Upon closer inspection, one could notice that the huge creature, which was over 100 meters tall, was made up of countless pythons intertwined together. They're still squirming. The colossal body started moving. What is this? Attendant ascendants. Never mind, just slash it. A lord shouted. Resonating military spirit gathered its force, accumulating a bright yellow blade radiance that was several hundred meters long. He wielded the blade radiance, slashing forward. Crack! The colossal blade radiance suddenly shattered under the colossal palm of the serpent deity aggregation. What? The serpent deity aggregation stood tall on the ground, and from its back emerged dozens of boneless long arms. Each wave and smack contained endless energy. If you could say that the Lord's big moves are the collection of the power of hundreds of elite, then a single long arm of the serpent deity aggregation summoned the power of thousands and tens of thousands of snake men. The Lords continued to resonate their military spirits, but the lethal strikes they launched totally could not break the defense of the serpent deity aggregation. Even worse, the serpent deity aggregation was steadily advancing step by step. It carried an extreme sense of oppression. The Lord of Amber City's face was serious, and behind him, a reflection of brilliance emerged, the elites positioning themselves within the light. He swung his sword, boom. The attack, condensing all his strength, finally shattered one hand of the snake person aggregation. Only one hand. And the hand was healing rapidly. Damn it! If his King's Legion were all here, he wouldn't be intimidated by this monster. But he only brought a little over 100 elites, which made him feel a bit overwhelmed. The power of resonating military spirit did not bring immediate effects. Not to mention the generals under each lord. Even the Fourth Order generals, in front of this terrifying creature, were as insignificant as ants. The general could only put in a little more effort under the resonance of the military spirit, and that's about it. What should we do? Should we retreat? But if we retreat, it's more likely to result in defeat. If we don't retreat, we must find a way to shatter the core of the serpent deity aggregation. The core of this massive creature was quite obvious. It was right at its forehead. Presumably, it is this core that aggregates the massive body. If you don't shatter the core, this massive creature is like an indestructible aggregated monster. But if you want to shatter the core, you have to first break through the terrifying hands of the serpent god. No matter how you think about it, they couldn't do it. Yuan was also thinking. The Undead Legion lead by Bone 4, with a scale of hundreds, was not outstanding at this moment. Their output at most ranked within the top 5. The Rakshasa, Xilu, and other generals, might be many times stronger than the average Fourth Order, but when facing the serpent deity aggregation, which was of extremely high level and its normal attacks were equivalent to large-scale skills, they could not play much role either. Not to mention Hong Yi. The illusion power facing aggregation was like a downgrade in this version. If Liu Lu was here, the fearless giant mountain god ranking might not be lower than the serpent deity aggregation. However, Liu Lu's full strike cannot match the large-scale skill. It's hard to break the hand of the serpent deity's tight defense through frontal confrontation. It must be done by precision piercing. In his legion, there was a force very good at precision piercing. Yuda. Compared to the battle with the Nest of Filth, Yuda's level has made considerable progress, stepping into the Fourth Order just a few days ago. Meanwhile, his training on the physical shackles had also reached a profound point. Assisted by the reaping what you sow talent, Yuda's physical strength kept growing without limits. This moment of non-stop training will explode with earth-shaking strength in times of crisis. At this moment, the faces of the lords and high-level players are extremely ugly, especially those with weak power who are even more panicked. They have been put at a disadvantage. They can't advance, nor can they retreat. However, the resonating military spirit has a time limit, which seems like the countdown to death. What to do? What can we do? I will make a move. Over the Undead Legion, a violent surge of energy suddenly rose. The blood-red energy of life surged, transforming into a flaming armor, draping over Yuda's body. Zing! The flame vanished on the spot. Chapter 281, The Might of Tian Yuan. What is this? When Yuda completely shattered the shackles of the flesh, what was released was a vast and violent momentum. Even in this battlefield, where swords of 100 meters were flying everywhere, flames blazed across the earth, and ice edges rose to form mountain peaks, Yuda's momentum was unique, like a prominent, red water column erupting from a turbid sea surface. The average elites were fully invested in the resonance of energy, paying no heed to anything else. However, the select few powerhouses, such as the Lord of Amber City, were suddenly alarmed. Instinctively they looked up, only to see remnants of light red energy waves, circularly spreading outwards above the undead legion, gradually dissipating. The energy waves spread out in ring upon ring, extending from above the undead legion into the distance. Faint up close, deep at a distance. Like a tunnel that had been pierced through. Boom! Thud! Beneath the snake person aggregation, beside the giant lotus platform, the ground cracked with a thud, and intricate, spider-web-like cracks spread symmetrically for 20 meters. In the center of the web-shaped cracks, there was a humanoid figure enveloped in dazzling red flames. No, an afterimage. When the gaze of the Lord of Amber City followed, all he could see was this afterimage. It was at this moment that the cracked earth collapsed with a thunderous crash, forming a round pit. Above the pit, there were waves of flame rising straight into the sky. The high sky where energy tides surged, and flames clouded and ice crystals rained down, was covered in the countless arms of the serpent deity aggregation. The arms were as soft as satin, yet as massive as high-rise buildings, resembling a 100-meter-long python. Huge and domineering. Dominant and flexible. Under the resonance of the army soul, the whole army could move as one, its flexibility hardly inferior to that of an individual powerhouse. The speed at which they could gather energy was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, giant blade glows of hundreds to 200 meters could be raised. However, the hand of the serpent deity was faster, always able to strike first and crush every large-scale attack, shaking the army's soul core. It was only due to the fourth-order strongmen standing at the front and using the power of the army soul to disperse the impact that they could briefly hold out. There were other powerhouses who couldn't resonate with the army soul. They attempted to sneak attack from the side, only to be sent flying with heavy injuries with just a slight sweep from the hand of the serpent deity. No one could approach the serpent deity aggregation, not until now. Boom! Yuda's entire body from bottom to top pierced through one of the hands of the serpent deity. Shattered pythons spurted out from the hole, and one could vaguely see snake women with wide-open eyes. Their stares were chilling and terrifying. However, Yuda had always been indifferent to such things, as he was a successor of the deliberate boom-fist school. He ran along the hand of the serpent deity, his eyes focused on the end of the snake path, on the coquettish yet eerie crystal on the forehead of the serpent deity aggregation. That was his goal. However, the response of the serpent deity aggregation was faster. On the snake path Yuda was running on, an entire hand of the serpent deity instantly disintegrated, countless pythons fluttered in the air, and Yuda fell into the void, his body suddenly stalled. At the same time, another hand of the serpent deity, carrying an incomparable force, fell from the sky. As if a meteorite was crashing. Yuda's current energy was nearly infinite, but he wouldn't collide head-on with a gargantuan entity like the serpent deity aggregation. He stepped on a python, and the energy accumulated in his solace erupted like a rocket. The python shattered, and the compressed air beneath his foot became as thick and solid as the ground. Yuda left an afterimage. The hand of the serpent deity destroyed the afterimage and everything in the world. Yuda appeared on another hand of the serpent deity. This time, he didn't aim for the core, he chose the next best thing. Thud, 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 thud. Like crushing a bag of bubbles, the hand of the serpent deity burst open with a popping sound, and the entangled pythons turned into a bloody mist. Even though the aggregation was regenerating at an astonishing rate, it was far slower than the speed at which Yuda was attacking. He continued to strike, sometimes stepping on the air to flash to a different location. He shuttled through the encirclement and pursuit of the hands of the serpent deity, like dancing on the tips of knives. Smash! 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 Smash everything! It's one-punch martial madness. Lord Kang Lang, who was leading an army, widened his eyes from a distance. His gaze couldn't keep up with Yuda's speed, but once he saw those wild and unparalleled afterimages, he would never forget them. He's stronger now, How is this possible? Could a powerhouse on the top of the Dragon Gate leaderboard actually take another big step forward? Was this Yuta, the one-punch martial madness, only half a step away from the legendary threshold as the legends said? The serpent deity aggregation was tragically immense, and its high energy level was unequaled even by a full-fledged attendant ascendant. After all, it was a gathering of countless individuals. Therefore, Yuta could only injure it, but not kill it with one punch. After all, he was only a newly ascended 4th order, newly entered epic tier leader. He had his limits. However, with his individual strength, Yuta shattered several hands of the serpent deity and distracted several others, greatly reducing the pressure on the entire punishment army. Now is the time, whoever still has their trump cards, hurry up and use them. This is our only chance. This general won't be able to hold on for much longer, crowed the Lord of Amber City. Yuta's energy was too violent, like a breached pond. Anyone with discerning eyes could see that this was a life or death move. No, it was burning life. This general couldn't possibly be entering the extreme sublimation state using some sort of method, could he? Only then could their unruly power, which was beyond their rank and outside of the norm, be explained. Everyone else was sacrificing their lives, so how could one hold back? Some lords infused their power into the leading general's body, unleashing a stronger attack in an overloaded form. The heroes of the Lord's house continued to burn soul crystals, deploying the strategic skill they have been preparing since the start of the battle. The end of the sky was set ablaze, and a meteor wrapped in roaring flames descended from the sky. Strategic skill, meteor fall. This was a simple, brute, but extremely terrifying move. The plummeting meteor pressurized the air, as if the sky was falling, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. The target at the center of the meteor was the enormous snake god agglomerate. It let out a shattering cry, the hand of the serpent deity reaching for the sky. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Boom! The meteor shattered, transforming into countless huge debris that fell all around, lighting up the sky like a meteor shower. The hero who launched this attack was gasping for breath, as was his lord. The lord revealed a smile. Even though the meteor shower was resolved, it must have hurt you too. 3 of the serpent deity aggregation's long arms were shattered. It healed rapidly under the numerous breeding pythons, but the various core also took advantage of the moment to chase and attack, finally leaving several wounds on this terrifying giant creature. Great! But it seems insufficient. A 100-meter-long sword light could only slash a 10 or 20-meter-long gap on the body of the serpent deity aggregation. Such a gap healed completely within 3 seconds. Their damage output was not enough. They were not enough to kill this terrifying existence, far from enough. So, it's time for General Duolai to make a move. Far away, in the sky above. The ultimate darkness concealed everything, covering all light and breath, until at one moment when the darkness could no longer conceal, it was torn apart by the orange-red flame light and the purple-blue electric light. Duolai, Sophia stood tall here. Surrounding Sophia was a hint of wisps of dark light. The night sky curtain and the night hiding skill slowly dissipated. Behind her were 2 wings woven from countless black feathers. Upon seeing her mission accomplished, Sophia flapped her wings and quickly retreated. She was merely a weak woman and could not bear the wrath of the serpent deity aggregation. General Duolai, on the other hand, was sitting comfortably on the soft gelatinous body of slime, her sky blue hair fluttering against the wind, surrounded by flames and thunderbolts. The flames transformed into butterflies, fluttering around Duolai. The thunderbolts transformed into thunder pythons, hovering around Duolai. The wind was invited and came, the water was invited and came, the ice was invited and came. Like multiple colorful halos, they dispersed layer by layer. This was the first time that Duolai, after stepping into an epic life, had fully utilized the strategic skill of over-limit swallowing to its limit. At this moment, she seemed like a humanoid nuclear bomb, with her internal energy far exceeding her previous accomplishments during her time at the hero trial, following a system glitch. If not for General Duolai's perfect artistic conception, and even commanding a domain, it would have been impossible for her to control such excessive energy with a mortal's body. But even though Duolai could control it, the roaring tide of energy still made her shine in a myriad of colors. In her eyes, circles of red and blue pupil light were reflected uncontrollably, making her appear indifferent as a god overlooking the earth. And she might not be far off. The serpent deity aggregation fixed its gaze in her direction almost immediately, it was very sharp. But General Duolai had been preparing for this all along. She reached out, and at the tip of her staff, which had been transformed by the ever-changing badge, a glass ball woven from flames and thunderbolts, multiplied 100 times larger in the blink of an eye. The transparent, bright, magnificent ball containing ultimate destructive energy, just like the previous meteor, fell from the sky. Yuan also stepped aside. Although he had the thought to try, he didn't dare to really do it. The serpent deity aggregation met it with its arm. Boom! The energy storm, even more dazzling, blinding, and terrifying than the previous meteor shower, rolled towards all directions. If it hadn't been for the army soul core holding their ground at the front, the mere residual waves would have been enough to scatter and annihilate many elite soldiers. In the endless light and heat, the hands of the serpent deity were obliterated, turning into the smallest particles. Was it successful? Someone murmured. Some people were not optimistic. After all, the son of thunder flame was intercepted halfway and didn't actually hit the serpent deity aggregation's body. In the violent energy tide, there was a vague sight of the invincible giant shadow standing on the devastated ground. And so, take another hit from me, Duo Lai. Duo Lai held up her staff, this time without the previous quiet energy accumulation. It took her a full 2 to 3 seconds to inflate the glass bead of thunder flame to its limit. But at this moment, the serpent deity aggregation hadn't had time to struggle out of the energy vortex, meaning Duo Lai, who had ample time, unleashed her second over-limit big move. Boom! The energy tide once again swept away, tearing the sky and earth apart. The arms of the serpent deity aggregation were evaporated and extinguished, and its entire body began to char. But it was still healing quickly, and if not attacked, it might recover in about 10 seconds. So, General Duo Lai unleashed her third over-limit big move. Endless light. Endless heat. Endless fire. Endless thunder. Once again, on this broken piece of land, a dazzling divine glow burst forth. From a distance, the mountains rumbled and rolled down rocks and soil. Buildings nearby collapsed inch by inch, raising clouds of dust. Having lost its arms and unable to perform any mid-air snipes, the serpent deity aggregation, for the first time, directly received General Duo Lai's big move. Its entire body started to fracture. Shatter. Annihilate. A diamond-shaped crystal on the forehead of the serpent deity aggregation shattered. Its vast body, incessantly self-repairing and proliferating even amidst endless thunderous flames, finally lost vitality and vanished in the final wave of thunder and fire. Several seconds later, the blood light in the sky disappeared. A few dozen seconds later, the violent light of the thunderous flames also vanished. Hundreds of seconds later, the storm, heat wave, and energy tide gradually weakened, leaving only the flames crackling on the ground, with a faint smell of burning carried on the wind. Is it over? Ah, it's already over. Whether it was the lords or those generals with self-consciousness, all were panting, even feeling drained enough to sit down. This was the most dangerous, most insane, most commendable battle they had ever experienced. Who could imagine that they had fought such a terrifying entity, and even managed to defeat it? We're worthy indeed. Our expeditionary force really is powerful. One of the lords thought, repeatedly casting his gaze towards a specific regiment on the right wing, resting on two figures. One of them was blood-soaked, his bulging muscles torn apart, and his once rampant aura now weak. It was one-punch martial madness. Indeed, it indeed looked like an act of a burning life skill, who knew what consequences would left behind. If it affects his chance to break through in becoming a legend, it would be a terrible loss, considering he was a legendary seed, seemingly even ready to step into the half-step legend realm. Another was a blue-haired girl sitting on top of slime, who looked harmless. If not for witnessing it directly, who could imagine that this petite girl could deploy the strategic skills 3 times consecutively? This is not about exceeding the norms anymore, it's about the question of possibility. A normal person, no, not even a peak 4th order over-limit perfect strongman, could accomplish this. It's beyond human ability. The former, one-punch martial madness, was the limit of human power. The latter, must have used unique strategic capabilities or lord talents, and combined the power of many individuals. Seeing the blue-haired girl not looking like she had burnt her life force, this speculation could be verified. Who can normally show such extraordinary strength during combat? Of course, this was not a normal battle, achieving this certainly involved many secrets or unique talents. Everyone has secrets. There used to be a lord, who could absorb the power of thousands of soldiers from his house, and blast a strike far beyond the strength of the ordinary realm. Maybe the blue-haired girl has such ability too. Anyway, in this battle, the troops led by Lord Mu have undoubtedly contributed the most. Lord Mu's contribution was far beyond that of the second place. Everyone agreed, everyone admired. Whoever dared to object, they would confront him her head on. Yuan also let out a long sigh of relief. Honestly speaking, without the joint efforts of so many lords, he alone wouldn't be able to defeat the serpent deity aggregation so easily. No, it's even uncertain whether he could defeat it at all. Though Duo Lai had launched a powerful strike, but she could barely survive the serpent deity aggregation's casual attack, at most she could save her own life. Without the combined efforts of all the other lords and their troops, Yuda alone wouldn't be able to draw all the attention, and Duo Lai wouldn't have been able to cast her spells in such a comfortable environment. The result of a battle at that time would be unknown, and it would be extremely dangerous. He didn't want to see such a dangerous battle. The Snake Man tribe has been wiped out, so let's move on to the much anticipated distribution of spoils. The distribution rules are, naturally, based on the contribution record distribution method agreed upon before we set out, said the Lord of Amber City. He then produced one by one all the spoils of war he had temporarily stored, making sure nothing was missing. Before these spoils were stored, they had been supervised and recorded by the lords and advanced players, so there wouldn't be any omission. From ordinary materials to the precious treasures of two realms, and even the drops from the serpent deity aggregation, everything could be found. A dazzling collection, sparkling with radiance. It was like a treasure appraisal conference. All lords and high-level players gathered. Chapter 282, Fourth Order Peak. 20 kilometers away from where the serpent deity aggregation appeared, in a safe place, various regiments from the expeditionary team are resting and reorganizing. The elites rest on site, gulping down potions to replenish their nearly drained bodies. The wounded heal rapidly under the care of the nuns and other healing classes, although they still seem to be rather weak. Some were too severely injured or drained to recover quickly and can only preserve their lives, or gradually recover their strength over time. For instance, generals who previously overexerted themselves by using large-scale skills. Strength gobbling skills or blood-burning potions. Like Yuda. After the war, Yuda lost the maintenance of the light of will, and his life is like a candle in the wind, looming extinction. His body looks like shattered porcelain, making anyone who sees it shudder. The scene is terribly atrocious. Yuan, however, is used to it. Yuda often ends up in this state even when casually sparring with other generals, let alone a life or death battle. His life is not in danger. With proper recuperation, he can recover in a few days. For a severely injured elite, recovery in a few days is already fast. But from another perspective, it's a long cool-down period for Yuda's ultimate move. While the troops and generals are resting and recovering, some lords or mercenary group leaders gather in a temporary camp located in the center. The camp is a special equipment provided by the Lord of Amber City, with capabilities such as temporary displacement, shelter from wind and rain, and acceleration of recovery. Yuan can't help but marvel at the numerous treasures possessed by old-time powerhouses. They seem to have almost anything and everything. Inside the camp, the mercenary group leaders are usually accompanied by their second-in-command and a few other powerful members of their group. Their player organizations. After acquiring treasures for their group, they need to distribute them internally. The selection of treasures isn't settled by a single word from the leaders, but through consultation with other powerful members in the group. The lords also have 2 or 3 entourages when they arrive. Some high-ranking and high-born attendants also hold considerable status within their domains and their opinions are often taken very seriously by lords. Next to Yuan, treasure hunting duo, and the information crow are present. Duo Lai gazes with wide eyes, looking at rows and rows of displayed treasures. It was like coming to a booth full of ring toss games. The treasures are arranged from low to high value. The common treasures are white materials like black iron ores, which are gains from the kills along the way. Of course, the black iron ore is not placed piece by piece, but in dozens of units as one set. In addition, there are elemental spheres, white star sand, and other rare level materials, or rare equipment. Some of the damaged rare equipment are also bundled together as one set. Some of these came from battle gains, and others are gifts from the purification of the Snake Man Stronghold Totem. There are also a few rare level miracle building blueprints, including the primary mage tower, alchemy hut, acidic giant cannon, and so forth. Besides, there are numerous remnant souls, including those of a rare level. There are also a few that emanate a faint blue halo, like the one-star excellence remnant soul of the Black Knight, Dragon Hawk, Vampire Viscount, Medusa, and the Earth Rock Dragon. These few are gifts from the world and are among the top-grade treasures in all the gains. Many lords are eyeing these treasures intently. Many of them already have excellently tiered troops, and these high-ranking troops have grown into their left and right arms, reliable generals within their territories. But because of this, they want to get one more. Having one more is like having another arm. Who wouldn't want that? But the treasures are limited. The Taishan Alliance, after being established for so many years, has a very well-established rules for treasure distribution. Now the contribution list has been sorted out. The Lord of Amber City himself is only ranked third. In second place is the Lord who unleashed the strategic skill Meteor Shower. A more senior 7th level Lord, known as the Lord Yanfan, is a fairly taciturn middle-aged man. He has a total of 2 heroes with him on this journey. The troops led by the Lord Yanfan have always been the absolute main force of the expelling squad, with high contributions. Meteor Shower even played a key role in the final battle, hence his second place ranking. Yuan, who ranks first, is unanimously recognized. Not to mention his tremendous achievement in the final battle, the intel he provided during the expelling process alone would place him above most of the lords. Naturally, Lord Mu's contribution far surpasses that of the second place. So, according to the rules, he is the first one to choose treasures, and also the second one. The third is Lord Yanfan, then the Lord of Amber City, and after that, it's Lord Mu's turn again. Yuan looks at the treasures in the front row. Some emanate a blue halo, others radiate the special flow of light that is exclusive to the treasure of 2 realms. He is contemplating, his eyes naturally skipping over the excellent remnant souls and landing on the treasures of 2 realms. There are no excellently tiered blueprints or heroes proofs at the moment, making the selection of magic treasures more important. Yuan selects the first set of treasures. Upgrade Secret Treasure 3 in 1 set. Secret Treasure can be upgraded by 3 levels. Magic Treasure can promote 4 levels. Magic Treasure can promote 6 levels. Secret Treasure that boosts ranks are relatively less valuable among many hidden treasures, which is why 3 of them are lumped together. Of course, it's not that low in value. Many 4th order leader strongmen get stuck at the small levels, which could last a year or 2. But if they used a hidden treasure, they could bypass these minor bottlenecks directly, instantly uplifting their fixed levels. Even a 3rd order peak powerhouse who uses these kinds of treasures has a good chance to break through the hard leader level barrier. There are many lords who would choose such a set of hidden treasures. Yuan was the first to pick them up. The value of these 3 treasures in his hands was enough to outshine the other items by a mile. Legend is within sight. After using the secret treasure, Duolai and even Dead Bone can be promoted to the leading realm peak. Of course, reaching leading realm peak does not mean they will instantly become legends. They still need to push their physical body, spirit, and energy to the extreme limits. These can still be done with small increments after reaching the leader level peak. The greater the promotions, the higher the chance to break out into legendary realm, as well as greater benefits. This is a very important step. No matter what, with these few secret treasures, the birth time of the first legend in Tianyuan territory can be advanced several months ahead. So, the second item. He looked at Duolai. Although Duolai has a unique treasure intuition, it is evident that it cannot distinguish which is more valuable or more suitable. It would be better to ask Sophia for her opinion. Wait for this one. Magic Treasure. Authentication, it can greatly increase the user's light of will. This is a very rare special type of hidden treasure. The usage condition seems to be the light of will, but different from the realm, as long as it is a life form that has sprouted wisdom, it has its own will, even if the light of will has not yet been ignited. This item has over an 80% chance of greatly increasing the user's willpower. It can assist the strong men to ignite the light of will. Yuan noticed that many lords had their eyes on this item. To them, an 80% chance alone, let alone 50% or 30%, would make it worth risking. If they won the gamble, the probability of their generals breaking into the legendary realm in the future would be greatly increased. It's decided then. Yuan picked up this treasure, turned around and shoved it into Duolai's mouth. Cock-a-doodle-doo. You have to keep it up. The secret treasure turned into light and poured into Duolai's body. Suddenly, some indescribable changes seemed to have happened. There was no momentum surging into the sky, no grand heavenly majesty, but Duolai's willpower silently broke through the barrier and ignited a glow. The formless and invisible will now possesses substantial power. The light. From this point on, Duo Lai has fulfilled the two most challenging out of the three preconditions to break through into legendary realm. The remaining body beyond limits will surely meet Duo Lai's foundation. It only takes a little bit of time. Mu Yuan received a panel prompt, and some strong men detected the changes in Duo Lai. Did it really ignite the light of will? Is there really a secret treasure that can directly ignite a glow? Hiss. I have to keep a closer eye in the future. Mu Yuan wanted to say that it might depend on the personal conditions of the user. Though Duo Lai has clear and foolish eyes, it is still General Duo Lai, a famous 5-star general of Tianyuan. However, on second thought, even if Duo Lai has a big breakthrough, other strong men will definitely have some effects using it. Lord Yanfen regrets that this secret treasure was picked away and he selects another one that can significantly enhance spiritual power. The Lord of Amber City then picked up a very rare special secret treasure, which has evolutionary power. It can promote any individual by a small star level, but cannot cross into epic. Most of the more valuable big secret treasures are essentially picked clean. Others, such as secret treasures that can expand the realm, Mu Yuan indeed needs but won't take them yet. His gaze swept back and forth over the treasures in the first row. On that piece of Medusa's remains, a seductive snake woman figure came into view. Well, she's quite slutty, but a poor fit for my Tianyuan. Mu Yuan is somewhat attracted to Medusa, not because of her sluttiness, but because the petrifying eyes are extremely powerful, able to kill across rankings and control forcibly. Unfortunately, he cannot evolve Medusa, so what use does he have for a mere excellent tier 1-star soldier? Useless. Even if they could evolve, the newly recruited soldiers still have to start with apprentice level and slowly be cultivated. By the time this Medusa grows, he's probably going to have a legendary fighting team in his Tianyuan territory. Lord Shepherd prefers to cultivate older staff in the territory. He ultimately chose a rare rank architectural drawing of the Breakthrough Dojo. This miracle building can assist soldiers in breaking through. However, there are limited slots, one for each soldier. An additional building can provide dozens more slots, so it's quite worth it. Within the temporary camp, the lords and representatives of the mercenary groups came forward one by one to select the spoils of war. Those lords who got excellent tier remnant souls and some precious treasures were all smiles. Of course, the quantity of high-rank treasures was limited, not everyone could get the items they were satisfied with. But the primary purpose of this expedition was not to seize treasures, but to wipe out the Snake Man tribe. By now, the sources of danger within the Land of Two Realms have basically vanished, and everyone can truly explore and inch-by-inch sweep through this territory. If they could find a few more magic treasures, this trip would be very rewarding. Half an hour later, the spoils were distributed. The lords and leaders of the mercenary groups, who were eager to scour for treasures, all bade goodbye and left. After Mu Yuan and the Lord of Amber City, Lord Li Yao and a few others exchanged contact information, they also led their groups away. Soon, dozens of kilometers away. Come, now it's time for a wonderful upgrade. Mu Yuan took out a bunch of magic treasures. Among them, there were a full 7-field expansion secret treasures. The Lord of Amber City might guess that it was General Duo Lai who took over the field and needed to improve. But it wasn't so. Seeing that there were no people around, Mu Yuan handed one field secret treasure to Hong Yi. In an instant, the underworld ghost market materialized, and a red building, as if soaked in fresh blood, rose from the ground. These were Hong Yi's epic skill and environmental skill. The realm born of these two skills, after Hong Yi immersed herself in comprehension for a while, finally took shape. Things just fell into place nicely. Afterwards, Mu Yuan divides the rest of the field secret treasures among Rakshasa, Bone 4, Sophia, Yuta and other high-ranking followers. As expected, Yuta got no effect after using it. The effect was most obvious after Sophia used it. After all, she has more experience and history than other high-ranking followers and her comprehensiveness is also enough to rank in the top few within Tianyuan territory. After using 2 magic treasures, Sophia created her own Night Raven domain. What surprised Mu Yuan a bit was that the efficacy of the magic treasure used by Bone 4 was also quite obvious. Mu Yuan put the second magic treasure on it. With the epic ability of Death Remains territory as a cornerstone, Bone 4 also created a realm. Skeleton domain. Similar to the early Withered Bone realm of Dead Bone, pretty ordinary, but it is also a realm. Only ordinary realms need to be handled by legendary powerhouses. It is extremely difficult to create a realm, who dares to be picky? The next step is the heavyweights upgrade. General Duo Lai used the upgrade secret treasure. Mu Yuan gave Duo Lai that secret treasure which could upgrade 4 levels, just to be safe. Ding! Prompt: your hero Duo Lai has been upgraded to 4th order peak, and will not be able to gain any more soul power experience through the absorption of soul sand. How do you feel? He asked. Ben Duo has become stronger. Duo Lai could feel that the energy within his body had become more vast, at least 5 or 6 times stronger than before. It seems that there's more. Ben Duo vaguely senses the barrier. It looked like it was expecting praise. This is indeed impressive. Other peak strongmen have to use rituals to forcefully go into the ultimate sublimation state. Duo Lai may be able to achieve ultimate sublimation with his own strength. But don't attempt this recklessly. If ultimate sublimation fails, without the help of fields and medicines, you might die on the spot. Mu Yuan said, moreover, your basic qualities still have room for improvement, you can sense that, right? Duo Lai frowned, deep in thought. After a long time, it started talking in an uncertain tone, seems. I can. It's a long way off. It extended 2 fingers as a comparison, but found it inappropriate, so it used its arm instead. It stretched out its arms, as though holding a big ball in between. It could also be a universe. Like, it's probably off by this much. Mu Yuan stared at Duo Lai. Duo Lai returned the stare with innocent big eyes. Mu Yuan fell into contemplation. Chapter 283, Even Legends Can Be Traps. General Duo Lai seems to be quite some distance away from promoting his basic qualities to their absolute limit. Generally, the gap between the 4th order peak and the 4th order limit is not vast. However, at this stage, the strong cannot continue to strengthen themselves by absorbing soul power from soul sand. If they desire to continue climbing on top of this foundation, they must rely on daily strenuous exercise and the intake of various rare treasures. Both of these avenues are energy-consuming and expensive. Regardless, the enhancement is not very significant. At this stage, each improvement is equivalent to breaking limits. A peak strongman continues to break his limits repeatedly until he cannot progress any further and reaches his real limit. By this time, the 4th order limit strongman is not necessarily able to meet the requirements of the body beyond limits. This depends on whether the strongman has solid foundations from his growth process in the previous stages. According to the official statistics of the Tai-Shan Alliance, usually, a strongman rated as 1 star in excellence, who used the perfect breakthrough stone to break through 4 or more major levels, will be able to meet the requirements of the body beyond limits. The higher the rating, the higher the legendary chasm they face, and the higher the requirement for the body beyond limits. However, the higher rated life form has a higher foundation, so it becomes easier to meet the body beyond limits. For an epic life, even without the use of precious breakthrough materials, natural growth, even wild growth given enough time, is likely to meet the body beyond limits standard. General Duo Lai currently possesses a domain in the light of will, and has even begun to perceive the legendary barrier. He can independently undergo extreme sublimation. This means Miss Duo has already met 3 major standards. After all, Duo Lai's basic abilities are high, very high, to the point that they would already be deemed sufficient even when held to the standards of a 2-star epic life, and there is still surplus. However, Duo Lai also stated that it seemed he was still a long way from his real limit. This may have to do with Duo Lai's devouring ability. Regardless of the reason, it shows that Duo Lai still has much potential that has not been tapped. From the Lord of Hanyu City, he has already acquired some advanced information related to the legendary realm. All the data indicates that the stage known as the 4th order limit is crucial. Some are unable to break through the 4th order limit to attain the legendary realm, some merely manage to cross into the legendary realm, while for some, crossing into the legendary realm from the 4th order limit is just the beginning of their life. 0 order to the 4th order serve as the foundation stones of the legendary realm for most strong men. From the 4th order peak to the 4th order limit, also pertains to just how far a strongman can go in the future. According to the data, if one directly breaks through the legendary realm without tapping into their full potential, they will waste most of this potential, thereby losing a bright future. Therefore, even if the Tianyuan territory really needs a legend to sit at its helm, and even if Duo Lai, at this moment, is already qualified to rush to the legendary realm, yet we would still have to wait. Oh, then I'll just keep on pushing. General Duo Lai pounded his chest vigorously. No problem, the future of Tianyuan territory will be shouldered by General Duo Lai. The once greedy Duo Lai, now seems quite reliable, doesn't he? Mu Yuan continued his exploration with Duo Lai and the others. In the meantime, he met with Dead Bone and handed over an upgrade secret treasure to him. He originally planned to give the remaining 2 to Dead Bone for utilization. However, Dead Bone declined. With Duo Lai now not far from reaching the legendary realm, it will be our territory's first strongman to step into the legendary realm. Even if I were to use all of the secret treasures to attain the 4th order peak and climb up to the legendary realm, it will take me much longer than Duo Lai. Given this, there is no need for me to waste a precious secret treasure for such a small amount of remaining experience. It explained. Dead Bone's decision is based on Duo Lai's devouring ability. Indeed, if both of them were at the 4th order peak, Duo Lai would need significantly less time to grind and improve than other strong men. Even if Duo Lai's room for improvement is vast, it can't escape the fact that all it needs is to eat, eat and eat. If that is the case, let's give the remaining ones for others to use. Mu Yuan accepted. If it were the old Dead Bone, it would not decline. It was never coy about self-improvement, as it would shoulder everything for the Tianyuan territory. Moreover, it tended to shoulder everything alone. It did not want its brothers and sisters to be hurt or worn out because of this. Now, Dead Bone also knows how to share some of the burdens. This is a good thing. Dead Bone is a great general, but the Tianyuan territory also has many capable and tough generals. It is everyone working together, supporting the domain's sky. After Dead Bone absorbed the big secret treasure that could enhance 6 levels, it left. Although the Snake Man tribe has been annihilated, there are still some unstable elements around the Land of 2 Realms. Dead Bone is investigating these elements and is working hard to stabilize them. The remaining upgrade secret treasure was given to Sophia after a discussion. Her level experienced a minor upgrade. In fact, Mu Yuan preferred to give the secret treasure to Ilo. Ilo is a strongman who possesses both the domain and the light of will. She could step into the legendary realm earlier. Unfortunately, Ilo wasn't around. Mu Yuan pondered whether or not to call Ilo and Lu Lu to the Land of 2 Realms. But the domain needs a great general to defend it, especially when the surrounding areas are not stable and there are many unstable elements. Let's wait and see. Let's go, let's hurry up, our focus is now on finding the secret treasure. Of course, we shouldn't lose our caution either. Lord Mu logged into the Duo Lai panel and reached out to take out a treasure of the 2 realms embedded in the spatial rift. A treasure that can increase spiritual power, that's not bad. Let's go, on to the next place. You said earlier that you found treasure 13 kilometers in that direction, yes. Yes, sir. They quickly set off for the next spot. The space within the Land of 2 Realms was incredibly chaotic, a misstep could see you drop tens of kilometers off course. Moreover, it was teeming with wandering creatures, seemingly connected to some wasteland regions. However, after the Snake Man tribe's main force was wiped out, this area was basically low risk for veteran lords leading legions. It wasn't just Mr. Mu, a majority of lords found the exploration comfortable and enjoyable. Only lord teams like Tuna's weaker squad had to be wary of the elite monsters that roamed and ravaged this land. Suddenly, boom! There was a loud rumble from somewhere within the area of 2 realms that could be heard hundreds of kilometers away. What happened? I'm sorry boss, my black crow didn't cover that area. No, there's no need for apology, I just asked casually. He said, his face serious. From the staggering noise alone, one could tell that what happened there was extraordinary. The explosive power of Duo Las Yang of the Heavenly Fire was probably similar. Sophia had already dispatched her closest black crow, which was flapping its wings and flying over at high speed. Mu Yuan switched his perspective. In Langxing, he quickly opened the forum. The interest in this Land of 2 Realms was not small. After all, it was a very large juxtaposition, and its range was also expanding. He wondered if a passing player had caught a glimpse of something, and, sure enough, someone had. A lord named Guan someone said, damn. There are people from the Ximo Empire here. The cause was that he and a few other lords had simultaneously discovered several big secret treasures. Since they found them at the same time, according to the rules of the Taishan Covenant, they would decide the ownership of the treasures through a battle will. Soon, Guan someone and several other lords were defeated haphazardly. Their defeat was brutal. Of course, since it was a battle will, winning and losing was all in the game, they could only blame their lack of skills. However, one of the lords, through a special means, saw through this domineering lord's disguise. He was not a man of Taishan. He was a powerful figure from the Ximo Empire. Insignificant weaklings. The treasures should be held by the strong. A stout man, his skin a bronze hue and a white head wrap around his head, stood in the air and overlooked several legions surrounding him. I have no interest in weaklings like you. However, you weaklings should be conscious of your own weakness, and you have somewhat displeased me. Turn into sand. The moment his voice fell, a giant hand composed of gravel, big enough to block out the sun, materialized behind him and smashed towards the startled lords in front of him. Boom! The ground trembled, and yellow sand flew everywhere. Some lords died on the spot, some barely escaped, while others managed to escape by using death substituting or displacement artifacts. The Ximo strongman looked down with little interest. If they were dead, so be it. If they lived, so be it. I must have been exposed by now. But so what? The Ximo legendary figure didn't care at all. The Taishan alliance was already one of the two weakest among the 7 great nations. At this critical stage of the world nearing fusion, could Taishan send someone strong enough to deal with him? In the vast territory of Taishan, he came as he pleased, and left as he wished. Of course, he wouldn't venture into the core area of Taishan, nor would he set foot in the heavy cities of Taishan. There was no need. He lightly pinched the secret treasures and swallowed them down. Feeling the surging power within his body, the Ximo legend grinned, time to move on to the next place. On the Taishan forum, players were full of righteous indignation. They had discovered that behind each battle we'll defeat, there were legends from the other great nations laying in wait. Not only was there a Ximo legend, but there were also strong men from Yongxing and Shenmue. Not every one of these legions necessarily harbored a legend, but even without a legendary presence, each legion's commander had a 4th-order peak strongman under his command. They were more than capable of defeating most of the Taishan lords in a battle will and pocketing the treasure. Damn it! If it's just a 4th-order peak, we could team up against them, but they have legends with them. And, there is definitely more than 1 or 2 of them. They can only suppress their agony. Some complained about the inaction of the Taishan officials, allowing other nations' legions to rampage and plunder treasures in their own territory. But many senior lords understand that the Taishan officials are also overwhelmed. The current focus of the Taishan alliance is to drive out and eradicated hordes of monsters in the area, ensuring a stable merge between 2 realms. Compared to this, the appearance of strong individuals from other countries in the wilderness is a minor issue. But to deal with this minor issue, a great deal of effort must be exerted. Who has spare power to exert? Who is willing to take that risk? Indeed, in this part of Taishan territory, there are too few legendary combat powers to spare, and if a Taishan legend shows up, we can't guarantee that legends from Red Star and Ximo won't join hands. Mu Yuan also frowned deeply. Sophia's crow has found the Ximo legend. This Ximo power seemed not as sharp as the previous Red Star Lord, not noticing the hidden black crow. But what can he do even if he has found the Ximo power? Will he challenge it? Even powerful lords like Lord of Amber City and Lord Yanfan need to rally 1,000-strong trump card legion to confront the legend. If we could make the legends from Red Star and Ximo nations fight each other, it would be delightful. Unfortunately, that's impossible. They are not monsters with limited rationality. Even if 2 strong men from different countries encounter each other, they will likely only explore each other a bit before separating. Fighting to death in such a situation is not realistic. Unless... Oh, found it. I understand. News came from the spiritual link, from General Deadbone. About the monsters. Mu Yuan once considered what would be the result if the serpent deity aggregation and a legend come face to face. He simulated for a while and dared not proclaim that the legend would surely win. But if he were the Ximo legend, why would he need to confront the serpent deity aggregation directly? He could just walk away. The serpent deity aggregation can't keep up, nor would it try. However, the target that General Deadbone found is not the Snake Man. It is a presence that even it dreads, something it has seen before. The Ximo power was leading a legion only used for camouflage, marching in the land of 2 realms. He was not in a hurry at all. He dared to enter the territory of Taishan in search of the treasure of 2 realms, as he has unique probing methods. Yellow sand eyes. With eyes forged of yellow sand, he explored his surroundings, and most of the situations within dozens of kilometers around him could not evade his eyes. Because of this, he saw Taishan people discovering treasures and directly snatched them away. He is no longer pretending to be a lord of Taishan now. And the Taishan players, they are his informants for finding treasures. It's a lot easier to find Taishan legions than to find the treasure of 2 realms. Suddenly, one of the yellow sand eyes mounted on a high mountain moved, capturing the figure of a human. It appeared to be a group of players, with various types of military units such as the Royal Guard, Big Halberdier, Skeleton General, etc. There were also several players, distinctly exhibiting Taishan characteristics. Quickly, quickly, there's a big secret treasure up ahead, seems to be the Lord's heart. I know, stop rushing. Be serious, duo. Our team leader already aware. The eyes of several players were clear and naive, but the yellow sand eyes were too far away to pick up these sorts of details. The XIMO power only saw a group of players rushing directly in a certain direction, appearing very anxious. He was following them. Sure enough, a large-scaled treasure came into view. He couldn't confirm what the treasure was yet, but such a large-sized treasure must be extraordinary. However, the treasure has already been acquired. The possessor appeared to be not a player, but a wisdom monster. It was a few goblins. Goblins, the lowest of the races, naturally you've become monsters. The XIMO legend manifested his army and took it into his mark. The whole person flew up, soaring through the sky, and reached the destination in the blink of an eye. By then, the strong goblin had just taken the treasure out of the space crease. The sun slanted down. The XIMO power, against the light, exuded a domineering, unparalleled aura of the legend. He extended a giant hand made of yellow sand, reaching out for the treasure and intending to obliterate the goblin like an ant. Whoosh! The yellow sand suddenly shattered, pulverized by a single strike of a chain hammer. Underneath the shattered yellow sand, a green figure wearing dilapidated armor, stared at the XIMO legend with blood-red eyes. Its voice was incredibly hoarse. A human's legend. Chapter 284. Ending. The fight has started, yay, the fight has started. 100 kilometers away, Duo Lai was clapping excitedly. This time, Miss Duo put a lot of effort, or rather, suffered a lot of sacrifice. The player teams in front, whether players or troops, were all played by Duo Lai's split bodies after they perfectly mimicked them. Duo Lai's devouring and splitting ability can split almost indefinitely, but the more it splits, the weaker it becomes until it's only at the level of an ordinary slime. Duo Lai's perfect imitation can even replicate the vast majority of individuals whose information it has collected. Imitating the Skeleton General, Royal Guard, and other types of troops is a breeze for it. It can even use the basic skills of these troops. Duo Lai is extremely perfect in transformation and mimicry, without any flaw. However, compared to mimicry and transformation, Duo Lai's acting is quite subpar. It can be easily spotted as fake. Luckily, the yellow sand eyes of the XIMO legend didn't seem to notice the specifics, which saved Duo Lai from being exposed. Afterwards, to increase the realism, all the splitting bodies of General Duo Lai attacked the goblins. And there, they bravely sacrificed themselves. The bodies of the Royal Guard and other troops were hacked in half and smashed to pieces, their deaths were quite gruesome. The bloody scenes, under Duo Lai's perfect mimicry, were displayed without a single flaw. According to Duo Lai, the blood and fragments it mimicked could sustain for at least a few hours before returning to its original gel-like substance. However, Duo Lai also lost dozens of split bodies, which was a huge loss for it. It needs to eat at least 2 big meals, no, at least 3 to recover. At the edge of the sky, a magnificent realm vista stood tall on the boundless land. Mountains were towering, the yellow sand obscured the sky. The collision between the 2 realms seemed to warp the surrounding environment, heaven and earth, and even space. Is this the power of a legend? It's simply terrifying. Yuan had watched the battles of legends in video records, but this was his first time witnessing a fight between legends firsthand. Only by seeing with his own eyes did he understand the true might and intimidation of a legend. It was not just the light and shadow effects seen in the videos. Legends control everything with their realms, they can easily stir the power of heaven and earth, indeed they are quite different than ordinary 5-realm beings. It's like they are gods. At least, for the ordinary realm. Even the most powerful ones at the peak of the leading realm are just bigger grasshoppers in front of a legend. He has never heard of any strong person who managed to defeat a legend at the leading realm stage. Even the Lord of Hanyu City, who is known for his unrivaled martial power, has never achieved such a feat. In the face of such a legendary battle, Yuan could only watch from afar, he dared not venture any closer. He couldn't see the fine details of the fight. Sophia's black crows were also having difficulties. The majority of the black crows were destroyed in the aftermath of the battle. The black crow's sight was affected by energy tide and the scene of the realm. No matter what, I've done what I could. Considering the weak strength of Wotaxuan's players here, causing chaos among the legends is the only chance. However, it's less likely that the Goblin Prince and the Ximo legend will truly fight to the death. Even if they're fighting fiercely, it's very hard for one legend to kill another. The only thing he could do is stir up the water. If one of the legends got seriously injured, well, he shouldn't expect too much. But if he were to wish for a desirable outcome, Mr. Mew would rather it be the Goblin Prince's fall. After all, the Goblin Prince has been lurking around this area for far too long. Thinking about the small chance in the past 1 or 2 months that the exploration teams in the Tianyuan territory could meet the Goblin Prince made him very uneasy. He's too dangerous. It's a sure way to get killed. In theory, the Ximo Empire is one of the 7 great nations. Ximo Empire's warriors are much stronger than ordinary legends, who are only acting as combat power units. But the Goblin Prince, after all, came from a goblin origin. He had been scared away from a fight with a legend of Taishian. Unless something unexpected happens, the battle should end with the victory of the Ximo legend. Boom! The world shook as a rolling sandstorm suddenly shattered. A figure wrapped in the dust flew away at a speed hard to catch with the naked eye. But the next moment, a thunderbolt thicker than a building fell from the sky, as if it was going to shatter the entire world. It fell directly on the yellow figure in mid-air, shattering his sand shield and blasting him deep into the ground. At the end of the sky, behind the dark clouds, a hunched goblin with a thunderbolt-like hair stood in the air. Millions of thunderbolts gathered behind him like a sea. Mountains followed too. Thunderous booms exploded one after another. After a while, the roaring stopped, but the yellow figure didn't appear again. Could it be that the legend of the Ximo Empire fell? Hiss! But this was not impossible. It seemed that from the very beginning of the one-on-one fight, the Ximo warrior was at a disadvantage, showing that the Goblin Prince is not weak in the legendary realm. And the Goblin Prince has another legendary helper. 2 legends, damn it, the danger level of the Shilling Town area has just doubled. He murmured. In another area of the border zone, another legendary battle suddenly broke out. It seemed that the previous legendary battle had tightened the heartstrings of all strong beings. They weren't aware that it was the showdown between the legends of the monster power in the western desert. They could only guess, perhaps a Taishian power had arrived. They thought a Taishian strongman would not show up, but anything can happen. Most likely, something unexpected has happened now. Almost all the incoming foreign powerhouses disguised themselves as Taishian lords, making them even more anxious. Looking at you, a thick-browed, big-eyed lord, are you a Taishian strongman? Sophia's black crow, Dead Bones Undead, and the real-time updates on the Taishian forum all indicate that there have been several major battles in this area. Which also made many optimistic Taishian players realize that there were truly large predators lurking here. And they were foreign predators. If they were not careful, their corpses wouldn't be preserved. Let's be off. The treasure of 2 realms is indeed enticing, but our lives are more important. If we die, we lose everything. Alas, to put it bluntly, we're just not strong enough to stand by and watch these foreign powerhouses fight over treasures in our Taishian territory. It's unavoidable after all. Why else would the area of 2 realms only appear in our Taishian and the neighboring Shenyao? Shenyao next door, is likely facing a similar situation to us. Yuan saw that 2 unidentified foreign legends, after fighting for a few minutes, one of them retreated due to injuries. As expected, it wasn't so easy to decide a death match. The legendary figure who won and obtained the treasure was a giant blue dragon. On the dragon's back stood a young man who might be a lord. He was wearing a dark blue robe, elegant as a scholar. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a bright moon hung high in the sky. Under the moonlight, a silver-white figure approached, stepping on the moon's glow. She was alone, with a sword. The young man on the dragon looked slightly changed. The lord of Hanyu City? No, this is impossible. Compared to that powerhouse, he was just a shrimp, unlikely to warrant a special trip. He was not so capable. Old Taishian powerhouses also saw the figure traversing hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. They recognized this figure. It's the Moon Sword Immortal, from the Lord of Hanyu City. She was the exclusive soldier cultivated by the city lord through talent. Among them, the Moon Sword Immortal was the pinnacle of this soldier system, her position comparable to an epic. In an instant, she arrived, her endless moonlight breaking the sky. With one strike, the King Mu realm of the dragon shattered. With two strikes, the epic dragon bled in the sky. The young man wearing a dark blue robe, protecting the severely injured dragon, stared at the figure under the moonlight. You really dare to attack? The Moon Immortal Sword did not speak, simply gathering the bright moonlight that filled the night sky on her silver sword again. Her attacks were simple and brutal, but unstoppable. The bleeding dragon fell. The young man wearing a dark blue robe, disappeared without a trace, retreating into space in a hurry. The Moon Sword Immortal paused for a moment, her eyes scanning her surroundings. The moonlight was like water, the earth was vast, and people were nowhere to be seen. She frowned. Hey! The guy hiding in the shadows, come out! The sound echoed through the heavens and the earth under a certain power, reverberating in all directions. After a moment, the night was still lonely, without a single echo, only a few stupid monsters making a few roars. What's with this Moon Sword Immortal acting a bit silly? Yuan muttered. Who would come out just because of a few shouts? Those foreign legends must be hiding their tracks even more firmly. Some of the more flamboyant foreign powerhouses must have reined in their wills after witnessing the power of the Moon Sword Immortal. This Moon Sword Immortal really doesn't seem too smart. If he were the Moon Sword Immortal, he would not make such a loud entrance, he would ambush if he could. Of course, the Moon Sword Immortal seemed to be an honest and upright powerhouse, one who disdained hidden tricks. Just like this, the Goblin Prince became like a quail. Looks like it's time for me, Mr. Mu, the best supporter throughout, to take action. Indeed, the Goblin Prince was scared. Just after he killed a legend, Tai Xian sent another one. A powerhouse so strong he didn't even have the courage to resist. Unbearable, absolutely unbearable. But could he hide? He has always been good at keeping his tracks hidden. I've got what I've always wanted, the heart of the nest. It's time to leave. I never planned to stay long. Just as the Goblin Prince thought this, he saw a blue jelly-like creature hopping towards him from afar and then it exploded out of nowhere. The dazzling, brilliant, resplendent light shot up, illuminating the entire night sky. The energy contained in this split body of Duo Li was only at the elite peak level, not too high. Even if it exploded, the power it exerted wasn't particularly high. Thus, the blinding brilliance before the eyes was merely a few light and shadow special effects. Since there was a lack of energy, the special effects were maxed out. The Goblin Prince's complexion changed. In the next instant, the full moon rotated, and his gaze pierced through space. What followed was a sword-shaped moonlight. The sword light crossed hundreds of miles of space, slashing across the sky. The Goblin Prince retreated underground. The small goblin who wielded the power of Thunderbolt bristled its hair. Holding onto the lightning, it attempted to strike the heavens, hoping to shatter the moon. The next moment, it turned into ash, dying even more swiftly than the Aqua Dragon from earlier. At the same time, on the outskirts of the Land of Two Realms, north side, another legendary battle broke out. The person who started the attack was the Tai Xian legend, Sword Saint Tianhe from Panxi City. The one who dares to invade Tai Xian and harm Tai Xian people should be killed. Sword Saint Tianhe followed the Goblin Prince. When he ran into an outside force intruder, he didn't hold back. Invasions of external forces into Tai Xian and plundering treasures and Tai Xian's populace had already happened countless times. Sometimes if they couldn't make a move, it's fine, but if such people are encountered, he must strike down mercilessly. Only then can these intruders be made to act less recklessly. However, aside from the already fallen strongmen of the XIMO, and this legend who was stumbled upon by Sword Saint Tianhe, the rest of the strongmen from various countries concealed themselves and retreated at an extremely fast speed. I've already obtained a lot of magical treasures. This trip is enough for me. Tai Xian is going crazy, the Lord, can't let my noble body get hurt here. They ensured that they remained hidden and thus neither dared to fly nor moved at full speed. Nonetheless, they retreated at an extremely fast speed. After all, they were all high-level lords. Even if they were not legends, they were the very top under the legends. They possessed strong personal strength and deep-seated accumulations, casually taking out some rare tools. With these tools and special abilities, some ran on the ground, some shuttled through space, some changed their physical forms. The lords who retreated the fastest had already ran to the outside of Land of Two Realms by now. How does Mr. Mew know this? He just happened to see it. On the outside of Land of Two Realms, there were still crows acting as his front line at the moment. Therefore, go on, Moonsword Immortal. Many strong men who walked past had the dust of dead bones stuck to their shoes soles. The dust was spread on the path that had to be passed. It was nothing unusual and carried no special properties. It just so happened that it originated from the core bones of Wraith Sacred Mountain. With these bones, the dead bones can roughly locate their position. Those who offend Taishian, even if far away, must be punished. Dead Bones found a team of visitors. According to it, the probability of a hidden legend among these visitors was 99.9999% non-existent. The commander of the army, the Lord, had his complexion changed. He did not see anyone, but he saw a grey sword-shaped burst coming at him like the Stygian river. This was an attack that transcended the leader level. At the same time, on the outskirts of Land of Two Realms or on the intersection outside, there were places where loud explosion sounds were suddenly heard. The sounds broke the silence of the night. It was as if 100,000 soldiers were lying in ambush, waiting for them for a long time. How many strong men and soldiers has Taishian actually sent? This is scientifically impossible. The eyes of the Moonsword Immortal became brighter, and her steps became much lighter. It's not as difficult to find these lurking people. I'm really great. Another legendary battle broke out. The moon hung high in the sky. Mountains and rivers shattered. One by one, the mountains turned to rubble as easily as sandcastles on a beach. There was a dragon's roar, followed by a fall into the abyss. There were strong men who broke through the air and fled while dripping with blood. This night, the earth trembled, and the world was desolate. Yuan wasn't sure about the results of these legendary battles, but he was sure that at least 4 legends of monster power and from other major countries had fallen. This overall result was equivalent to him, the Great Lord, slaying the legends with his sword. Chapter 285, Town Chief's Visit. The next day was bright and sunny with a turquoise sky stretching into infinity. The reflection that once shrouded the Land of Two Realms had already faded the day before. The Land of Two Realms on the edge of the dark forest was no longer expanding. That's a relief. Even though the expansion of the Land of Two Realms could produce more magic treasures from Two Realms, Yuan preferred that fewer of these lands came into existence, which would stabilize the situation. That's what he thought. The top brass of the Taishian alliance were also hoping for stability to peacefully pass the final stage of incorporation. Despite the fact most of the time, changes in circumstances and unexpected events don't usually align with human will. The battle ended last night, and legendary figures like the Moonsword Immortal and Sword Saint Tianhe had already left without a trace. The entire Land of Two Realms had now become much quieter. Yuan didn't immediately depart, and many other players and lords stayed on to explore at the border area too, but with little success. Presumably, most of the magic treasures were seized by powerful foreigners and used on the spot. After all, among the lords from Yongxing, Ximo, Shenmu and other countries, several were legendary characters. The foundations of these countries were much stronger than those of Taishian. These lords may possess some means to find magic treasures. Just because the Taishian alliance doesn't have them doesn't mean these great nations don't. Last night, even though Moonsword Immortal and Sword Saint Tianhe killed at least 2 to 3 legendary figures, in reality, most of the foreign lords had withdrawn. After all, legends like Lord Ximo who go solo are in the minority. Usually, under one legendary lord, there are other legendary strongmen. Of course, Lord Ximo could also count as a relatively green hand in the legendary realm. Take, for instance, the lord assumed to be from the Shenmu dynasty. Both he and the giant dragon he rode upon were legendary. However, this was merely the power he chose to display. Such lords would typically leave 1 or 2 legendary figures to protect their own territory. After all, territories are fundamental. If the generals were smarter, more discerning, and decisive, the lords wouldn't need to lead expeditions personally. It's just like when Yuan doesn't feel comfortable letting Jun or Yu to lead the team on their own. Last night, the Moonsword Immortal didn't achieve much because she was blocked. The Moonsword Immortal killed the legendary giant dragon with 3 swords, and then the goblin who wielded the thunderbolt. Her might appeared to not even be on the same level as other legends. But there was one lord from Yongxing who was equally powerful. It was the lord of Yongxing Mu Yuan had initially noticed, who did not hide his appearance and was incredibly extravagant. He wasn't arrogant, he was just daring due to his high artistic skills. Last night, there seemed to be 3 legendary figures in the Lord of Yongxing's team who easily blocked the Moon Sword Immortal's onslaught and gracefully departed. Mu Yuan was grateful that he hadn't foolishly tangled with this Lord of Yongxing. Otherwise, Duo Lai and the others would most likely have been annihilated. It was too risky. It was like he had brushed past danger. He had come close to death. When venturing out, one indeed must learn how to preserve their life. Lord Shepherd lingered in the Land of Two Realms for another 3 days. During this time, he found some minor magic treasures which allowed Hong Yi and the Rakshasas to level up. Then he had them return to the Tianyuan territory, replacing them with Ilo and Lu Lu. He also entrusted Duo Lai to transport an upgrade magic treasure and a field secret treasure to Shilling Town for 17 to try. His aim was to distribute benefits evenly. Through all this, the highest-ranking officers in the Tianyuan Legion had leveled up at least 2 or 3 grades. In particular, Deadbone and Duo Lai had both achieved the 4th order peak and were clambering towards the 4th order limit, trying to completely maximize their potential. On the 3rd day, the magic treasures that could be found by the Tianyuan Legion had become incredibly limited. They only found a mere 2 in a whole day. One of them was an upgrade magic treasure, but it could only enhance by half a level, not even reaching 1 unit. Clearly, the magic treasures of the 2 realms were dwindling with the passage of time. Some undiscovered treasures had probably completely vanished as the spatial rifts healed. At this stage, it became meaningless to continue searching. There was no need to waste the time of Duo Lai and his subordinates on this. Even during times of peace, Duo Lai could spend time training, practicing, and eating. 1 extra day spent wandering in the wild meant another day's delay in Duo Lai's breakthrough to legendary status. Sophia also returned to Langxing. Mu Yuan was planning for Sophia to establish an intelligence department, but he decided to discuss it after Langxing's full merger. For now, he instructed Sophia to handle her current affairs in Langxing. In these Langxing affairs, Sophia was more adept than Daisy, who lacked experience. This time, Mu Yuan transferred Daisy to Shilling Town. This time, she wasn't leading a trade caravan between the 2 places but instead was temporarily staying in the town to purchase some special resources. These resources were the corpse of high-order monsters. These were high-grade supplements prepared by Mu Yuan for Duo Lai. Climbing from the 4th order peak to the 4th order limit was a process that required time. However, General Duo Lai could significantly shorten the time needed with her devouring ability. It was just a bit costly. What could the Great Lord do? Of course, he'd feed Duo Lai. He wasn't short on money for now, having just earned a fortune from Mother Nature's endowment. Purchasing high-order monster corpses wasn't suitable in Langxing, but it was ideal in Shilling Town, which had just emerged from the chaos of the Red Fog disaster moon. If it were not for his lack of manpower in Xingrong Town and Luoquan Town, neighboring his Tianyuan territory, he would want to purchase things in several crucial towns simultaneously. Dan's Hiling Town should be enough, after all, Duo Lai is not picky, as long as they are high-order monsters. Mu Yuan led his main force back to his loyal Tianyuan town. General Deadbone was still not back. Stubbornly, he insisted on sweeping the rear, plugging the gaps, and clearing the traces. He spent a full 2 days cleaning and checking before finally returning to his territory, focusing on his cultivation. As always, the Tianyuan territory was peaceful and harmonious. The guard soldiers patrolled the streets and stood upright on the city walls. The main force of the exploration army was also in a period of confined cultivation. This is because Mu Yuan has reduced their exploration tasks. Not reduced, almost cancelled. He left some elites to patrol with the Battle Falcon army, preventing anyone from taking advantage. Other than this, he had suspended his exploration of the wilderness area. It's not very safe at this time. With the Goblin Prince wandering around, he was constantly entering and exiting as a foreign legend. This wilderness was fraught with hidden dangers. The more roads one traveled, the more likely it was to encounter one. Even if Taishan scored a victory in the Land of Two Realms, creating a deterrent effect, they could not entirely prevent those foreign powerhouses from wandering around Taishan's periphery. Wait a bit longer. Once Langxing has fully merged, the situation will stabilize. At this stage, be more patient. And this is a good opportunity to convert the money and resources at hand into strength to accompany oneself. Thinking of this, Lord Shepherd started his immersive cultivation. Nowadays, he is also a fourth-order strongman, and should aim for the legendary rank. The red fog disaster moon had passed, ushering in a season of growth for all things. Trade between territories is becoming more and more frequent. In the red fog disaster moon, 4 out of 7 territories around us were gone. Terrible, just terrible. A caravan of dozens of people momentarily stopped outside a territory that had become ruins. Lord Zhou sighed as he looked at the ruins before him. In some ways, fewer territories in the surrounding areas means less competition and more resources to be earned. But Lord Zhou didn't find it funny, just sadness like mourning one's own plight when the neighbor's house is on fire. During the most intense phase of the previous red fog disaster moon, he almost didn't make it. If he didn't make it, could there be a desert in the territories of Shilling area? Stop worrying so much. The main reason why this red fog disaster moon was so dangerous is that this batch of lords had too little time to develop and build. The next red fog disaster moon won't strike for 1 or 2 years. By then, my red leaf territory will surely have sufficient self-defense forces. His future is still promising. He can't be scared by the disaster, as a lord he must be confident. The caravan continued on its way, heading for the strongest territory in the vicinity, located to the east of the swamp. The territory of Lord Mu Yuan. He had been there before and had seen the strength and prosperity of Lord Mu's house. He didn't have any standout goods. However, he could bring some local specialties from his territory as gifts and take the opportunity to strengthen relationships. After all, it's a strong neighbor, having a good relationship is always right. If he encounters a powerful monster force that's hard to deal with in the future, he can ask for help. Even if he needs to pay for help, it is simpler, faster and possibly cheaper to ask a nearby lord for help than to hire an army from Shilling Town or even Panchi City. Thinking about that, Lord Zhou was gradually entering the target area. After the red fog disaster moon, it was indeed much easier to travel in the wild, and they had only encountered one elite monster on the way. It was just a wandering monster. When he reached the eastern part of the swamp, he hardly saw even a hair of a monster. The entire journey was shockingly clean. Once he got out of the swamp, he could see some trampled dirt roads along the way, and the trees were also much sparser. There was a magnificent city wall appearing at the end of the line of sight, like a black dragon lying on the ground. Outside the city wall, there were patches of land under cultivation. Even though it was outside the protection of the towering city wall. The red fog disaster moon event and monster attack had just finished. However, the farmers cultivating the land did not seem to show much worry or fear on their faces. They toiled and sweated, yet smiles appeared on their faces. Ahead of them stood arrow towers, and elite soldiers clad in full armor patrolled back and forth. Indeed, it's a supreme sense of security. Lord Zhou was overflowing with envy. A formidable figure, who likely was a junior commander, led a dozen elite soldiers toward them. Zhou greeted him, stating his purpose and identity. "So, you're Lord Zhou. Please, come with me." The one speaking was one of the 3 vampires who entered the territory with Serio. The current Count Vampire, Rob. In the Tianyuan territories, he barely qualified as a junior commander. Although he was undead, since he was clever and was attached to the defensive troops, he was assigned to patrol and guard outside the South City Gate. This was the safest area among the 4 gates of the city, but it was also the most likely to encounter visitors. So, currently, Rob was entrusted with the duty of receiving guests. After getting roughed up by the strong players of the territory, the 3 vampires lost their initial arrogance. They gradually matured and began to contribute to the Tianyuan territory. Zhou simply felt that this strongman was different from those he had met before. He keenly noticed that the commander named Rob was indeed more powerful than him. And Rob belonged to the line of Tianyuan, he wasn't an externally hired player. It seemed that Lord Mu had more than 1 or 2 of these close associates. The gap, it really was too big. Thinking of this, he could only feel envious. He escorted the merchants towards the city gate, chatting with General Rob along the way. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Another merchant party? No, wait, it seemed different. If it was a merchant party, then its configuration was too luxurious. A squad of at least 20 Imperial Guards marched up front to clear the path. Looking back, you could vaguely see rare troops like big halberdiers, mages, knights and so on. In the middle of the procession were 2 rune vehicles reaching 7 to 8 meters long. The vehicles hovered half a meter above the ground, pulled by several puppet war horses. He vaguely recognized this as a type of cargo vehicle. It also seemed like a merchant party. Certainly, some merchant parties were grandly equipped and didn't just use rock beasts for simple transportation. He had seen such high-grade merchant parties in Shilling Town. Seeing them in Shilling Town was quite reasonable, but encountering such a convoy in the outlying and remote territories of the Tai-Shan alliance was highly unusual. At the forefront, young man wearing a blue robe. He looked young, probably not over 30, but he exuded an imposing aura as if he usually held a high position. This man, coincidentally, was familiar to Lord Zhou Yat. Among the lords and players living around Shilling Town, who didn't know this person? The town chief of Shilling Town, the official lord who governs the surrounding territories, Mayor Kui Long. There are quite a few official lords, but Mayor Kui is one of the core officials among them. Although the territory governed by Mayor Kui Long is still a level 4 town, Mayor Kui is very young. Shilling Town has only been established for 3 to 4 years. It is said that within half a year, Shilling Town will be promoted to Shilling City. How could Mayor Kui Long, a lord with high position and great prospects, appear here? Upon seeing Mayor Kui arrive, Zhou Ye couldn't turn a blind eye. He stopped at the roadside to wait. General Rob naturally welcomed Mayor Kui. Zhou Ye also took this opportunity to remind Mayor Kui of his existence by striking up a conversation. "It's you, young Zhou. I remember you." Red Leaf Territory is a pioneer territory in his jurisdiction, so naturally, Kui Long remembered Lord Zhou Yat. With his words, Zhou Yi's smile brightened even more. "What brings you here?" Chapter 286. Gift. A large and a small team both headed towards the South City Gate. Along the way, Lord Zhou Ye frequently glanced to one side, curious about the visit of Mayor Kui. But if the other party didn't speak, it would be inappropriate to ask. Zhou Ye could only continually guess in his mind, unable to suppress his curiosity. With Mayor Kui Long's status, he didn't need to run a commercial guild at all. The daily income of Shilling Town alone was an astronomical figure. Even if most of this income was to be allocated to the official association, the remaining half would still make Mayor Kui Long wealthier than most city lord-level lords. This is the status of the lord of a central town. Every official lord dreams of obtaining the position of frontline heavy town manager. Unfortunately, only a very few can ascend to that position. Mayor Kui Long was one of them. Retreating a step, even if Mayor Kui Long founded a commercial guild himself, he wouldn't need to lead the team personally given his status. It was clear that Mayor Kui had come for a particular reason. It seemed he brought quite a bit of stuff too. What was his motive? Could it be that Lord Mu has a grand background, being a relative of a big shot? This was the only explanation Lord Zhou Ye could think of. A normal second-generation lord wouldn't need Mayor Kui to court him. But even if he were the top second generation, it would make little sense for Mayor Kui to pay a personal visit, right? Kui Long indeed had no need to curry favor with so-called second generations. He was backed by Tai-Shan officials and was a core member within the official department. Comparatively, his conditions and channels for obtaining treasures were no worse than those of top second generations. He was simply not as free as an independent lord, with many eyes watching, and needing to manage a multitude of tasks every day. But Tianyuan territory was within the region of Shilling Town. Previously, during the Red Fog disaster defense, they owed the victory which resulted in the perfect kill of the perfect appearance of the fallen god's servant to General 17. Out of gratitude and obligation, he, as the manager of Shilling Town, had to visit and express his appreciation. Oh, and it's not just about that matter. Even earlier, during the battle against the Nest of Filth, several mysterious strongmen were presumably from Lord Tianyuan's side. He owed them 2 favors. So even if Mayor Kui Long was extremely busy, supervising post-disaster reconstruction and security patrols in the Shilling Town region, he still set aside many tasks, personally led some of his direct troops, and headed towards Tianyuan. In this, he also had a bit of personal interest. He could have a temporary vacation, get a glimpse of the appearance of Tianyuan territory, and express his sincere gratitude. This was a 3-way win. As for the legendary Tianyuan territory, Kui Long dared to say that from ordinary players to the Great Lord, not a single one was not curious. This stemmed from Tianyuan territory's continuous miracles. It also stemmed from Tianyuan territory's mystique. And this mysterious territory was located within his Shilling Town region. He seemed to be lifting some of its veils. Outside the towering city walls, the territory's citizens were cultivating farmland and transporting supplies. Many of the citizens were robust and vigorous, with exceedingly good spiritual looks. Passing through the city gate, the orderly and tidy buildings lined side by side on both sides of the wide and straight streets. Naturally, it was far less prosperous here than in Shilling Town, as this was an independent territory, not even a pioneer territory. Non-pioneer territories lacked players residing and consuming here, and the town was naturally difficult to prosper. Many old lords, who had managed their territories painstakingly for years, even decades, resembled the castles and towns of ancient times, desolate, deserted, with a foul smell. Even many small city-level territories only appeared modern and miraculous at their core areas. This outer city area of Tianyuan territory, of course, couldn't possibly be filled with modern high-rise buildings or refined buildings enveloped in brilliant light. Yet, the external appearance of the buildings was far from crude or simple. It was clear that what Lord Tianyuan wanted to build were not just simple huts or wooden houses that sheltered against the wind and rain, but brand new ancient buildings. These ordinary buildings intended for the use of the territory's citizens, in terms of appearance, specifications, and materials, seemed to be no less than his Shilling Town. Know this, Shilling Town as a frontline heavy town, is itself financially robust. The welfare treatment given to the citizens is also top-notch. There were hardly any town or city-level territories that could compare. Tianyuan Town seemed able to compare. Of course, Lord Tianyuan was indeed a lord who constantly created miracles. It seemed quite logical he had the ability to build his own territory to be more orderly, cleaner. On both sides of the street, there were also some small vendors selling their wares, and a few tea houses and inns of not so large scale could be seen. This was not comparable to the bustling big cities, but it had nothing to do with desolation or coldness anymore. From this perspective, while Lord Tianyuan held great power, he was not indulging in military aggression. His entire territory was developing in a balanced, steady manner. And balance means sustainability. Mayor Kui nodded, while not far away, Lord Zhou mouth was slightly agape. When I came here before, wasn't this area still quite desolate? At that time, the main road and the under-construction city wall had just begun to take shape. Crossing over the line of the city wall, both sides of the road were bare. Only after walking for a while could sporadic buildings be seen. But now, not only were the buildings neatly arranged, but they were also cultivating land and constructing buildings outside the city. How long had this been? They surely couldn't have been constructing during the Red Fog disaster month, when everyone was struggling to fend off monster waves, right? He guessed correctly. Engulfed in the red fog, the swelling waves of moontide monsters roared ceaselessly. Every now and then, a monster would rush towards the outer walls of the city. The metallic clashing of sword and gun, along with the booming of artillery, echoed without end. But what business did the battles of the army have with ordinary territorial citizens? The ordinary territorial citizens were undoubtedly frightened at first, but they soon discovered that the monsters were fierce in name only and could not breach the city walls. No, the vast majority of the monsters were slain by the powerful and reliable defenders before they could even reach the walls. Even those flying monsters or monstrous beasts of great size didn't last more than 2 seconds. This situation even gave many territorial citizens an idea to enlist. However, there were no recruitment points in the Tianyuan territory. Only a few with exceptional talents could join the defensive troops. Following Captain Luo Rob, the team headed towards the reception area. The reception area was only a few dozen meters away from the central square and had never welcomed any visiting players. At the end of the road, a figure, clad in black heavy armor and as tall and robust as a tower, walked towards them from afar. His aura was as steady and profound as a mountain range. His helmetless eyes were radiant, emanating strands of golden divine light. Could this be the external manifestation of the light of Will condensed to a certain degree? Mayor Kui long wondered. Upon his arrival, Liu Lu saluted and said, "The Lord is currently away and will need some time to return. He has specially commanded me to entertain you all." Zhou Ye didn't recognize this burly man in black armor but saw the one who had brought them here earlier, the general, saluting respectfully. So, this man was the real top commander under Lord Mu? Was the one from before a lower-ranking general? Upon hearing Liu Liu's introduction, Mayor Kui showed a look of surprise but also of understanding. "So it's General Liu, I've long heard of your reputation." Zhou Ye. "That's not right. Brother Mu has only been a lord for a little over half a year, and the battles his generals have fought might not be many. How could their names have been known for a long time?" He himself didn't recognize him. Is this the real skill of those who have climbed to high positions in the officials' division? However, Mayor Kui's respect for this General Lu seemed a bit genuine. Mayor Kui Long's long-heard reputation was not a statement made out of politeness. He had suspicions before he arrived, and after seeing several clues in front of Lu Lu, they all connected together. His guess was confirmed. General Lu Lu was the prominent warrior who had made it onto the Dragon Gate list and had a reputable name within the Taishan alliance. Giant spirit god Lu Lu. Even though he was a lord, while Lu Lu was but a general, however. At higher circles, the difference in status between a lord and a general was not that big. Sometimes, a lord had to treat his high-ranking, high-potential generals as precious as a gem. Generals representing powerful lords were guests of high regard wherever they went. Like the great general demonic flame Wang Qi, he conversed equally with veteran lords such as Kuang Dao. And giant spirit god Lu Lu, his strength was higher than that of demonic flame Wang Qi. Perhaps, in a year or two, this General Lu Lu would become a legend. Just like the relationship between Sword Saint Tianhe and Lord Pan Shi. The Moon Sword Immortal and the Lord of Hanyu City. There would also be an epic tale between General Lu Lu and Lord Tianyuan in the future. His future was promising. With such a powerful figure from the Dragon Gate list personally receiving them, how could Mayor Kui not feel satisfied? Afterward, Lord Zhou Ye stayed temporarily in the reception building, entertained by Captain Luo Rob. Mayor Kui, under the guidance of Lu Lu, took a brief tour of the southern district of the Tianyuan territory. Meanwhile, in the expansive field of the warrior arena, Mr. Mu was standing firm. He hadn't gone far, but he was at a key point in his cultivation, thus he couldn't leave. He was building his own system. The Lord held an edge over the soldier types. He could borrow strength from his own followers and make use of a variety of skills at any time. But this freeloading of the Lord's power had its drawbacks. What was borrowed was ultimately not his own. When borrowing normal skills or advanced skills, the difference between what was borrowed and what was his was not significant. Borrowing 80% of the power, coupled with the strength of the Lord himself, might even show a higher upper limit of power than his own soldiers. However, unleashing the greater effects of epic skills or special talents was impossible by merely relying on temporary borrowing. Like Yuan's physical shackles, Yuan could borrow them, but without the preliminary shackles to train. Once he incorporated it into his own template, the duration would be short, the side effects would be huge, and the gain wouldn't be worth the loss. Like the management skills of Dead Bone and Hong Yi, he could only borrow a knockoff version, equivalent to the projection of 80% of the power, and since he didn't build the Holy Mountain, or the Ghost Market himself, of course, the use wouldn't be as smooth as his own. When the territory advances to the 5th level, the Lord's power can undergo a transformation. At that time, not only can the power of the Lord be borrowed to enhance the army, but some borrowed abilities can also be consolidated. This is the fundamental point for the maturing of the Lord's system. But power wasn't such a non-flexible thing. It was a long way from the Tianyuan territory advancing to level 5, and there were limits and insufficiencies in the Lord's power when it came to borrowing epic skills. Since that's the case, he wouldn't wait for the update of the Lord's power anymore. Why couldn't he forge his own path? Behind Yuan, an illusionary mirage-like projection appeared. At first glance, the projection resembled the Wraith Sacred Mountain, and also the Underworld Ghost Market, with a brilliant galaxy hanging high, but these characteristics gradually blurred, bit by bit, transforming towards the direction he desired. This transformation, once he lost the template power of Dead Bone, Hong Yi, and Ilo, would shatter like a flower in a mirror or a moon on the water. It was merely an illusion. Unless formless realm power spread out, merging seamlessly with the mirage. Any powerful being present would realize that this realm had reached its limit under the legendary realm. Although the limit was reached only after he swallowed a field secret treasure, the establishment of the realm was through Mr. Mu's own talents and efforts. He had already pioneered a field. However, he simply hadn't had much chance to use it. This was normal. If Lord Mu needed to unleash his full power, wouldn't that imply that the situation had become extremely critical? After a moment, most of the Lord's power was exhausted. Yuan's unique skill creation also advanced to 0.1%. Although 0.1% was small, it was indeed a big leap from 0 to 1. The next time he cultivates, he wouldn't need to grope like a blind man touching an elephant. Instead, he would just need to push through along this path. Well, a guest has come from afar, it's improper to continue cultivating. Lord Mu tidied up his clothes, and then together with Duo Lai and Ilo, walked towards the hospitality building. He didn't have to trouble himself with Lord Zhou Ye seeing the visitor. Just showing his face and having a polite conversation as the Lord would suffice. But since the visitor was Mayor Kui Long and he was aware of his identity as Tian Yuan, certainly he could not afford to be disrespectful. In the eyes of outsiders, the blue-haired lass Duo Lai was a hero who made her name in festival grounds, and, together with Hero Ilo, considered the left and right arms of Lord Tian Yuan. They were also known to outsiders as the two generals of Tian Yuan. Insiders like Kui Long probably suspected that there were also unrivaled fierce generals like One-Punch Martial Madness Yuta and Giant Spirit God Liu Lu under Lord Tian Yuan. As for what Dead Bone? Who is he? Does the Lord Tian Yuan have such a powerful one? Dead Bone never revealed itself to the outside world, which was exactly its expectation. Thus, to show his appreciation, Mu Yuan even brought Miss Duo over as a lucky mascot during their conversation. In the meeting room, he met Mayor Kui Long. After exchanging pleasantries, thanks to the assistance of Lord Tian Yuan, the Shilling town was able to safely get through the catastrophe caused by the Red Moon. I've always wanted to express my gratitude. It's all thanks to Lord Taishian, it's our duty to help each other out. If Shilling town hadn't resisted the biggest pressure, we, the lords, wouldn't have been able to easily ward off the tide of monsters. Seeing Mu Yuan being humble, Kui Long smiled even more genuinely. It's not that Kui Long would react differently if Tian Yuan wasn't humble, he would still express gratitude and offer thanks, but if there's a choice, of course, he'd prefer face a kind lord. Over the years, he had seen some arrogant second-generation lords, or those super rookies who looked down on everything once they awakened top-notch talents. It's not that they weren't exceptional, they were, probably average at best. Lord Tian Yuan, however, was beyond good, he was a rare genius lord in Taishian history. And yet, he remained humble. This might be the reason why Lord Tian Yuan was able to make his way up to today. I heard that Guang Yuan Business Association is purchasing high-order monster corpses. Over these years, our Shilling town has also accumulated some high-order corpses. Saying this, the two went outside the hospitality building to the place where the vehicles were parked. The most noticeable among them were the two rune vehicles of Mayor Kui Long. Mayor Kui Long opened one of them. With spacious space folded inside the vehicle, the remnants of a huge creature could be vaguely seen. Even if it was just a remnant, fierce, dreadful, and revered aura rolled out, making the lower-ranked one shiver. This was the suppression coming from the life level. This is... Duo La's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but shed tears at the corners of her mouth. She was sure that it was the smell of an epic-level ingredient. She longed to taste it. Chapter 287, Lord of Frost, Snow Country Fortress. Beneath the reception building, a transportation vehicle resembled a gigantic coffin, as its top swung open like a portal to either side, a vast and terrifying aura spilled out. An icy chill also burst forth from within. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding vehicles and buildings were adorned with flecks of frost. Not far off, several stone beast service beasts, devoid of intelligence, nearly keeled over and fainted. And yet, this was merely the influence of a faint aura emanating from a corpse that had died many years ago and was even incomplete. Duo Lai wiped the corner of its mouth. Although it craved the feast, it managed to restrain the foodie soul within, its eyes alternating between staring at the epic ingredients and glancing towards its own lord. Mu Yuan looked over. The space solidified by a special carrier was roughly the size of a basketball court, but it barely accommodated the remains inside. To be precise, it accommodated the remains that had been cut into several segments. One could vaguely make out that it was a four-legged behemoth whose body seemed to be composed of ice crystals, yet its massive head was nowhere to be seen. Is this the remains of an epic life, the polar crystal beast? Not only that, but it wasn't an epic life in its juvenile or growth phase. It was a fully matured, powerful epic. Simply put, it was the carcass of a legendary monster. Epic lives of the same stature, all legendary, naturally contain nutritional values far greater than those of non-legendary ingredients. This represents a grand feast and a substantial nutritional boon. According to Mayor Kui, this ingredient, the carcass of this legendary monster, was obtained over half a year ago. At that time, some strong members of the pioneer group stayed in Shilling town, using it as a temporary headquarters and resupply point to sweep and exterminate the powerful monsters deep in the wilderness that threatened the Taishian alliance. The extreme cold crystal beast, an epic life of the legendary realm, was one of them. The pioneer group expended a great deal of effort and even lost some elites to hunt and slay this terrifying monster. Experiences like this had occurred several times over Mayor Kui's career as a lord. As the manager of an official stronghold, he was frequently called upon to entertain passing powerhouses and had assisted strong members of the pioneer groups multiple times in hunting and exterminating powerful monsters, gaining considerable benefits in the process. This was one of the implicit perks of managing an official stronghold. Mayor Kui Long had personally seen the carcasses of legendary monsters numbering into the double digits. At the time, the lord of the pioneer group took away the beast's head and claws, leaving us with a body that we could hardly make use of. If these materials can be put to good use in Lord Mu's hands and transformed into tangible power, it would be a welcomed blessing for us in Taishan. Lord Mu, please don't refuse. Mayor Kui said. Indeed. Just as with legendary monsters, the value of their bodies naturally varies widely. Beings like the giant dragon are treasures all over, and even a sub-par dragon that hadn't entered the legendary realm, once flayed and stripped, could still yield numerous high-value materials. Of course, the remains of dragons like the bone dragon or frost giant dragon are somewhat less valuable. Like a few days ago, after the Moonsword Immortal had slain the greenwood giant dragon, they had thoroughly cleaned up the battlefield, barely leaving behind a drop of dragon blood. Mu Yuan had wanted to take Duo Lai to lick the carcass clean, but he didn't even find a hair. Compared to giant dragons, the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast is much less valuable, but as an epic life, its worth far surpasses that of some green skins. It was a precious gift. Beyond the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast, another rune transport vehicle contained over a dozen elite-grade monster ingredients. Although there weren't any earth rock dragons with exceedingly high nutritional value, there were still types like the berserk wild bull and shadow-chasing demon fox, which were no less nourishing. This, too, was a generous gift. Mu Yuan pondered, these materials are indeed of great use to Tianyuan territory. Since that's the case, I will accept them. He did not decline. Duo Lai beside him could hardly contain its drool. Mu Yuan was not particularly fond of receiving gifts, but sometimes reciprocity was necessary. In both campaigns, the eradication of the nest of filth and the defense of Shilling Town, his Tianyuan territory had indeed exerted a great effort and clinched victory. Accepting these gifts was appropriate. Of course, both the campaign against the nest of filth and the support for Shilling Town were actually for his own benefit. He knew what Mayor Kui Long wanted during critical moments. The mayor hoped to summon powerful reinforcements. This was something Kui Long might not have spoken of, but Mu Yuan would do it anyway. Moreover, the materials, in the hands of other lords, could only exert medium value, but in his own hands, in Duo Lai's mouth, they could be converted into revered powers, staying by his side forever. Had these not been gifts from Mayor Kui, it would have been difficult and time-consuming for him to acquire so many high-order ingredients. Epic ingredients, surpassing rare commodities, were also highly unlikely to be available for purchase in the short term. Mayor Kui lingered in Shilling Town for half a day before leaving with a smile. The legendary Tianyuan territory was right near his own domain. What kind of chosen fortune was this? With such an emerging powerhouse nearby, would he, Kui Long, ever lack achievements? He was set to become the most dazzling rising star among the official lords. Once the integration with Langxing concludes, I can proceed to upgrade Shilling Town to Shilling City. Not long after Mayor Kui departed, Lord Zhou Ye also took his leave. After all, he was a lord, and his territory was still eagerly developing. It wasn't suitable to remain outside for too long. Otherwise, he would have had to find another way to strengthen relations with Lord Mu. Before his visit, he had thought of revising the proposal for a small regional alliance. Of course, this time, he planned to offer the position of the alliance leader to Lord Mu. Unfortunately, from the few probing sentences he tried, Lord Mu had no intention of forming an alliance, even if he himself were to become its leader. After all, he's a man whom Mayor Kui holds in high regard, his stature is too lofty, he thought. No matter how you look at it, having a strong territory nearby is far more of a benefit than a disadvantage. What really piques one's curiosity is just how strong the generals under Lord Mu's command are. Lord Zhou Ye mused to himself. Today, as he visited the territory and passed by a training field self-built by the locals, he witnessed the power displayed by General Luobo, which was at least 2 notches above the strongest general in his own domain. Then what about General Liu Lu, whom even General Luobo greatly respects? He is probably a third-order warlord-level powerhouse. Once we get more familiar, I must find an opportunity for my generals to spar with the likes of strong individuals such as Luobo and General Liu. It would also help my own generals to improve, he thought, glancing at his two moderately intelligent generals beside him. As soon as the visitor left, Duo Lai couldn't wait to rub its little hands together. Wow! All these ingredients are fabulous. It turned to Mu Yuan, hey, how about we have a culinary feast tonight? Duo Lai always thought of the others, never considering enjoying these goods alone. Of course, while the other generals would mainly sample the dishes, Duo Lai's intention was to absorb all of the ingredients to build another tower of ascension upon its own peak of evolutionary stage. Devouring, this super talent, would not only help General Duo Lai reach the pinnacle of perfection more rapidly but would also continue to extend its maximum limit. Like reaping what you sow, devouring is theoretically a talent without limits, a bug-level gift. Of course, since Duo Lai is already at Epic 2 stars life, devouring excellence grade ingredients will only offer slight increases to its limit. It won't be significant, but devouring epic ingredients would greatly increase the limit, extensively excavate potential, and even awaken some more advanced talents and skills. Such epic material, which might uncover only 10-20% of its value in others' hands, would not go to waste even by 1% if eaten by Duo Lai. But before Duo Lai devoured it, the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast had other uses. To the northwest of Tianyuan territory, Mu Yuan and Duo Lai stepped into this place. As soon as they crossed the boundary of white ground, it was as if they entered the power of winter. Snowflakes fluttered, and the bitter cold cut to the bone, with the whole world appearing snow-white except for a few colored specks here and there. A blue shadow arrived leisurely. "Good day, respected lord." An ethereal voice sounded from a slender and delicate, dragon's shadow. "It's the water mirror dragon, Daifu." Looking back, it once possessed the innate pride of the giant dragon kind, but now it could only say, "Ah, praise the Lord is the greatest." It had witnessed the process of Yuda, the dragon power strongman from next door, getting thrashed by Serio to thrashing Serio. It is said that nowadays, Yuda is among the few strongest in the entire territory. All of this, of course, is thanks to the Lord's great force. Of course, no matter how powerful Yuda became, it remained but a brutish thug, whereas if it were to evolve, it would surely become more beautiful and elegant. Mu Yuan stroked the scales of the water mirror dragon. The scales shimmered in the sunlight, just like the blue dragon, which was full of zeal at the moment. The water mirror dragon hadn't taken part in many battles, but that didn't mean its contribution was low. There are many places in Tianyuan territory where one can shine and contribute. For example, half a month ago, it helped Ilo develop a large-scale magic suited to Tianyuan territory. 1000 Prism Large Reflection. This techniques replaced the previously fixed defensive large-scale magic in the magic furnace. Later on, Ilo used this as a foundation to develop some city defense components. The latter is still not quite mature, and Ilo and Daifu are researching it. Daifu's skills and talents are mostly in spell defense. In certain strategic uses, she is unique. It's a pity that she is just a dragon. However, it's not entirely without a solution, as Lord Shepherd has a shallow understanding of Evo power but has vaguely found out that Evo power evolves with the advancement of oneself and the territory. Now, it's been a long time since the last evolution of Evo power. The next evolution is probably not far off. Moving forward, snow girls can be seen shuttling between the ice and snow, tending to precious materials specially grown in the icy environment. In the distance where the snow is even more ferocious, some snow girls seem to be engaged in heated construction work. Building fortresses of snow. At the end of the ice spirit cold pool region, next to the towering city walls, stand two magnificent and tall white fortresses. If a warlord at the legendary realm were present, they would notice that the roots of heaven and earth and the elemental particles are converging on these two fortresses like a water flow from all directions. The fortresses of snow are being built up bit by bit and strengthened little by little. Because these fortresses are not ordinary buildings, nor are they miracle buildings, but skills. As the surge of the particles of heaven and earth comes to a halt, the gates of the two large fortresses open and women in plain white dresses, surrounded by snowflakes, emerge from within the castles. Their complexions are very white, not pale, but more like the white of a dead person. After all, they are not human. They are elemental beings, born through the evolution and transformation of ice spirits, epic elemental life. Qing Shuang Han Chuang. Rank, Lord of Frost, epic 1 star. Talents, Power of Winter, Ice Cold Heart. Level, 3rd order 1st level. Skills, Ice Spikes, Ice Storm, Cold Tide Funeral, Ice and Snow World, Snow Country Fortress. Artistic conception, initial stage. Both of them ascended to epic life only recently and, after ascending, made a breakthrough to the Third Order Warlord level. Around the officers, they are not very outstanding, with about the same standard as Bone 2 and Bone 3. Of course, these two Lords of Frost have less experience, and it's not impossible for them in the future to reach the levels of 17 and Lu. They are the designated commanders of the 4th Main Force, the Ice and Snow Army. This army is not yet useful, and the same goes for Qingxuang and Hanshuang, but only by carefully nurturing them can they one day become one of the pillars of Tianyuan territory. Qingxuang and Hanshuang aren't particularly special, but their awakened epic skills are very interesting to Mu Yuan. Snow Country Fortress, Epic Skill. Description: with the authority of the Lord of Frost, harness the power of ice and snow to build an unyielding eternal fortress. The Snow Country Fortress can root itself in the veins of heaven and earth, drawing and solidifying building materials from the ice elemental particles of heaven and earth, and can also transform the power of heaven and earth into special attacks to combat formidable enemies. Meanwhile, a Snow Country Fortress is like a special structure that incorporates defense, attack, and even mobility. And it has the potential to grow. This is a management skill, but unlike the Wraith Sacred Mountain. Essentially, the Skeleton Lord still focuses on enlarging the Death Remains territory, then channeling the territorial power back into oneself to strengthen oneself, or using the entire territory's projection to suppress enemies. The emphasis on the Snow Country Fortress is on external construction. It requires consuming more materials. At the same time, though the fortress can move, it's preferably rooted and fixed in one location. To the Lord of Frost, the Snow Country Fortress is more like a super external piece of equipment. Inside the fortress, the Lord of Frost can utilize the power of heaven and earth and is virtually invincible. But if they step out of the fortress, under the same conditions, the Lord of Frost might not even be able to defeat a bone dragon. Lord. The first phase of the Snow Country Fortress construction is up to. It's almost complete. The two of them, as if performing a comic dialogue, carried on the conversation seamlessly, sharing updates on the progress of the construction. Chapter 288, The Banquet and Challenge. The Snow Country Fortress stands 18 meters tall, its height surpassing that of the Black Rock City wall, appearing as a white mountain within the wall, dazzling in the sunlight. Surrounding the snow-colored fortress, the snowstorm continues unabated, enhancing the already rich ice elemental particles native to the Ice Spirit Cold Pool region. After the main construction was completed, the Snow Country Fortress already possessed remarkable defensive power and the ability to amplify the abilities of Lord Hanshuang. On top of that, Mu Yuan planned a construction project for the Snow Country Cannon Towers. Qingxuang and Hanshuang took a synchronized step to the left and right, respectively, and gestured invitingly behind them, causing the Snow Country Fortress to transform mechanically with a series of clicks. From the shoulders of the fortress, layers of ice crystal rose, forming towering ice structures atop the Snow Country Fortress in mere seconds. The tips of these towers gathered endless streams of cold, solidifying into ice spears and ice blades, raining down on the lands outside the city like droplets. In the blink of an eye, the ground outside was covered in white frost, seemingly entering a winter realm like that within the city walls. Ice blades pierced the earth, cleaving slashes several to tens of meters long. Mu Yuan, observing from atop the fortress, nodded slightly at this sight. While these ice spears and blades might not threaten higher-ranked monsters, their wide coverage area meant that one Snow Country Fortress could substitute for countless arrow towers. For the Tianyuan territory at its current stage, slaying higher-tier monsters below the legendary realm was not difficult, it was the sheer number of ordinary monsters that could sometimes be overwhelming. After all, the Tianyuan territory only had a few hundred troops that had reached the elite rank, and with the territory's extensive wall defenses, it was still strenuous to eradicate the monsters despite the assistance of strong generals rushing to help from all sides. Mu Yuan relied on defenses like arrow towers and thunder flame cannons to combat the numerous monsters. Now, they had a heavyweight defensive structure like the Snow Country Fortress. Compared to the others, the Snow Country Fortress had a significant advantage: it did not consume soul sand. The Snow Country Fortress was able to absorb the elemental particles of heaven and earth on its own, charging up to attack. Under the direction of the Lord of Frost, its absorption rate would greatly increase. The Snow Country Fortress was a clean, pollution-free, environmentally friendly structure at most. It exhausted the energy of the Lord of Frost. The ice crystal towers were merely the first phase of defense installations for the Snow Country fortress. In the future, the fortress would construct or develop even more defensive weapons. Yuan also had some ideas for transforming the fortress's lack of mobility. However, at this stage, he needed to focus on constructing stationary defensive structures. Any other ideas would have to wait for later attempts. Bring out the remains of the extreme cold crystal beast, he said to Duo Lai. Duo Lai immediately pulled the segmented carcass of the crystal beast from his belly, his four-dimensional pocket. Thump! The carcass fell onto the icy snow-covered ground, kicking up a cloud of snow dust and spreading even colder, bone-chilling coldness. Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, and a group of daughters of winter gathered around the massive and formidable carcass, quietly observing it, marveling in astonishment. Soon, the two elemental creature lords, Qing Shuang and Han Shuang, began to harvest the extreme cold from the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast. Construction and upgrades of the Snow Country fortress required various materials, which weren't limited to physical substances. In fact, various types of cold air were what the Lord of Frost needed the most. The Lord of Frost could use these chills to effectively enhance the power of the Snow Country fortress. Under their direction, the Snow Country fortress hummed into operation, with the visible cold air streaming up like rivers, floating into the majestic ice fortress. Faint yet discernible, the color of the Snow Country fortress underwent slight changes. As compared to its outward appearance, the actual enhancements gained by the fortress were more significant. Half an hour later, Qing Shuang and Han Shuang, two elemental beings, had finally harvested most of the cold air from the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast, panting heavily and appearing rather unstable. About a 50% increase. The increase was significant. After all, the extreme cold crystal beast had been a creature of the legendary realm during its life. The substantial increase was also related to it being their first time harvesting legendary coldness. At that point, the colossal carcass showed little visible change but no longer emanated a piercing chill. Thus, the mission of the carcass of the extreme cold crystal beast was halfway complete. The remaining half. It's time to feast. Yay! Of course, Duo Lai didn't simply gobble down the carcass in one go, though he certainly could have. His devouring talent allowed him to absorb rare materials regardless of whether they were raw or cooked, quickly or slowly. But Duo Lai was civilized, long past the stage of raw consumption. When it came to eating, especially valuable delicacies, it certainly called for meticulous preparation. As a result, Chef Delay prepared a magnificent banquet. While the entire body of the extreme cold crystal beast was composed almost entirely of ice crystals and grains, seemingly unsuitable for food, this was no challenge for Chef Delay. He gathered numerous ingredients and spent half a day crafting an entire beast banquet. It included, but was not limited to, charcoal grilled ice crystal, cumin ice crystal slices, and 9 turn ice crystals. Truth be told, these dishes were not extraordinary, they were learnt from Langzing. However, under the skillful hands of Chef Delay, they seemed to shimmer with light. How could they not shimmer? Delay used a special flame when grilling, combined with his perfected artistic conception. The dishes presented flickered with flame, and the orange-red fire occasionally leaped, as if transforming into a giant dragon ready to roar. After preparing the Feast of Beasts, Duo Lai invited the Lord, Brother Deadbone, Ilo, Xilu, Qing Shuang, Han Shuang, and many others to taste it together. Everyone just had a taste. To Duo Lai's delight, this time Boss Deadbone finally came to the feast. He had been invited many times before, but Brother Deadbone refused each time, using the excuse that his skeleton didn't have an appetite. But this time, Deadbone examined the ice crystal slices in his hand, pondered for a moment, and then gently bit into one after putting it in his mouth. Is this the legendary realm? What level was it at in its prime? If I wanted to dissect it, exactly how much strength would I need? Combining his observations of the legendary creatures from afar in the past with a close tasting this time, Deadbone began to engage in some bony contemplation. Ilo was also examining the slices in her hand. Unfortunately, due to Duo Lai's powerful cooking, the slices differed too much from the corpse, and she couldn't discern any clues. This is a legendary corpse after all, to simply eat it seems far too wasteful. Although she knew that Duo Lai eating this legendary being wasn't a waste, had she known about the existence of such a remnant soul beforehand, she would have kept some for research purposes without fail. The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt, and all she could do was take out her frustrations on the dishes in front of her, eating voraciously. Delicious! Delicious! Mu Yuan and Duo Lai toasted each other. Duo Lai's hero talent enjoy delicious foods started to take effect when Duo Lai hosted a feast. The more territory citizens attending under its rule, the stronger Duo Lai's devouring conversion efficiency became. As a result, Duo Lai's already powerful devouring efficiency was elevated even further. When Mu Yuan was feasting, he naturally adopted the Duo Lai template, inheriting Miss Duo's youthful version of the talent. In this state, his appetite could also be called limitless. Swallowing a legendary was not a problem at the very least. However, to allow Duo Lai to absorb more nutrition, Lord Shepherd merely sampled some flavors, leaving the rest of the epic delicacies for Duo the Glutton to devour entirely. Ding! Notice, Hero Duo Lai devours an epic level material, base stats significantly increased, potential limit slightly increased. Notice, Hero Duo Lai absorbs and digests epic level material, awakening talents Elemental Ice Control, Beginner, and Body of Ice Crystal. Body of Ice Crystal, Duo Lai can transform its mimicry or liquid body into an ice crystal body. In ice crystal form, Duo Lai's defense greatly increases, while its cold power receives a moderate boost. This feast allowed Duo Lai, besides 2 decent talents, to awaken several mid and low tier skills. Mu Yuan skipped looking at those skills. He only knew that after this devouring, General Duo Lai's basic stats had become terrifyingly high. A few more devouring events and Duo Lai's normal state energy reserves might surpass that of the perfect form attendant ascendants. If at that time Duo Lai used the over-limit swallowing skill again, how much more could its stats possibly balloon? It would surely be significantly higher than the legendary realm. Of course, this doesn't mean it could defeat a legendary. The most powerful aspect of the legendary realm compared to the leading realm lies in the true domain and the power of heaven and earth. Although the basic stats of the legendary realm are equivalent to the leading realm peak, the difference is like that between heaven and earth. At this point, the remnants of the extreme cold crystal beast have completely vanished from this world. Its value was thoroughly exploited, with not a single bit of waste. If the extreme cold crystal beast had a spirit in the sky, surely it would be very comforted, too. In the following 2 days, the Tianyuan territory hosted 3 more grand feasts under the guidance of Chef Delay. Everyone enjoyed themselves tremendously and expressed intentions to come again. Duo Lai was a few small steps closer to the peak of the leading realm. During this period, Langxing grew even more turbulent, and the border areas of the Tai-Xian alliance witnessed numerous high-level conflicts. Many foreign powerhouses, lured by the scent of treasures, entered the Tai-Xian domain repeatedly and came into conflict with the local lords of Tai-Xian. In the most severe incident, 2 outlying territories were obliterated by a foreign lord. Although, later on, this lord was caught up with by high-level players from the Tai-Xian Lianji and turned to ash on the spot, it couldn't make up for the fallen outskirts. Just having experienced the disaster of the Red Fog, the outlying lands were ravaged once more. Of course, typically, these powerhouses stepping into the Tai-Xian domain would not target small outlying lands. They understand that destroying these small domains does not greatly benefit them but would attract the ire of powerful Tai-Xian figures. Nevertheless, there were inevitably a few who were sick in the head. Can the safety of a domain truly rely on whether others are sane or not? Compared to such large targets as domains, the number of exploratory teams and armies lost to these foreign powerhouses was countless. The Tai-Xian Lianji did not have the strength to guard the entire periphery. Most of the time, the various lords had only themselves to rely on. For safety's sake, Mu Yuan nearly halted all long-distance exploration activities, only allowing a few commanders to enter Langxing to assist Sophia. The construction of the domain also did not come to a halt. Farms began to spread outside the city. A group of territory citizens, transformed by job changes, became more robust and worked with more vigor and anticipation. The efficient combination pushed forward the domain's construction immensely during this period. At the same time, Mu Yuan arrived in front of the Lord's altar. He looked in front of him at the 3 secret realms gates, arrayed in an arc. Since the territory of Stone Ridge Town is temporarily still at peace, and most of the commanders are within the domain, then let's tackle the projects that need to be tackled. Lord Shepherd entered the gateway of the Land of Challenge, which was glowing with a faint golden light. In an instant, he found himself in a vast space. The domain of the Orange Tower. Compared to the hustle and bustle of his first entry into the Land of Challenge, the waiting area this time was quite deserted, with not a single soul in sight as far as the eyes could see. The only sign of activity was the faint shimmer of 2 lights on the Orange Tower, signifying that 2 lords were attempting to pass its challenges. Mu Yuan was not surprised by the deserted environment. The number of lords who could enter the domain of the Orange Tower was naturally far fewer than those who could enter the domain of the Red Tower. Moreover, with disasters occurring frequently lately, or with the imminent integration of Langsing, most lords were busy with various affairs and naturally had no time to watch and enjoy the challenges in this area. This actually makes things easier for me, he mused. Next, let's just casually pass through the Orange Tower. To be fair, passing through the Orange Tower was not easy. Its rules were entirely different from those of the Red Tower, focusing more on guardianship and involving multiple areas. To pass through the Orange Tower, a lord needed to have several troops imbued with an army spirit. In this regard, the Tianyuan territory had its weaknesses. However, where there is a lack of troops, the commander must make up the difference. He could field an exaggeratedly strong group of commanders, which made it not impossible for him to pass the 7th level of the Orange Tower. Previously, either he was busy with the strife at Dragon Court, combating the Red Fog Disaster Moon, or shuttling his commanders back and forth to Langsing, unable to form a lineup. He did not deliberately put together a force either, using each level of the Orange Tower as a test for his main troops. Under the tempering of these levels, his main troops improved significantly, especially in terms of experience in town defense. After all, ding! Notice, you have activated the Orange Tower's 7th level, please begin deploying your troops. Notice, you may deploy a total of 3,000 units of combat power for this challenge. But in actuality, the Tianyuan territory did not even have 3,000 main combat troops. There were only a few hundred elite-level troops. Adding up all the professional-level troops, there still weren't 3,000. The majority of those were not part of an army soul corps, and in a battle of this scale, they would only play a minor role. That was one of the reasons he felt it wouldn't be easy to pass. After all, the more troops a challenger could deploy, the stronger the guardians of the levels would be. As his thoughts raced, the fog that shrouded the land before his eyes dissipated as if it had been swept away by great hands, revealing 3 towns standing on the vast land beneath the dense fog. The 3 towns were very far apart, with mountains and rivers separating them, effectively cutting off any possibility of mutual support between the towns. The challenge of the Orange Tower was to defend the towns. If the towns were breached, or if the number of civilian casualties exceeded a limit, defeat would be declared. This meant that a lord had to distribute troops relatively evenly among the towns. The Orange Tower tested whether the combat power of a lord's troops was balanced. Even if a lord had troops led by a legendary realm strongman, it would not be possible to pass through the Orange Tower if their forces were not strong enough. After all, a legendary realm being could not defend 3 towns at once, unless capable of cloning oneself. Yuan did not have any legends under his command, but coincidentally, he had a good number of invincible fighters at the peak strongman level of the ordinary realm. Ding! Notice, you have completed the deployment of your troops. The challenge of the Orange Tower's 7th level officially begins now. On the vast land, figures began to appear on the walls of the 3 towns, one after another. Inside the first town were the undead, their soul flames flickering faintly. The skeleton morticians raised their bone swords and roared silently. Inside the second town were the human race's troops with the most extensive experience in defending towns. The god archers quickly found their vantage points and gazed into the distance. Outside the third town, the figures of treemen appeared. On the walls, ice elementals like Han Shuang and Qing Shuang stepped forward, ready to serve as the ranged combat force stationed there. Above the azure sky, facing Lord Mu, who existed in the form of consciousness, an old general with white hair and beard also emerged from the void. Chapter 289. Is your lineup reasonable? Above the vast azure sky, within the emptiness, 2 figures existed purely as consciousness, facing each other from a distance. Opposite, the old general had white hair and beard, yet his face bore not a single wrinkle, his entire figure tall and straight. Holding a long halberd and clad in silver armor, his cape flapped in the wind, a picture of awe-inspiring might. Young lord, congratulations on making it to this stage, and from here on, it will be I who teaches you the essence of command and control. Pay attention, look closely, and learn a lot, he said. I forgot to mention, in my day, I was hailed as a legendary war god. So, there is no shame in losing to me. The shame lies in failing to improve. Come, let's see how much of the art of command you possess, and how many attempts you will need to defend these 3 cities safely against me. The old general spoke enthusiastically, saying a great deal. After a moment, he glared at Yuan. Young man, don't you have any thoughts to express? He recalled being idolized as the shield of the sky in his previous life, an idol in the hearts of many youngsters. Regrettably, times had changed, and now there were few young people who knew of his name. This was no longer their era. The old general grew melancholic again, waving his hand. Let's convey our sentiments through the clash of our armies instead. As he finished speaking, a vast expanse of land a dozen kilometers away from the three towns suddenly burst into countless golden lights. Troops of various kinds emerged from the golden radiance. Goblins, gargoyles, giant scorpions, man-nu, and jackal men, among others. Catching sight of the troops under his command, the old general sighed once more, then cast aside all his melancholy and distractions, focusing with seriousness. Under his direction, battalion after battalion pushed forward, overcoming all obstacles in their path. As expected, it's primarily the usual monster types, Yuan contemplated. Similar to a monster tide, the enemy before him also overwhelmed the defenders in numbers. The enemy numbered in the tens of thousands. And among them were many elite peak forces, a substantial number of third-order warlords, and a four-order peak commander in charge of the troops. Most importantly, compared to a monster tide, the Orange Tower's attackers were more elite and more systematic. They were already hastening through the woods, moving with great speed while maintaining formations that hinted at concealed lethality. Yuan had a premonition. If the challenger were to deploy strong individuals in ambush along essential routes for a surprise attack, aiming for attrition, it would likely fall into the old general's trap. This brigade of fast-moving troops was like a series of nets, waiting for the prey to come to them. Interesting, he remarked. Even though the challengers benefited from the eye of heaven and the defensive advantage of the city walls, passing this challenge was nevertheless extremely difficult. One reason was the difference in command level. And the other, the disparity in sheer force. While Yuan wasn't sure if the old general's claim to being a war god was a boast, he had his own considerations. A general who had lived for countless years and still stood guard over the Orange Tower was likely to have a higher level of command than himself. Matching wits in command could likely lead him into a trap. With this in mind, besides arranging the town's defenses, Yuan did not adopt any extraordinary tactics. He planned to be steadfast and thorough. He planned to hit them head-on. As he pondered, the various siege corps had already arrived outside the three towns. They began their first probing assault. And Yuan. All forces, attack. The best defense is a strong offense. Apart from a few reserves, the ready-to-strike Tianyuan main forces abandoned the advantage of the city walls, charging directly towards the enemy forces. The old general in the azure sky flared his nostrils and glared with wide eyes. Who taught you to fight like this? Who taught you to fight in such a manner? Had young lords already become so reckless? The lords who had made it this far were a rare few, and this challenger was so young, surely promising. How could the old general not be furious at seeing such a promising seedling going astray? Had he not died so utterly, he might have climbed out from under his coffin lid. The two armies met in battle. Outside the first town, the undead legion stirred a black maelstrom, slashing out terrifying sword lights hundreds of meters long. Outside the second town, the human race troops advanced rapidly, shield bearers like bulldozers, effortlessly breaking through everything in front of them. Bow holders turned into humanoid Gatling guns, shooting arrow after arrow in quick succession. Outside the third town, the treeman forest, leading the snow girls, surged forward like a fearsome beast, sweeping over and engulfing one attacking monster after another. These troops seem elite enough, but sadly, they've been doomed by misguided commands. With the advantage of army spirit, the three troops rolled forward, unstoppable. But the defender was the experienced old general, and how could he not know how to deal with the army soul corps? On the surface, the three corps were slaughtering mightily, but any experienced commander could tell that the three corps were already trapped. They had fallen into a position that was difficult to advance from or retreat to. The attackers kept their rhythm and continuously dragged on, biting firmly onto the army soul corps while spreading their positions to ensure that the soldiers annihilated under large-scale skills weren't too numerous. Indeed, when the complete troop legion resonated, manifesting the army spirit, they were invincible. But how long could an entire troop resonate the army spirit? Half an hour, at most an hour. And that is with minimal expenditure. By now, the monster army had completely surrounded them and was continuously wearing them down. At this rate, not to mention maintaining resonance for half an hour, the army soul corps might not even be able to do so for 20 minutes or even 15. In such a short period, how many enemies could the 3 army soul core kill? 1,000, 2,000, or 3 to 4,000? Even if they could eradicate 10 or 20,000 enemy troops, it was still a situation destined for defeat. Moreover, the soldiers being slaughtered were merely the cannon fodder among the attacking legions. The real warlord-level powerhouses and leader-level commanders were all stationed in safe locations, attacking from a distance. No matter how powerful the army soul corps were, they were helpless when mired in a quagmire. At that moment, boom! A massive, dark blue figure flew out from the midst of the black fog. The black fog surged forward in time, as if it were its chariot. Accompanied by the advancing black fog, giant wings unfurled, and the overwhelming coercion suddenly spread far and wide. 10 meters. 100 meters. A kilometer. The many monsters besieging the army soul corps abruptly stiffened, their pupils revealing an instinctual terror. Under the gaze of those dark blue vertical pupils from the azure sky above, they seemed like insects about to be crushed at any moment. These monsters were at least of elite-level strength. Under the dragon's coercion, they did not collapse on the spot, but they were inevitably heavily affected. Those farther away moved sluggishly, while those closer trembled like sieves. Seizing this opportunity, the army soul corps advanced forcefully, aiming for heavily clustered enemy positions and delivering one devastating sword light after another, as if they intended to slice the earth itself apart. It's actually a frost giant dragon. From the azure sky, the old general commented, indeed, in such a large-scale war, a single frost giant dragon could easily match many fourth-order strong men. It has the ability to turn the tide of a local battlefield. However, do not forget that there are 3 battlefields here. No sooner had he finished speaking. On the left, outside the second town, a red giant dragon soared into the air. It spread its immense coercion and unleashed waves of blazing flames. On the right, outside the third town, a blue giant dragon took to the sky as well. As it diffused its coercion, it opened a glowing blue enchantment, which absorbed numerous techniques and reflected them back. For a moment, the defending forces might surged once more. This was the strategic value of giant dragons. In such large-scale wars, other powerhouses could only protect themselves, but the dragons could ignore low-level attacks and spread their coercion, which did not deplete their own energy, to weaken the enemy on a large scale. However, the blue giant dragon at the third town is a water mirror dragon, isn't it? It doesn't possess the strong physical defense of a typical giant dragon, and its level is a little lower, not yet reaching 4 order. Compared to the frost giant dragon and the red giant dragon, the battlefield where the water mirror dragon is located signifies your weakest point. The old general's eye for detail was sharp, he immediately recognized the weak link among the dragons. He directed the first and second battlefields to continue maintaining their positions, while under his command, the corps at the third battlefield launched a strong offensive. He was the strategist. On the various battlefields, fourth-order commanders conducted more precise commands. Third-order strongmen, leading elite teams, roamed around, looking for opportunities to strike. Ding-ling! The sound of a bell softly rang out, yet eerily echoed far and wide. Nearby, third-order strongmen leading elite squads suddenly rolled their eyes back and, powerless to resist, were pierced through the chest by ice cones flying from afar. Simultaneously, a wisp of grey smoke shot out from the treeman forest toward the location of the fourth-order commanders in the distance. The smoke shot forward like lightning, crossing a kilometer in the blink of an eye. The smoke was like an arrow, piercing the Man-Nu soldiers, blocking its path as easily as if they were cardboard. A long spear appeared, followed by a strong, black hand gripping it. A muscular figure emerged from the smoke, his muscles bulging as he brandished the spear, creating black and grey dragon-shaped trails. Such audacity! But to think that will be enough to defeat my officers is far too simplistic. My commanders are no weaklings either. This was a leader new at the fourth-order peak. His stature was mountainous, wielding 2 axes larger than bedboards. His back arching, he brought down his axe with a mocking glint in his huge eyes that hinted at human-like scorn. The next moment, the sound of clashing metal resounded. The palms of leader new split open, sending him stumbling backwards with shock, leaving deep marks on the ground. However, he was not alone. As Rakshasa pressed his advantage, guards and shamans from nearby and afar joined in the attack. A dull yellow glow enveloped the area. Axes and blades slashed like nets across the sky. Yet Rakshasa sprouted 2 additional arms from his back. One pair clapped together, shattering the yellow glow, the other pair swept around, casting palm imprints in all directions. The man knew elite guards were sent flying, knocking over countless warriors. And as Rakshasa stepped forward, the Fenai evil spear thrust from the side. Thrust! The spear pierced through Leader Nu's neck. The next moment, boom! An onslaught of ranged attacks rained down. The old general had hoped to use Leader Nu as a sacrifice to eliminate the dark, sturdy man. However, Rakshasa had already vanished from where he stood. When he appeared again, he was hundreds of meters away. With spear in hand, he struck and swiftly removed another fourth-order strongman. He moved in and out 7 times, treating the enemy army as though it were nothing. Indeed, he didn't have the ability to ignore the multitude of attacks, nor could he single-handedly confront the entire army. But he was far too much stronger than any fourth-order strongman. Fourth-order opponents didn't last more than 3 moves in his hands. No one could match him, and so it was as if he entered a land with no one to oppose him. Such a strong warrior! The old general was somewhat surprised. But in a moment, on battlefields 1 and 2, there were Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4 dancing among the troops, and there was also normal state Yuta rampaging all around. June soared through the skies, swooping back and forth at godly speeds. Lu manifested the shadow of divine honor, the giant spirit god trembling the earth. Ilo strolled among the chaotic armies, not lifting a finger, vanquishing countless enemies with just her magic spheres. Isn't the number of such strong warriors a bit too much? The old general fell silent. Being who he was, he naturally wouldn't be surprised at the combat power displayed by generals like Rakshasa and Lu. He had seen many of these top warriors before. He had even seen a few fourth-order peak strong men who were stronger than these generals. It's just that having so many top warriors belonging to the same territory was a bit too exaggerated. Based on the appearance of this lord and the rank of these generals and troop types, he speculated that at most, the territory had been established for 2 or 3 years. In such a short time, how did he manage to subdue and train so many top warriors? His future is greatly promising. Young man, I've started to see you in a new light. Setting aside command skills for now, the fact that you've gained the recognition of so many top generals means you're no simple lord. However, don't think it's over just yet. No, the one who's finished is you. Don't forget the rules of this challenge. His voice had just fallen. On the 3 battlefields, the 3 monster armies left only a few to continue entangling with the army's soul core, while the rest parted from the troops and hurried towards the towns far away. From beginning to end, the monster army's target had always been the towns. But from beginning to end, the purpose of my proactive attack has also only been one, which is to ensure that the fallout from the battle does not spread to the towns that need guarding. Towns are too fragile. On battlefield 3, the ground trembled violently as hundreds, thousands of sturdy roots broke through the soil. Clumps of earth fell softly. The shadow of roots enveloped the whole field. At this point, the main force of the treeman troops was merely a bit over 100, but as they fought, they never exhausted, sustained by the battle. 100 versus 15,000, the advantage is ours. On battlefield 2, Duo Lai, after preparing for a short while, clapped his hands together. Heaven and earth, encased in ice for 1,000 miles. A majestic and towering wall of ice spread out from behind it, forming an arc that blocked and contained the enemy forces within. The next moment, Duo Lai pointed towards the sky. The sky grew dark, clouds churned tumultuously. Thunder glow illuminated the sky, and pillars of thunder crashed down to earth. In just the blink of an eye, a region spanning thousands of kilometers was transformed into a grim thunderbolt hell. Duo Lai, in terms of output and killing enemies, had already surpassed the complete troop legion which had resonated with the army spirit. Battlefield 1. There was no shaking of heaven and earth here, no splendid display of thunder and ice shadows. Yet this was the most stable situation amongst all the battlefields. The imposing holy mountain stretched across the middle of the road. The field of skeletons slowly closed in from all sides. Thus, one had entered the territory of the King of Skeleton. We hold the advantage in high-end combat power. In terms of the number of troops, we still hold the advantage, haha. Bone 2 cackled with strange laughter. Dead Bone nodded slightly. Countless thousands of undead surged forth from the holy mountain and the inner regions of the field of skeleton. With this, the outcome was decided. The old general lapsed into silence. This challenge was meant to test the challenger's command skills. However, under overwhelming power, even with all his tactics, he had nowhere to apply them. He simply couldn't hold back. This power was not at the same level at all. No, wait, I'm supposed to be the one guarding. Yet looking at the several hundred meters tall formidable treeman and the special being who could encase miles in ice with a clap of the hands, the old general once again fell silent. He had seen much and was knowledgeable, never surprised, no matter how unusual the circumstances he encountered. But at this moment, he still wanted to ask. Is this lineup even reasonable? Who has a deck where every card is the ace of spades? This is truly a sight rare in a lifetime. The old general surrendered after 20 minutes, ending this challenge even more swiftly than the previous ones. Perhaps that was the benefit of having a keeper overseeing it. Ding! Prompt: you have completely cleared the Land of Challenge Orange Tower and may now enter the third area. Prompt: your privileges in the secret realm of the Land of Challenge have been upgraded, explore specific privileges on your own. Prompt: reward extraction in progress. Ding! Prompt: you have obtained equipment embryo, excellence, ×3. Prompt: you have obtained guiding landmark commerce, excellence, . Prompt: you have obtained the hero's proof, special, . Prompt: you have obtained miracle blueprints choose your own, excellence, . Prompt: you have obtained building upgrading stone for troops, special, . Clearing an entire tower indeed brought about a bountiful harvest. The only pity was, I fought too quickly, I didn't get the chance to discuss command skills with the old general. Chapter 290, Epic Architecture, Staff of Divine Right. The Land of Challenge, within personal space. Mu Yuan's figure appeared here, surrounded by 7 treasures that emitted a bluish radiance. As expected, there's no purple light. He wasn't surprised. The gap between the epic and superior grades was particularly vast. This was true among troops, and it was the same with buildings or other creations. Epic miracle buildings were even rarer than epic life forms. It is said that the most precious reward for passing the third area's yellow giant tower is an epic level random remnant soul. Thinking of this, he became rather disinterested in the yellow giant tower. Epic troops? Who are they trying to impress? This yellow giant tower, let's not bother with it. Of course, he wouldn't be able to pass it anyway. Mu Yuan estimated that with his current level, he might be able to get through the first or second challenges of the Yellow Tower, but truly clearing it was a far-fetched dream. Lord Linglong Shen Linglong, who he had met several times, was currently challenging the Yellow Giant Tower. She was a 7th level Great Lord. Her subordinates had yet to reach the legendary realm, and her top 4 order wasn't as good as his Tian Yuan division. However, Mu Yuan wouldn't assume that his comprehensive strength was above Shen Linglong's. The power of a lord was often not reflected in individuals but in groups. Whether it was Shen Linglong, who made the Dragon Gate list, or the Lord of Amber City, who wasn't outstanding in the Land of Two Realms, their strongest force was their legion. If things went as usual, they would have an army spirit legion with a scale of over 1,000. However, a legion moving out couldn't compare to the agility of individual experts. When lords explored the wilds and searched for treasures, they would often only take a handful of elites, not pulling an entire legion along and maintaining a fully integrated formation to advance steadily. That would be terribly inefficient. Clearing the Yellow Giant Tower is still quite far off for me, and the difficulty of areas further up is becoming increasingly unreasonable. It's said that the top area hasn't even been reached by anyone. Mu Yuan shook his head, his thoughts were wandering too far. He looked at the treasures in front of him. Among the 7 treasures, aside from 3 superior prototypes, the rest were all top-notch. These treasures were difficult even for a lord with a substantial amount of contribution to exchange for from the Taixuan Covenant platform. After all, they were usually out of stock. The value of the hero's proof goes without saying. This credential, well, let the commanders who have not advanced to heroes compete for it themselves. That left 3 other items. The guiding landmark, a choice of blueprint, and the upgrade stone. Guiding landmark merchant. Grade, superior. Description: a special guiding landmark. Once established, it can greatly increase the territory's attractiveness to special talents. Also, a territory with this special landmark has a probability of attracting mysterious merchants who travel among thousands of worlds to briefly stop here. Mu Yuan touched his chin. Mysterious merchants. He had never heard of them. Perhaps a special kind of person, the elite among merchants. If a lord is fortunate enough to meet such a merchant, could they purchase some rare items from them? And the cost? If it's trade, what would a lord need to pay to obtain precious treasures? Too little information, only when we meet them will we understand. Anyway, even without considering the merchants, this superior grade landmark has the ability to attract special talents. That's enough. Talents who can never have too many of them. Yuan picked up another treasure that glowed with a soft blue light. Miracle Blueprint Choice, Superior. Description: you can choose a miracle building blueprint within the range of your own knowledge. Note: please select the blueprint within 1 hour. If the time limit is exceeded, a random superior blueprint will be generated. Within the range of knowledge means the blueprints the user can at least name. He wouldn't be able to choose a blueprint that has the abilities he wants but couldn't precisely name. Yuan pondered. There are many types of superior grade buildings, and I can name and describe the capabilities of quite a few. In his mind flowed a variety of miracle buildings he recalled from high-grade information, along with their major abilities. Some caught his eye, and he had even thought that if his contribution was plentiful in the future and Takeshuan Covenant platform had stock, he should exchange for a few. For instance, the superior building Energy Well, which could gather and store significant amounts of energy, could power an entire city or be used to charge and amplify specific miracle buildings and facilities. Another example would be the superior building Sky Clearing Dragon Court. It was a place for training and breakthroughs that could significantly enhance the meditator's insight and aid users in breaking through some higher order barriers. And then there's many good items, but he could only choose one. However, a superior building, no matter how strong, is not as good as putting together an epic building. Collect Magic Axis, Magic Furnace, and Magic Celestial Instrument, 3 superior grade buildings, to construct an assembled epic miracle building. Now, to gather the 3 components and construct an epic building, he was only missing one. The core component, the Magic Axis. The time was ripe, the glory of the epic building was about to shine. Ding! Notification: your choice of blueprint has been transformed into the Miracle Blueprint Magic Axis, Superior. The blueprint, floating in front of him and emitting a faint bluish radiance, slowly changed, with an imposing golden building coming into view. Yuan put away the blueprint, feeling somewhat excited as well. However, in order to assemble the epic architecture, he first needed to construct the magic axis. He glanced at the construction requirements on the blueprint and sent out a task to Sophia on Langsing and 17 in Chilling Town to procure materials. Purchasing the main materials would take some time. The construction of the magic axis would also take a bit of time. So, he picked up the last treasure. Building upgrading stone for troops. Grade: Special. Description: a special item used for upgrading troop buildings. The Lord may choose one of the following 3 options to upgrade a troop building. It can increase the basic grade of the troop type that can be recruited within the troop building by 1 level, not exceeding 4 order. After upgrading, when recruiting, there is a small chance, a very small chance that higher order troops obtained will also be upgraded accordingly. It can increase the recruitment quantity of the target troop building. After upgrading, depending on the grade of the building and the number of recruits, the monthly recruitment quantity can be increased by 3 to 10 times. It can enhance the environment of the target troop building. After upgrading, the building's range of environmental reform will be greatly expanded, and at the same time, the upgrade speed of the specified series of troops within the range will be improved. 3 directions for improvement. Hey! Yuan pondered. His own Treeman Forest and Ice Spirit Cold Pool were 3rd order troop buildings, capable of recruiting base troops of the 3rd level, rare 1-star level Treeman and Ice Spirits. If he increased them by 1 level, the base troops recruited would be promoted to Treeman Guards and Snow Girls. Accordingly, there is a small chance to recruit Ancient Tree Men and Winter Snow Maidens, and an extremely small chance to recruit War Tree Men and Winter Snow Maidens. No wonder, such upgrades cannot exceed the 4-order level. If it were possible to exceed the 4th level, it would mean that the Lord has a very small chance of recruiting epic troops when hiring from that troop building. This treasure, merely glowing with a sapphire luster, cannot break through the epic barrier of heaven and earth. Even so, for other lords, increasing the base rank of troops they could recruit was an immense gain. Enough to make countless people envious. For Mr. Mew, this kind of upgrade wasn't really necessary. Either choose 2 or 3. If I choose 2, applying it to Treeman Forest and Ice Spirit Cold Pool would indeed be effective. After all, the number of Treeman or Ice Spirits I can recruit in a month is just a mere 10. But the trump card of my Tianyuan territory isn't treman or ice spirits. Instead of improving weaknesses, it's better to strengthen strengths. At this moment, the quiet region around the orange tower, the orange light at the very top shone in an exceptionally dazzling splendor before soaring into the sky and disappearing. Another big shot has broken through the orange tower. I wonder which senior of my Taishian it is. Outside the orange tower, a young lord who had just walked out of the tower looked up, full of admiration and determination, but I'm still young, sooner or later, I will be able to make it through this area as well. At the same time, in another parallel challenge space, a prince from the Yongxing Empire stepped into the 7th level of the Orange Tower. Finally, I've reached this level. It is said that the guardian of this level was a famous war god known as Shield of the Sky in the ancient Bright Empire. But times have changed, and today, I, the 39th prince, will show this war god what the son of the heavens of the new era is like. A confident and proud smile curled at the corner of his mouth. To shake the guardian in one go at this level, he deliberately spent extra time on the 6th level. And now, he was about to ascend to godhood. Come out, my generals. 1, 2, 3, a total of 5 epic generals cultivated to the 4 order or even the 4th order peak were dispatched to various towns. The 39th prince issued a supremely confident challenge to the guardian. A prince from a current superpower. Upon hearing this, the complexion of the old war general guarding the gate also became grave. Indeed, the times had changed. He had just been taught a harsh lesson by a young lord of the new era. And this one looked even more confident. Half an hour later. Boom! The monstrous army of monsters broke through the town. The monsters formed into military formations and slaughtered one top-tier fighter after another. The 39th prince's eyes went wide. The old general stared in disbelief. That's it, that's it. With such meager skill, who gave you the courage and confidence? The old general felt that the era hadn't completely changed after all. West of the Tianyuan territory. The land of the skeletal cemetery. Here the fog was dense, and not a sliver of daylight could be seen all day. From its depth, the wailing cries that occasionally emerged chilled the hearts of passers-by in the vicinity. This was one of Tianyuan territory's forbidden lands. But no order was necessary, as no territory citizen would dare to intrude upon this region. At this moment, Mu Yuan's ears were filled with a multitude of mournful howls. He wasn't chilled but felt as if he was returning home. He was very familiar with these howls, they were the ghosts singing. Sometimes, the clatter 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 of bones would join the chorus that was the skeletons providing accompaniment. Walking on, the sight of mountains not far away covered with legions of skeletons and ghostly figures becomes clear. Hundreds of ghosts fluttered around him, making screeching shouts of joy. Having crossed the tomb mound area, they came to the giant pit zone. It was a pit dug out shovel by the skeletons with awakened consciousness, still teeming with little skeletons. Skeletal cemetery really is a bit crowded. The area occupied by skeletal cemetery is actually not small at all, even slightly larger than a first-order territory. However, there were far too many undead beings in Tianyuan territory. And if the undead beings wanted their cultivation speed enhanced and their levels to grow slowly, they had to spend a lot of time in this area. The expansion of the skeletal cemetery area is actually slow, but if undead materials are invested or some undead system buildings are constructed, the process could be accelerated. Still, for me, the rate of expansion is too slow. This was the imbalance between territorial expansion and the growth of the undead troop type. If the number of skeletons continued to rise, it could potentially affect their natural development rate. On the other hand, if the grade of this special sacred ground were to be enhanced, the upgrading speed of the undead troop types would further increase. Prompt: do you want to use the troop building upgrading stone to upgrade skeletal cemetery? Prompt: do you want to enhance the environment and benefits of skeletal cemetery? Yes. Mu Yuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him, the gorgeous gemstone radiating azure light started to dissipate inch by inch with the tingling of a notification. An invisible force spread outwards, as if the spring breeze nourished the earth, as if all things were poised for revival. Of course, the undead version. The black fog between heaven and earth suddenly surged, with gusts of chilly wind one after another. Within the graveyard, countless skeletons and specters looked up, even the lower-grade skeletons without intelligence started to dance instinctively with joy. For a moment, the shrill and mournful howls within the tomb area became even more incessant. The grey-black soil symbolizing the boundary of skeletal cemetery spread inch by inch. This ash represented deathly stillness, yet was different from the decay of the land of filth. It contained intense death energy. Inside the boundary was a paradise for the undead. Outside the boundary, not a touch of death energy encroached. One inside and one outside, as if they were two separate worlds. As the grey-black soil expanded, Yuan sensed that he could direct the expansion of this area according to his will. This is good, it won't affect the core area of the territory or the development plan of the southern region. Thus, the desolate land spread towards the west, new tomb mountains sprouting upon it. Among the swirling mists above, one could vaguely see the phantoms dotted with coffins and gravestones. It was just like when a territory upgraded and expanded. The upgrade and renovation of Skeletal Cemetery lasted a whole 2.5 hours before it concluded. Yuan, surveying from the Lord's perspective, nodded slightly. The area has expanded roughly by 5.5 times. Previously, although Skeletal Cemetery was only a first-order troop building, its footprint was not much less than that of Treeman Forest or Ice Spirit Cold Pool. Now, the domain range of Skeletal Cemetery naturally far surpassed the latter two. A dense black mist floated above it. The surging mist appeared like dragons rolling about, creating an eerily terrifying atmosphere. Underneath the black mist, within the graveyard, buildings stood erect. Most of them were constructed by self-aware undead. There were also a few miracle buildings. One of the 3 breakthrough dojos possessed by Yuan territory was located within Skeletal Cemetery. At this time, the roiling black mist converged towards the breakthrough dojo, spiraling like a vortex. Not long after, streams of potent auras rose one after another from inside the dojo. It signified breakthroughs occurring among the elite undead earnestly cultivating within. 3 skeleton generals, 2 ghost generals, and 1 count vampire have broken through to the 3rd order warlord level, and 21 elites have stepped into the 2nd order elite level. I didn't expect such a pleasant surprise. This was just the beginning. With the upgrade of Skeletal Cemetery, Yuan believed that in the future, the undead on this land would climb to new heights at a faster speed, proclaiming the resounding reputation of Yuan territory. Loaded with an undead template, when Yuan stepped into it, he could feel a sense of exhilaration and freedom. Not far away, Hong Yi had chosen a bigger and more sinister tomb mound for herself, her eyes brimming with satisfaction. Ah, sleeping is so much more comfortable now. Serio took deep breaths. It couldn't help but soar into the air, whistling back and forth as if a happy dragon were frolicking. Yuan. He always felt that upgrading this precious land was a waste. But General Deadbone was reliable, it stated. The elements of death and shadow in the world have thickened by at least 6.3 times compared to before. I'm trying to absorb and direct it to boost my fundamental attributes and expand Wraith Sacred Mountain. The bright Yuan glory, my bone will not shirk. The soul flame within its eye sockets flickered with increased activity. 2 days later. Ding! Dang! Dang! In the core area of the territory, a gold-colored building, around 20 to 30 meters tall, was rapidly constructed under a massive engineering team and the effect of miracle power. It was as if a hand of heaven and earth was performing 3-dimensional printing, rapidly shaping the building. After a while. Ding! Prompt, the superior grade building magic axis has been completed. What's next? Ilo also came to the site, looking up at the building and expressing her curiosity. How exactly should the 3 buildings combine to form a higher graded, more magnificent miracle building? She could not fathom it. Yuan, of course, also could not understand the principles behind it. If he could, how could these buildings be worthy of the name miracle? However, the moment the magic axis was constructed, on the territory panel, the names of the 3 major buildings, the axis, the furnace, and the celestial instrument, began to flicker and light up, as if hinting at something. The magic axis is the core component. With that thought, Yuan tried dragging the names of the furnace and the celestial instrument buildings on the panel over to the magic axis. Instantly, a prompt sounded in his ear. Prerequisite conditions met, proceed with building combination. Note, this combination upgrade will cost 1000 soul crystals. Proceed. Hiss. A full 1000 soul crystals. But fortunately, during the Red Fog disaster moon period, the Yuan territory had made a profit. Sophia had earned a sum by catching fugitives on Langxing, and they had also garnered a generous gift from nature when they defeated foreign powers in the Land of Two Realms. Moreover, due to the inconvenience of acquiring remnant souls recently, the territorial warehouse had a relatively large stockpile of soul crystals. A famous 5-star general once said, "If soul crystals cannot be converted into strength that accompanies you, they are pointless." With this in mind, though Mu Yuan felt the pinch, he found no reason to choose no. Yes. Hundreds of meters away, the magic furnace and magic celestial instrument lit up with miracle light. The two buildings seemed to split apart, turning into myriad exquisite and exceptional architectural components that began to assemble around the magic axis. At the same time, magic axis took to the sky. Look, the building is flying in the sky. Duo La's eyes widened. From a distance, the domain interferer began to hum, operating at full power. Mu Yuan glanced at it, noting the 60 soul crystals he had recently placed inside the interferer, and after thinking it over, he said to Duo Lai, keep an eye on it. If the soul crystals burn too quickly, add some more. All right. Sure. In the sky above the domain, with the magic axis as the core, countless virtual scenes spread out. It was as if they were constructing a miracle building on a regular day. First, a three-dimensional scene was outlined, then the building structure was erected from below, inch by inch. Only this time, he did not need to invest any materials or send people to assist, the building was constructing, spreading, and expanding on its own. A vast shadow spread out. It was like an island, suspended in the azure sky. It's huge. Duo Lai uttered an uncultured gasp of amazement. How did the axis, the furnace, and the celestial instrument combine into such an enormous entity? Ilo also could not understand. But it was the incomprehensible that excited her to trembling. Her desire to explore rose boundlessly. After a while, a colossal building, resembling a pyramid with its base joined to an inverted pyramid, hung high in the firmament, as though it was a star. Soon, the building, which covered an area of at least several football fields, began to slowly fade from view in the high sky. The shadow was gone, but Mu Yuan was clear that the enormous epic structure was standing there. Ding! Notice, you have constructed the special building Staff of Divine Right, Epic. Staff of Divine Right, Epic. Description: a composite defensive building that combines manufacturing, reconnaissance, and striking capabilities, possessing immense great force. Abilities: the Staff of Divine Right has the abilities to suspend, move, conceal, and defend. In low power mode, the staff can absorb elemental particles of heaven and earth in the vicinity for daily consumption. The staff possesses the capacity to store and solidify spells and large-scale magic, as well as the ability to quickly imprint and create magic scrolls. The staff is capable of upgrading the spells stored within, thereby enhancing the power of the stored techniques. The staff can open a reconnaissance sky eye at a designated location. The cooldown time and maximum distance of the sky eye depend on the level of the Staff of Divine Right. The staff has ultra-long-range striking capabilities and can release large-scale magic within the detection area of the Eye of Heaven. For more uses, please explore on your own. Chapter 291, The Final Moment, Reflection of the World. As expected of an epic building, there are many attributes. Lord Shepherd marveled. The capabilities of the Staff of Divine Right are far from just those described on the panel. As a lord, he could remotely control miracle buildings and had already discovered some additional abilities. For example, how to access the interior of the Staff of Divine Right's building. Like the intermediate Mage Tower, it too is a building suspended in the air. The difference is that the Staff of Divine Right is situated even higher, standing tall amidst the clouds of the azure sky. Will the transportation to board the Staff of Divine Right be the same as the elevator platform for the intermediate Mage Tower? Mu Yuan, the Dark God, investigated and after a while, said, no, it's not. It's through the Staff of Divine Right's own teleportation circle. Open panel teleportation array settings. Select array patterns engraving location. Click confirm. After the three-step foolproof operation, a dazzling beam of light burst from the end of the Staff of Divine Right's building. The pillar of light descended to the earth, gradually engraving a teleportation circle of about 6 meters in diameter and of profound mystery, right below the building. Miniature short-range targeted transfer array. It could accommodate up to 12 people for teleportation at the same time. Let's go, let's take a look inside. Mu Yuan said, and when he turned to look, he discovered that Ilo had already vanished. Where is she? She was squatting next to the teleportation circle map, stretching out her hand to caress it carefully while mumbling to herself, and letting out bursts of unintelligible laughter. Mu Yuan. When did she get over there? Ilo is a mage, not an assassin. This teleportation circle can be directly engraved into the earth without needing any high-order materials as a medium, you should understand what this means. She kept staring, muttering non-stop. But Mr. Mu is not a scholar, how would he understand what this means? Ilo didn't ask him, she was asking herself. This means that as long as we grasp the mystery of this array pattern, we can use ourselves as a foundation stone for teleportation, and maybe even develop spatial shifting abilities. No, we could even create a special troop type with spatial jumping capabilities. But why the hell would you want to use the human body as a foundation stone to engrave array patterns again? Can't help sticking to the old trait of human transformation, right? Yuan wanted to ask, but didn't. After thinking it through carefully, such an operation seemed feasible and offered broad prospects. Putting aside anything else, if he could develop a spatial ability, he would need to consider the learning ability and spatial affinity of the troops to disseminate it. In the eternal world, even high-order troops would find it difficult to master an advanced technique on their own, at least not in a short period of time. However, if they were modified and had the teleportation patterns engraved, spreading spatial abilities wouldn't be an issue. Yuan trusted in Ilo's abilities and her fervor in this area. He also trusted in himself. The evolutionary miracle was the best backup plan. If it really could be done. Understanding the mystery was far from what could be achieved in a short time. Ilo had a spatial ability of her own, but her understanding of space was very weak, and her teleportation skills were practically non-existent. She would learn it slowly. For now, Ilo was delighted to have a target to observe and learn from. The Taishan Alliance had acquired many technologies by learning from miracle buildings and constructs. Stepping into the teleportation circle, in the next instant, a hazy blue light rose, encapsulating the two like an inverted bowl, scooping them in. The three of them disappeared within it. Spinning, shaking, there was none. The teleportation process of the Staff of Divine Right was very smooth. With just a moment of bewilderment and a blink of an eye, Yuan stepped onto another place. Here, a long corridor spread out to both sides, with the metallic floor beneath that was smooth and shiny. Standing on it was almost like being able to see one's reflection. The interior of the Staff of Divine Right is mainly divided into several areas. The area we are in is called the Audience Corridor. Apart from this, there are the Engraving Factory area, 9-turn Furnace area, Divine Right Mechanism area, and several blank areas that can be arranged at will. The area was vast, with many zones, and the three of them gaped like country bumpkins. Soon, Deadbone and Lu Lu, as well as Xi Lu and Hong Yi, who came over for fun, also arrived, each widening their eyes. Country bumpkins +4. Deadbone and Lu Lu were corps commanders, and they were more concerned about the role the Staff of Divine Right could play in war. Its role is significant. The Staff of Divine Right is capable of long-range deployment of large-scale magic like the earlier 9-headed Roaring Thunder Flame Dragon, which we can directly cast hundreds or thousands of kilometers away. Of course, the prerequisite is to have coordinates or to open the Eye of Heaven, Ilo said. But if that were all, Deadbone felt it was just so-so. After all, an enemy that couldn't be defeated at a distance would still be unbeatable, and might even locate and approach them, which wasn't safe. Yuan spoke, therefore, we need to upgrade our existing spells. He led the group to the 9-turn Furnace area. This space was extremely vast, the surroundings were empty except for a huge translucent furnace hanging in the center. Around the furnace, 9 currents wound like 9 chains shackled upon it. Within the furnace, several light balls bobbed. The largest light ball, upon closer inspection, revealed the entwined shapes of 9 thunder fire dragons. Alert! Would you like to upgrade the large-scale magic 9-headed Roaring Thunder Flame Dragon? 10. Confirm. Alert! Upgrade in progress for the large-scale magic 9-headed Roaring Thunder Flame Dragon. Current progress, 0.01%, 0.02%, 0.03%. Alert! You only have one upgrade in progress, unable to simultaneously upgrade a second piece of large-scale magic. Alert! After the upgrade, you can infuse it with energy, invest soul crystals, and within a shorter amount of time, you will be able to craft this improved and upgraded large-scale magic. Yuan rubbed his chin. Compared to the magic furnace, the Staff of Divine Right not only had a higher limit but also simplified the process of creating large-scale magic. At least, there was no need to drain duolai day after day anymore. It must be understood that even for the large-scale magic 1000 prism large reflection, which was crafted with Daifu at its core, the main force infusing energy during the process was still Miss Duo. There was no other way, as the spell crafted solely with Daifu's energy infusion was vastly inferior in power to the spell crafted with the combined forces of Daifu and Duolai. Such a piece of large-scale magic that had exhausted Duola's utmost power often took 2 to 3 days to complete the crafting process. The manufacturing cost was relatively high. Now, it seemed possible to find some tool people to take Duola's place. Of course, having Duola infuse energy could eliminate the conversion of middlemen, and the efficiency was generally higher. As for investing a large amount of soul crystals to craft large-scale magic? Impossible, absolutely impossible. After leaving the 9-turn furnace area, Yuan then detoured to the adjacent Divine Right mechanism area. This was the control center of the Staff of Divine Right, and right in front of the control panel hung an inclined giant reflection mirror. Through this mirror, operators could oversee the surrounding heavens and earth, with an observation range even larger than the territory of the Tianyuan territory. The direct observation range is about 60 kilometers, within which it's as if we have opened the eye of heaven. From now on, monsters hiding in forests or caves will be directly revealed in their true form. Of course, the eye of heaven did not possess the power to see through objects, but under the gaze of the eye of heaven, higher-order life forms shone like stars in the night sky. Even powerhouses who concealed their aura, hid their forms, or changed their appearances could not escape the scrutiny of the eye of heaven. At the very least, most abilities related to hiding could not deceive this eye of heaven. If the eye of heaven only observes within a 60 kilometers range, it can be used indefinitely, but it consumes quite a lot of soul crystals. However, if the eye of heaven wants to observe beyond 60 kilometers, there will be a limit on the number of uses. Reconnaissance Sky Eye, 3/3 the opportunity to use the eye of heaven can be restored once every 24 hours. With the eye of heaven at his disposal, it was untenable not to give it a try. Yuan searched for a target, and after some thought, he chose the Land of Two Realms, which had recently experienced several legendary battles. I remember the direction is, and the distance from our territory is. He input the coordinates. Before long, the giant reflection mirror began to glow, the dense white mist dissipated, revealing a bird's eye view of mountains and rivers. It was the northern part of the Land of Two Realms. The coordinates he entered were slightly off from the actual location. The observational range is approximately a 20-kilometer radius, and the duration is 10 minutes. Of course, both the range and the duration can be extended with upgrades to the Staff of Divine Right. Under the watch of the Eye of Heaven, Yuan quickly spotted a player's exploration core and several groups of monsters that included elite-level and warlord-level beings. Neither players nor monsters were plentiful. After all, there had just been a major sweep in this area not long ago. After trying out the function of the Eye of Heaven, Lord Shepherd finally arrived at the engraving factory area. So, Scroll of Magic can be quickly engraved and crafted here. He hadn't paid much attention initially since the primary capability of the Staff of Divine Right building was to release large-scale magic across great distances to bombard enemies, while the rest were secondary features. But after exploring for a while, Mr. Mew realized that the level of scrolls of magic that could be quickly engraved by the Staff of Divine Right was rather high. Here, it was possible to create scrolls of magic of superior grade quality. And the crafting speed was fast. A scroll of magic of superior grade quality, even if its value could not compare with blueprints or equipment of the same grade, remained a rare item. The word superior signified its extraordinariness. Of course, the Staff of Divine Right could not craft any superior grade scroll. Its capability depended on the spell being engraved. The spell slots that this building could solidify, like the previous magic melting furnace, were limited. Yuan could solidify 1 or 2 at most, turn them into scrolls, and trade them as commodities. Just one offensive type, and one defensive type. It can't be too strong or too weak. If the spell is too strong, creating a scroll will consume more time and energy, too weak, and it might not qualify as superior grade. This glorious task is yours, Ilo, don't be in a hurry to refuse. You wanted to research this epic structure, didn't you? Lord Shepherd had spent a full 2 days and nights inside the Staff of Divine Right before he returned to the surface. Everyone else had left earlier, those above were faced with incomprehensible matters. Duolai left the earliest, claiming it was not nearly as satisfying as enjoying a feast. When he returned to the surface, Ilo's true body was still above, tinkering with something that even Mr. Mew couldn't fully understand. She cackled like a madwoman. The upgrade of the large-scale magic hasn't been completed yet, so any attempts to use it will have to wait. The Tianyuan territory gained another epic structure. He felt a bit more secure. But this was not an occasion for extensive writing or a lavish banquet. Apart from the Tianyuan division, Ordinary territory citizens, including many self-aware elites, didn't even realize that such a sky fortress was suspended above their heads. However, the staff of divine right was also equipped with some cannon weapons. These were basically incidental add-ons. The Tianyuan territory here was peaceful and tranquil, but the situation on Langxing was becoming increasingly tense, as was the periphery of the Taishan alliance. At most, we have 1.5 to 2 weeks before the worlds merge. And as the time draws near, the land of two realms keeps emerging, unstoppable and incessantly cropping up. In the Langxing profound country, sieges by waves of attacking monsters had already started appearing. Yuan also led some elites to participate in the defense battles of Beijiang City and several surrounding cities. These battles did not present any surprises, and they firmly held off the invading monster waves. However, faced with the increasing numbers of monsters, every player's expression grew solemn, fearing the day when the monsters might break through the defenses and bring catastrophe. In the Eternal World, the Land of Two Realms also appeared frequently. 3 days ago, the Mingling Observatory area experienced a legendary battle, triggered by the emergence of a large intersection area. 2 days ago, a mysterious force attacked Ziji City, causing significant casualties to Taishan, even leading to the fall of a legendary warrior. A day and a half ago, an entire profound country city vanished. Thankfully its point of descent was within the inner circle of the Taishan domain. This city was quickly rescued. 1 day ago, a legendary battle broke out outside Panxi City, reportedly with 11 legendary realm combatants involved. The attackers suspected remnants of the Goblin Kingdom. Half a day ago, Lord Kang Lang fell, presumably encountering a legendary realm monster. Reading this, Yuan's brows deeply furrowed, his expression becoming grave. Could Lord Kang Lang have encountered that Goblin Prince? Yuan had always been alert to the danger posed by the legendary realm Goblin and had been tracking it. In the past few days, he had used the Eye of Heaven to observe, but had been unable to discover anything. Yet certain signs indicated that the Goblin Prince was active around the territory of Stone Ridge Town and several nearby regions. This was far too dangerous. Besides these concerns, another intersection area appeared within the territory of Stone Ridge Town, inciting some conflicts. Boss, quick look, reflections are appearing all over the globe. He was exchanging information with Zhang Luoxing when he heard Jiang's voice, trembling with shock. Above Langxing, reflections of the eternal world began to appear in the skies over each land of two realms. These reflections, like drops of water on tissue paper, were spreading at a speed visible to the naked eye. Half an hour later, the sky above Beijiang City was also enveloped by the world's reflection. 3 hours later, the reflections in the heavens connected into a sheet, as if a different world was lying above Langxing. 6 hours later, many places in the eternal world also saw the emergence of towering reflections. 14 hours later, Yuan stood on the western wall of the Tianyuan territory, gazing into the distance at the world reflection, spreading from the intersection area hundreds of kilometers away. It has come to the final moments. Chapter 292, Fusion, the Change of Heaven and Earth. The fusion of worlds was like a majestic tsunami, and people were mere droplets, only able to watch helplessly as the great waves surged forth, swallowing and enveloping them. This was the trend of the times. In front of such a trend, even the Lord of Hanyu City, or someone of higher status, was powerless to stop it. Not to mention someone like him, a small fry. With that thought in mind, Yuan stepped through the secret realm's gate and arrived at Elf's courtyard. There, he saw the equally distressed Zhang Luoxing, Lu Miamu, and others. It's like the end of the world. Yes, the reflection of eternal world has already covered the entire Langxing, as if the sky itself is about to collapse. It's not just the sky, the ground is cracking open, too. Even if we don't mention foreign countries and only talk about our own, it is now fragmented, with many areas blocked by other dimensions. Had they ever seen such apocalyptic scenes before? If the Alliance hadn't assured that what was coming was a world fusion rather than destruction, panic would have already spread. Even so, anxiety, fear, and hysteria were still violently spreading everywhere. Ordinary people were panicking, and some players were at a loss as well. In troubled times strict laws are needed. For a short while, order in various places within the country can still be maintained, but as time goes on, when the two worlds fuse, we don't need to worry too much. Besides, worrying is useless, we're just little shrimps. We might as well lie flat and wait for the world to blend. Lu Miamu expressed that when the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up, there's no need to panic, and panicking is useless. It's better to lie down flat like her. Yuan was somewhat impressed by her mentality. If he only had strength similar to Lu Miamu's, he certainly wouldn't be able to stay so calm at this moment. Even though he could now take on various fourth-order bosses, contributing some auxiliary value in the legendary battles, he still wasn't as calm inside as he appeared on the surface. Lord Kang Lang died due to an accident. And him? He was only slightly stronger than Lord Kang Lang, at best. In Eternal World, accidents were too numerous, and lords never knew whether treasures or accidents would come first. And these days, with the tensions high, accidents were far more likely to happen than before. My sister is right, we really don't need to worry. The so-called disaster is just superficial, we are in the night before dawn. And dawn will soon arrive. A cool voice drifted over, and the entire secret realm seemed to cool down a bit. The Lord of Hanyu City, Lu Xiu, stepped forward. Many players present suddenly became restrained when they saw her. There was not a great age difference between them, they were all young, but their status and identity were not on the same level. Even if the Lord of Hanyu City had no airs about her, it did not stop them from being apprehensive. When faced with a big shot, who wouldn't feel cowed? However, compared to being apprehensive, the prodigies present were more curious about the identity of the strong warrior following behind the Lord of Hanyu City. Her face bore some resemblance to the Lord of Hanyu City at first glance, but was colder and more ethereal, as if untouched by worldly dust. Behind her hung a sword, with hair silvery and lustrous as the moon. Seeing her was like seeing a bright moon hanging high. She's a super strong warrior, yo. Compared to the reserved Lord of Hanyu City, this silver-haired woman had even more of a lofty and aloof air of a strong warrior. Some of the second-generation lords who knew about Hanyu City immediately guessed that this was the core strong warrior under the Lord of Hanyu City, the Moon Sword Immortal. It's the Moon Sword Immortal we saw last time. Yuan took a couple of looks and was certain. There was more than one Moon Sword Immortal in the household of the Hanyu City Lord, and the Moon Sword Immortals probably looked quite similar, but he, Mr. Mu, would not mistake them. He had memorized this aura. He even simulated, if he encountered an enemy at the level of the Moon Sword Immortal, how would he fight? No matter how he simulated, there was no way to fight. However, if the enemy was as naive as this Moon Sword Immortal appeared to be, there might be a chance to escape. Speaking of which, based solely on appearances, one would never guess the Moon Sword Immortal to be so naive. The Lord of Hanyu City continued, right now, Langxing is filled with disasters, and Eternal World is not peaceful either, due to the overlay of two worlds, making space unstable with holes everywhere. On the side of Langxing, the fleeing monsters are already beyond defense. Once the worlds finish fusing, though we will lose Langxing, our homeland, and though we will no longer be able to use Langxing for rotation and communication, but all these losses were significant to players. But since the trend was irreversible, then, looking at it from another angle. Once Langxing fuses, we in Taishan will no longer need to guard fiercely against all sorts of fleeing monsters, nor will we need to be stationed at various border areas. At that time, the Alliance will be able to free up more forces to engage in major developments internally and major expansions externally. You have to know that the area of Xian country alone restricted nearly half of the Alliance's resources. With those forces freed up, whether it's pioneering the wilderness, suppressing monster power, or deterring other countries, they could achieve a lot. It was as if the Taishan Alliance's hands, which had been tightly bound, were finally loosened. Of course, losing Langxing, the main base, would be a loss of a major convenience for the majority of players. The cohesion between the people of Xian country might also diminish over time, just like with Red Star, Shenmue, and other countries. These issues, after pondering for a moment, Lu Xiu decided to give up thinking about them. Let the old men worry about it. The Astronomical Society has already announced that the fusion is expected to complete in 20 hours. It's down to the hour now. Yuan logged into the Langxing forum in disguise and checked the Astronomical Society had not released any new announcements. What's going on here? He thought. Just as he did, a prompt message popped up. The Astronomical Society's official has a new message for you. This message was precisely about the precise warning of the world fusion. The time would be in 20 hours, with an error margin of no more than half an hour. Aside from the time prediction, there was also a survival guide for avoiding various disasters during the fusion. These were all old topics of discussion. Once the world fusion began, one by one, the cities of Xian country would sink into Eternal World. Whether for players or ordinary people, the task was to maintain order, stay within the cities to wait for support, and not venture into the wilderness on their own. For the lords, it was imperative to avoid dispatching troops. Even if there were troops outside, they should avoid staying in the wild as much as possible. During the fusion, the territories of the chosen lands are the safest places. Even if spatial overlaps or folds occur, the areas protected by the territory's forces would not be affected. Secondly, stay inside the cities of Xian country. Do not go out, do not go out, do not go out. Thus, a week ago, Yuan had already asked Sophia to cease all intercity operations. Long-distance travel was becoming increasingly unsafe. Now, Sophia was in Beijiang City, buying materials and remnant souls from local players, which also meant that he, Lord Shepherd, was assisting in defending Beijiang City. Lian Yu and several other officers took turns defending Beijiang City. While he pondered, the Lord of Hanyu City looked over, pondered for a moment, and spoke. After the matter of Langxing concludes, come to the Pioneer Group. The Taishan Alliance had three main organizations: Pioneer Group, Taishan Lianji, and the Players Association. The Astronomical Society could perhaps count as half. Among them, the Pioneer Group had the fewest people, but they were elites. This was a loosely structured organization. After all, each member within the organization was a high-level player or even a lord. The organization didn't impose constraints on pioneers, and how one wanted to pioneer and explore, or hunt monsters, was entirely a matter of personal preference. The main duty of the pioneers was to explore unknown territories and snipe and eradicate powerful groups of monsters. In return, the pioneers could get the latest intelligence on undeveloped lands and pocket various treasures for themselves. Whether considering future development or from the perspective of faction and geographic location, joining the pioneer group was the most appropriate for him. Yuan had no objections. He was also aware that the Lord of Hanyu City preferred him joining the pioneer group. Despite the lack of constraints on internal members, even the exploration generals couldn't order or interfere with other pioneers. But the generals still wished for more manpower within their territorial areas. Yuan himself also wished to have a powerful leg to cling to, so that in crucial moments, he could call upon strong allies. For him, pioneering to the northwest was no different from pioneering to the northeast. The only thing was that proper pioneering was unlike his current short-term explorations. It meant truly delving into the wilderness, and it was normal to spend a month or two deep in the wild. Therefore, there was the pioneer group. Pioneers could use special items to contact other pioneers in nearby areas to exchange information or rally teammates. Such items, once Langxing merged into Eternal World, became even more crucial. Then, that settles it. Let's talk in detail after the affair of Langxing is over. The Lord of Hanyu City was, as ever, abrupt in his coming and going, leaving the assembly of promising lords looking at one another. They watched the direction where Boss Hanyu had disappeared, then turned towards Tianyuan, eyes wide, speechless for a long while. It was Zhang Loxing who broke the silence after a moment. Did Boss Hanyu personally invite you into the pioneer group? Yes. Isn't it said that the threshold to enter the pioneer group is extremely high, and one needs several veteran pioneers to vouch for them? Yes. Then. Zhang Loxing suddenly fell silent. Though Big Boss Tianyuan was really cool, having been selected for the main competition of Dragon Court, but... Alright, God Tianyuan is just that cool, an eternal deity. The group didn't continue on this topic but quickly turned back to the sad reality of Langxing's imminent fusion that was about to happen. They were still worried. So was Yuan. If he had a bunch of legendary realm combat power in his hand, he would certainly have no worries, but he didn't. He couldn't help but be concerned that in the last 20 hours, whether legendary powerhouses from outside might break in, whether the land of two realms might appear next to his territory, whether space might suddenly displace, delivering a legendary monster right before him. Such accidents were worrisome, and he had to be cautious. General Deadbone in Tianyuan territory gave a like from afar. Zhang Loxing said, actually, what Big Boss Lu said makes a lot of sense, panicking is useless, as if our worrying could change reality. If by some 1 in a million chance we do encounter an accident, then we die, so be it. But we're not that unlucky, let's think about what we'll do in the future. Guys, oh, and ladies too, feel free to come to Luoxing territory for some tea if you get the chance. Yuan said he would definitely visit if he had the chance. Seeing Zhang eager for his attention, he said, alright, when I'm done with things for this period, I'll treat you. I'll treat everyone to a big meal. Wait a second, why does it feel like he just jinxed it? Tui, tui, tui. Mu Yuan drank a few cups of tea that Zhang had paid for, then returned to his territory. The world's reflected image in the sky grew clearer and more oppressive, as if it were about to crush them, unable to breathe. One by one, the area of two realms bubbled up like bubbles, appearing one moment and vanishing the next. Space became even more chaotic. Only 19 hours left. But the flow of time seemed to slow down even more. Mu Yuan withdrew all his forces, only letting the elites patrol within the territory. For the farther wilderness areas, he relied on the eye of heaven of the staff of divine right for occasional inspections. He also maxed out the alert level of Tianyuan territory, all troops and powerhouses on high alert and ready for battle. No accidents, no accidents, no accidents. 18 hours. 16 hours. 12 hours. The countdown of the hourglass of time trickled down. The disaster scenes of the world became more ferocious, and the roars of monsters grew louder. No accident occurred. 10 hours left. Outside Beijiang City, the hordes of monsters became denser, forming a surging dark brown tide. The sound of artillery fire was incessant. 6 hours left. Outside Shilling Town, a great battle erupted, with several fourth-order bosses appearing. 2 hours left. On Taishan Forum, all kinds of information flashed by like snowflakes. Before the forum disappeared, players were having their final hurrah. Brothers, let's meet again in Eternal World. Big shots, which city in the Twilight Plain region is more livable and has cheaper housing? Panchi City is out of the question, it's too expensive, can't afford it. Ziji City meetup, anyone wanna join? To be honest, the world's reflection is oppressing, but the photos taken are pretty aesthetic. The forum also had many people confessing their love, going crazy, I am XX's dog. As the moment of merging approached, the predictions of the Astronomical Society were accurate to the minute, the second. At the very top of the forum, the countdown kept ticking away. 15 minutes left. 85 seconds left. The accident never happened. He thought. The sky brightened up, a white but not blinding light that enveloped the entire sky. A buzzing sound filled his ears, while every other sound seemed distant, as if he was being drawn out of the world and sinking into a sea of eternal sleep. At this moment, time itself became uncertain. Mu Yuan wasn't sure how much time had passed, it seemed like just a moment of confusion, but it also seemed like a very long time. When he came back to his senses, he was still standing in his territory, in the small courtyard in front of the city lord's mansion. By his side was Ilo, who wasn't busy. In the distance was Duo Lai, whose mouth was devoid of snacks. Even farther away, buildings stretched on, and the city walls stood tall, just as peaceful and serene as before. The only difference was that the oppressive world reflection that hung high over the territory had disappeared. This signifies the world has merged peacefully, he thought. Indeed, Xian country had been preparing for so many years, how could there be a hiccup at the last moment? Besides, we lords were always the most stable and safe group during the merging process. The Blue Star era has ended, it's time to look forward, to move forward. Let's proceed with the plan we had before, step by step. Once Duo Lai and Deadbone step into the legendary realm, we'll join the pioneer group and take on some pioneering missions to earn contributions and intelligence. He had just thought this when he heard Deadbone's voice, which wasn't entirely calm. What, even the great General Bone can be surprised. It's just the world merging, and it has already passed. Mu Yuan whooshed to the top of the Mage Tower and looked into the distance, his hand suddenly freezing in mid-air. Outside the territory, mist shrouded the landscape, with towering black mountains stretching across the distance, obscuring the sunlight. These mountains. Since when does Tianyuan territory have such high mountains outside its borders? Damn it! Chapter 293, New Version Map goes live. Mu Yuan took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. But how could he be calm? The nearby region of Tianyuan territory had been explored and cleaned up by his exploratory team, and it was no longer a secret. Where did this towering mountain, reaching into the clouds, come from? He was certain that this was a real mountain, not some illusion or projection. Could it be that? Mu Yuan thought of something and looked around. Outside the city walls were still the farmlands under cultivation, the arrow towers and watchtowers, and some chopped tree stumps. There were no significant changes from before. However, these areas were still within the boundaries of Tianyuan territory, so it was reasonable that there were no changes. He looked further into the distance, where trees were lush and mountain ranges stretched on, but without any particularly noticeable landmarks. He couldn't make out anything specific. With this in mind, Yuan flew down from the intermediate mage tower and landed on the teleportation circle map a few hundred meters from the city lord's mansion. Shrouded in a hazy blue luminescence, he soon disappeared within it. Inside the Staff of Divine Right building, it was still empty, save for a dozen or so old elites who had awakened their self-awareness and were busy moving items around and arranging them. Yuan walked straight to the Divine Right mechanism and controlled the Eye of Heaven to look around. Within a 60-kilometer radius centered on Tianyuan territory, everything was visible to the Eye of Divine Right. Activate Eye of Heaven, observe target, southwest area of the territory, 25 kilometers. The fog on the observation mirror slowly cleared, revealing the verdant forest below. Activate Eye of Heaven, observe target, southwest area of the territory, 45 kilometers. Yuan moved the observation point deeper into the southwest area. The mirror showed dense, lush forests, but the leaves of trees in this area were orange-red, like maple trees. Whether they were red maples, blue maples, or something else, Lord Mu clearly remembered that to the southwest of his land was the highly distinctive Snake Man Swamp. Although the swamp was now devoid of snake men, the difference in its environment from other areas was stark. It was certainly not an expanse of red trees. He then turned the Eye of Heaven to the west, to the limit of 60 kilometers. Indeed, the dark forest that had been there was gone, replaced by a forest with red foliage similar to the southwest region. However, here the red leaves were even more sinister, like flowing blood. To the north was the most conspicuous Black Mountain, shrouded in mist. Its details were unclear, and he couldn't judge the mountain's distance from his territory. To the west, where there used to be a series of hills, there seemed to be a continuous range of hills as well, but a mighty river was coursing through the mountains, with its waters surging powerfully, battering against the steep cliffs. Yuan could almost hear the thunderous roar of the river. Whoosh! A huge creature, with 2 tentacles over 20 meters long, burst out of the river. It leapt hundreds of meters high, creating a spray of water that spread like a vast lotus flower above the river. In the heart of the giant lotus, the enormous creature opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of fearsome, spiky teeth. The massive jaws unleashed a visible vortex of tidal forces, creating a strong suction that caught a black dragon hawk nearby, which desperately flapped its wings but couldn't escape the pull. Crack! The massive jaws snapped shut and the giant aquatic creature plunged into the river. Crimson spread across the surface of the water, but was quickly washed away by the rushing river, leaving no trace. Finally, Yuan checked the south. The territory to the south had become utterly unfamiliar. Strange mountains and lands, strange monsters' settlements. Yuan fell silent. After a while, the Eye of Divine Right, no longer sustained by energy, slowly closed. The worst has happened. It's not that the Black Mountain is affected by spatial dislocation outside the borders of Taishan Alliance, but instead, it is that Tianyuan territory has encountered an unexpected event and has been greatly shifted, lost. How could this happen? According to the officials' predictions for the integration, the vast majority of Langxing City should have landed smoothly, and within the inner circle of the Taishan Alliance. It was possible that a few cities might have become fragmented during the integration process, scattered in various places, and appearing outside the bounds of the Alliance's territory. That would be an unfortunate situation, where whether the survivors could be rescued depended on whether they could work together and whether the area's rescue teams could respond in time. Compared to the sinking of Langxing and to ordinary people or ranger players, the various lords were among the least affected by the integration. For them, the lords already had a foundation in Eternal World. No matter how the worlds changed during the integration, lords with territories of miracles could stand firm as a rock. According to predictions, the integration might cause some geographical and environmental changes, such as the expansion of plains, or the widening of mountain ranges, or the distance between two territories extending by a dozen kilometers. If you encounter these situations, don't worry, they are normal. However, the probability of their occurrence is still not high, and here at my place. Yuan felt that the location of his Tianyuan territory had not been pushed further away but had been directly picked up and flung deep into the wilderness. Into the depths of the wild. Now, figuring out why this extreme accident occurred is meaningless. What we need to think about next is not why, but what to do. First, we need to ascertain our situation. Beijiang City entered a state of emergency alert. Deadbone had already led a group of elites proficient in stealth from the Soul System to scout outside. Mu Yuan had used reconnaissance sky eye dozens of times and had used the ultra-long distance eye of heaven twice, quickly confirming. This is a genuine uncharted territory. The reason it's called genuine is that the periphery of the Tai-Xian alliance where he had been located before is not a true uncharted territory. During his Green Hand period, he thought he was at the very edge of the alliance, exploring the perilous wilderness, paving the way into the mysterious unknown, but in fact, the real uncharted territory wouldn't even frequently have third-order monsters. Thinking more deeply, the Tianyuan territory was only several hundred kilometers from the front-line town, Shilling Town. For a third or fourth-order strongman, a few hundred kilometers wasn't much. Clearly, there had been seasoned players relying on Shilling Town as a supply point to venture deep into the wilderness in search of treasures and slaying monsters. Mu Yuan, during his exploration of the underground space, had once come across a player who had been kidnapped by Dark Night Elves, and found his diary. Such players were naturally more than just one or two. However, compared to the vast and boundless wilderness, the number of high-order players was still scarce, and monsters regenerated in waves, almost inexhaustible. Most explorers didn't have the capability to harvest monsters, which made it seem like there was an abundance of them in the wild. In reality, as long as Tianyuan territory didn't sweep the surrounding area day and night, after half a month to a month, the regional monsters would proliferate again. Earlier than the ordinary exploring players, the Pioneers Group's strongmen ventured into the wilderness. The powerful lords or high-level players from the Pioneer Group had already delved into the wilderness and struck at some strong monster powers, so ever since my Tianyuan territory began its exploration, we've encountered only weak monster tribes with third-order monsters being rare. It's only occasionally that we encounter wandering bosses of the third and even fourth order. Eradicating high-order monsters was the duty of the Pioneers Group's strongmen. Of course, given the limited number and time of the Pioneers Group's strongmen, it was impossible to root out all the monsters hidden in mountains and forests. The main force in actually purging monsters and reducing regional dangers remained the lords of various lands. Similarly, as the elite Pioneers Group eliminated high-order monsters, they also took away some of the more noticeable treasures such as the high-level recruiting points bursting with splendid light, or the rich ore deposits exposed to the outside. Some great lords had their own ways of moving entire ore deposits or veins to their own territories. Or perhaps, some pioneers sold information about the veins and treasure lands to other powerful lords in that area. Mr. Mu hadn't found a single ore deposit to this day, not because he hadn't tried, but because to truly find a rich vein one must venture deep into the wilderness. Not to mention him, even some lords from the same period had only found micro or small ore veins and were merely in possession of an iron or crystal mine. Would he be envious? Degree. This was also one of the reasons Mr. Mu wanted to join the Pioneer Group. The most powerful lords of the Tai-Xian Alliance were almost all pioneering. Of course, to pioneer meant to face real high-order monsters, historical monster powers, the fallen god's servants walking the earth, and so on. The Snake Man tribe encountered previously in the Land of Two Realms, in the genuine uncharted territory, might not be any kind of overlord. Otherwise, they wouldn't have needed to flee to Langzing and build their power there. Now it looks like I'm being forced to pioneer the area. But during exploration, I must be more cautious than before. Luckily, the territory has the Staff of Divine Right, an epic structure, so at least I have a trump card in my hand. Mu Yuan's trump cards weren't limited to this one, but it's always better to have more trump cards, and he could never have too many. Just in case, the territory needs not only offensive large-scale magic and defensive large-scale magic but also a stealth type of large-scale magic. He had long had an idea about this and could develop a suitable large-scale magic based on Sophia's talents and skills, integrating and upgrading it. However, Sophia was not currently with him. Before the world fusion, Sophia had led a group of elites stationed in Beijiang City. It would have been simple for her to return to Tianyuan territory, but with the crisis at hand, Mu Yuan naturally couldn't call her and the elites back. After the completion of the world fusion, Sophia would still need to lead the elites to assist the association in defense for a while, and would only leave once Beijiang City had safely landed. By then, it wouldn't be difficult for Sophia to travel to Shilling Town aboard an armored train, and then return to the territory. Given Beijiang City's geographical location, it was likely to fall somewhere in the area around Panxi City. Right now, though, Mu Yuan could no longer sense Sophia's exact location or direction, he could only confirm her safety through the panel information. This meant that the distance between him and Sophia was extremely far. It should be noted that individuals evolved by him had a very close connection with him, their lord, far surpassing the relationship between other lords and their troops. 17, located in Shilling Town, was also out of contact. Yuan wasn't worried about them. Compared to their situation, the Tianyuan territory, currently in the wilderness, was at risk of encountering dangers at any moment. He walked out from inside the staff of divine right and came to the Lord's altar. Here, 3 secret realm light gates still spread a faint glow. However, the gates symbolizing the challenge land and the elf's courtyard were both firmly closed, unable to be opened, preventing entry. Alert, due to unknown spatial disturbance, secret realms number 2 and number 3 are inaccessible, with the recovery time unknown. He frowned. In the new era deprived of the Langzing platform, if he wanted to purchase valuable items across regions, the secret realm in Elf's courtyard was the only window. And now, it was gone too. The thought that he himself was an unknown distance from Shilling Town, and that crises lurked all around, made one more piece of bad news seem not so hard to accept. What else could he do? Lament and sigh. He was a lord, and now, in the face of accidents, calmness was even more essential. If he started to panic, how could his domain have a future? Oh, his family still had over a dozen great generals, that seemed to make things okay. At the same time, in the capital city of the Taishan Alliance, within the grandiose 9-colored tower, a certain conference room. Hum hum hum. Brilliant lights flashed as the consciousnesses of elite powerhouses traversed thousands of regions to convene here. There were exploration generals from the Pioneer Group, Lord of Hanyu City, Sword Lord Liashi, Lord Qing Xin, and others. From Taishan Lianji, there were sealing bases, the Lord of Luofu Mountain, the Twilight Elephant City Lord, and more. There were also administrators from various regions, like the Lord of Ziji City, Lord of Panchi City. All the powerhouses gathered inside the 9-colored tower. At the most prestigious place sat 2 figures. One was a young woman dressed in fiery red clothes, who, despite apparently being young, had eyes filled with the vicissitudes of life as if she had seen through the world's affairs. Her body faintly radiated with brilliant light, as she too arrived through the consciousness overcoming spatial distances. The other person was an elder habitually holding a smoking pipe in his mouth. He glanced around and began to speak. The fusion with Langzing is complete, largely successful. All the cities have landed safely, but there have been some minor accidents. On the outer perimeter of our alliance's territory, some domains have shifted in location, with a few moving hundreds to thousands of kilometers deep into the wilderness. Of course, just hundreds to thousands of kilometers was not a big problem. That's what all the powerhouses present were thinking. Not to mention thousands of kilometers, which one of them hadn't ventured tens of thousands of kilometers deep into the wilderness. Indeed, as the National Pillar said, it was somewhat unexpected, but not a big issue. Exploration General and Lord Qing Xin stated, the location of Dragon Sleep Valley, which I am monitoring, seems to have shifted. We are currently tracking it. My Pioneer Fortress remains unchanged, still nailed there. The other exploration generals and sealing bases took turns to report. Lord of Panchi City also said, I've received reports that there have been positional shifts in Shilling Town and Snow-Covered City, which are under my jurisdiction. Shilling Town reports an unfamiliar surrounding environment, and we are currently conducting comparisons and positioning anchors. After a moment, the elder nodded slowly. The fusion of the 2 realms has made the outer domains of our Taishan alliance looser. In the future, we'll need to pay more attention to defense line arrangements. However, right now, the priority is the rescue and resettlement of the city's inhabitants. Meeting adjourned. One after another, the powerhouses left the room. The elder gazed at the azure sky in the distance, puffing on his pipe. Rings of smoke emanated, lingering around him in a mist that long refused to disperse. In the secret realm of the elf's courtyard, Zhang Loxing was cursing under his breath. Damn it! My domain has shifted north by a full 200 kilometers. What kind of misfortune is this? I feel like a chieftain deep in Africa. What, your territories haven't changed at all? Hearing that makes me feel even sadder. Speaking of which, where's Big Boss Tianyuan? Wasn't there a plan to meet up after the fusion? Maybe he's busy, perhaps this is the difference between a big boss and us. Zhang Loxing went back to his domain and after thinking it over, he still decided to use a rare item designated for contacting Big Boss Tianyuan. Crackle crackle. The item flickered with light, its brightness unstable. He fiddled with it for a while before finally sending out a signal. Hey, big boss. Zhang, oh. I'm currently. Crackle. The light of the item dimmed, ashen as death. Shit, Tianyuan guy isn't about to die, is he? He went back to the secret realm and told Lu Miamu, who then informed her elder sister. Lord of Hanyu City frowned, Tianyuan has indeed been moved to a distant place. This shouldn't have happened. I'll try to locate the Tianyuan territory, but the alliance is very busy right now, needing to settle more than 1 billion people. I'm afraid they can't spare much effort. She had no better solution to this issue. She could only search and locate slowly. With Tianyuan's capabilities and the strength of his subordinates, as long as they didn't encounter someone from the legendary realm, they would most likely be safe. And even deep in the wilderness, there weren't that many legendary beings, she hoped. In the Tianyuan territory. Moved by Zhang Loxing's message, although he ruined a communication item, Mu Yuan had managed to contact the Lord of Hanyu City. She had promised to send Moonsword Immortal Huayu to head north from the original location of Tianyuan territory and also to ask for help from friends in the Astronomical Society. This is what it means to have connections at the top. Thanks to the wealthy boss. However, hope and safety should not be entrusted to others. It must be relied upon oneself. It's time to eradicate the unstable elements around my territory, one by one. Lord Shepherd's avatar, strike! He headed to the South City Gate. Some of the farmlands and arrow towers outside the city wall were damaged. Around them, lay some monstrous corpses with fierce faces. They had died a peaceful death. Chapter 294. Help us, Lord 17. Outside the South City wall, monster cadavers, bisected at the waist or pierced by arrows, lay strewn across the ground, numbering in the hundreds. Liu Lu pulled out the fearless spear and shield from within the massive creature tens of meters in height and frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. Although the invading monsters departed peacefully without a single one escaping, some farmlands and arrow towers had been damaged. The once pristine outskirts of the city, cleaned and cleared by him, were once again in disarray due to the monsters' intrusion. The straight southern dirt road bore paw prints from the monsters' trampling, the terrain around was pitted, sprinkled with the fire and acid spat out by the monsters. Farther away, monsters howled from a distance that grew ever closer. Looking at the pockmarked earth, Liu Lu wished he could grab a shovel and rolling stone right there and then to smooth out the damaged ground. But he couldn't, there was no time. More monsters were attacking. The task given to him by Lord was this: not only did he have to obliterate every monster in sight, not letting a single one escape, but he also had to keep the noise down to avoid causing any thunderous commotions. Liu Lu could not stand the pitted ground, but obviously, the Lord's mission took precedence. He charged forward, grabbed a few powerful monsters, and struck them with a thrust, piercing and slaying them. Mu Yuan walked out from the South City Gate, staring at the monster corpses scattered on the ground, and his brow furrowed. As expected, the types of monsters were still those common in the Eternal World, including but not limited to goblins, jackal men, kobolds, and others. But they were different from the monsters he had seen before. Mu Yuan crouched down and peeled back the fur of a large wolf. The stench of blood hit him and he said while staring at the bloody wolf skeleton, "This is a professional level peak large wolf." Ah! There was silence for a while, and Duo Lai uttered confusion. "So what? Is there a problem with that?" Xi Lu elbowed Duo Lai. "Out in the wild, large wolves are just low-tier monsters, and it's rare for them to grow to professional level peak. Such common 3-star stage creatures could potentially develop to professional level peak in the hands of a player, but that would only be if an old player scrimped and saved to raise and nurture the large wolf, feeding it precious breakthrough material. But wild monsters. The large wolves they had encountered before were basically apprentice level, and most times not even at the peak of apprentice level. Here, more than a dozen wolves had reached professional level. I see now, Duo Lai realized suddenly. No wonder Lord was able to spot the essence immediately. Gobble. The levels of the goblins had also generally increased significantly. Even the ordinary 1-star goblins, naturally hunchbacked and thin, showed muscle contours in Mu Yuan's observation. He then took out an illuminating tool and shone it into the peacefully open pupils of the goblins, and sure enough, their eyes were full of bloodshot veins, spider-webbing throughout the entire eyeball. "Leave the task of researching the differences between these monsters and the previous ones to me," said Ilo, coming over in one of her incarnations. She looked at them briefly and spoke with full commitment, "Strike that, Enthusiasm, I'll dissect them thoroughly, mining out all their secrets. She licked her reddish lips. Then, I'll leave this side to you. Lord Shepherd said to Lu and Ilo. Following that, he put together the exploration pioneer team. Naturally, Deadbone was the team's main force, along with core team members Duo Lai, Xilu, Hong Yi, and Serio. Duo Lai mainly took on the responsibilities of the transport squadron leader. Xilu had both dragon might and hunter's instinct. Sometimes, her instinct was the best tracking radar or disaster avoidance radar. Otherwise, before coming to the Tianyuan territory, when Xilu was just a lone ranger at second-order elite level, how could she have survived so easily in the wilderness? Serio had the abilities of ice and dragon might. Dragon might could not only suppress and kill enemies but also do so without making much noise, which was considered a divine technique for bullying the weak. Hong Yi, with her illusion ability and trapping enemy ability, served a similar function. This was a stealth exploration mission. He was grateful that he had previously acquired a general understanding of the pioneer group, knowing the kind of enemies and environments the lords faced, so he could take more cautious measures. If he had, as before, recklessly attacked and slaughtered monster tribes they encountered during their explorations, such an approach could be fatal in a true undeveloped territory. After all, the pioneer team stepped out of the territory, and the environment around them underwent a noticeable change. The trees were tall, and their roots had a hint of brown redness, maybe with monsters hiding among the tree canopies and rocks, peering at them. Yuan extended his hand and black crows flew out from his sleeves. He himself was on reconnaissance support. Scouting falcons weren't inefficient, through high-altitude overview and shared vision, they could still help the leaders maintain overall control. But in such a perilously unpredictable environment, to send the scouting falcons for further exploration, wasn't impossible, just that it would be somewhat costly in terms of the falcons. Yuan had already commanded a few higher-level Azure and Tai Ching birds to cautiously scout around. But his team was to head south. At that moment, the setting sun cast a reddish glow across the sky, not magnificent or beautiful, but rather reminiscent of the days when red fog shrouded and clouds of red loomed, chilling the heart. Under the afterglow of the sunset, the whole forest turned even more crimson, the slivers of red light sneaking through the gaps in the leaves as if rivers of blood were flowing between heaven and earth. Facing the morning glow, Yuan traveled south for 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 60 kilometers. Soon, he was beyond the regular detection range of the Eye of Divine Right. His speed slowed down a bit. There are several rather troublesome monster groups along the way. They hadn't formed camps or tribes, but he judged that these groups of hundreds of monsters were no weaker than the average monster tribe. He noticed at a glance that there were elite-level monsters among them, and perhaps even stronger ones hidden. He didn't investigate closely, nor did he deal with these monster groups. Let the Rakshasa and Yuta handle these monsters, we should not waste time. He intended to go even further. Of course, even though they tried various means to conceal their presence and hide their forms, they unavoidably encountered some monsters on the way. Sometimes when blocked by a large group of monsters, Yuan didn't want to waste time and effort detoring a long way around. Go, Serio! The mark on the back of his hand lit up, and a frost giant dragon over 30 meters long cast its shadow on the ground. At the same time, an overwhelming long way spread out. The monsters didn't even have time to let out a howl before their fates were clenched by the neck. Following that, Hong Yi jingled a bell. One after another, elite undead emerged from the Lord's Seal and pounced on the monsters. In less than 100 seconds, they had completely eradicated the group of monsters. They did not attract the attention of any other monster groups in the region. The stealthy advance continued. At the same time, outside the territory of the Taishan Alliance, many lords were furrowing their brows. They were lords who had encountered unexpected events in their territories during the integration period. Red Leaf Territory. Lord Zhouye looked at the greatly changed landscape and felt icy cold in the dead of winter. Now that we can't communicate on the Taishan Forum, once trapped in the wilderness, it's like crying out to an unresponsive heaven and earth. Fortunately, I, old Zhou, am wise, and had spent a good deal of money to buy a communication treasure bead beforehand, connecting to an informant from the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. I'm now directly connected to the intelligence network of the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce. To be precise, it was the One-Handed Chamber of Commerce's intelligence network stationed in Stone Ridge Town. But for him, he needed only the information about the vicinity of Stone Ridge Town, as information from other places would be of no use to him. At the moment, the sound echoed away, and the radiance of the communication treasure bead dimmed. The good news is, the shift of our territories won't be too drastic, at most a few hundred kilometers. The bad news is, for a small territory like ours, migrating a few hundred kilometers to the north is also fatal. His Red Leaf territory was also a few hundred kilometers from Stone Ridge Town, which meant it was twice as far now. Fortunately, Stone Ridge Town also migrated northward along with his Red Leaf territory in this integration disaster. This was unfortunate for Stone Ridge Town, but indeed a lucky thing for him. Apart from Stone Ridge Town, many other territories in the region were also forced to migrate northward. If only my Red Leaf territory faced this trouble, I'd be done for, but now there are quite a few fellow lords in the same boat, so we can huddle together for warmth. His first thought was to send elites south to determine the location of Stone Ridge Town. Only by doing so could he feel a bit safer. But then he thought it wouldn't work. My Red Leaf territory lies deep in the wilderness, surrounded by danger. In just this short time, many monsters have already attacked the territory. To cross hundreds of kilometers to reach Stone Ridge Town would be fraught with difficulties. He had also conducted exploration and knew just how difficult it was to travel 100 kilometers north of the territory. To go to Stone Ridge Town would be even harder. Furthermore, the location of Stone Ridge Town is not certain. If I want to huddle for warmth, it's better to head northeast to find Brother Mew. The territory of Brother Mew is the closest to my Red Leaf territory, and even if it has shifted northward, it can't be too far off. And Brother Mew Yuan is a big shot. If I stick to him, I can weather this disaster. Plan set. Aim for the northeast of the territory, march out. Hundreds of kilometers away, Stone Ridge Town. Town Mayor Kui Long had already figured out his situation. It might not be just a few hundred kilometers to the north. He had ventured deep into the wilderness for many years and had seen the world with the leaders of pioneer groups, but the mountain ranges stretching around seemed unfamiliar to him. The position Stone Ridge Town had shifted to was probably farther than he had thought. Currently, the focus of the Alliance was on the resettlement of disaster victims. Before the Alliance can spare time to deal with us, I must rely on myself. Fortunately, the Red Fog disaster moon has just ended, and there are quite a few lords and high-level players still stranded in Stone Ridge Town. It felt somewhat wrong to think like this. But the presence of these powerhouses significantly increased the combined strength of Stone Ridge Town. Mayor Kui Long donned a coat and went to the south side of the town, outside the city walls at the railroad tracks. Many players had gathered there, looking around expectantly. The railroad has broken, and Stone Ridge Town has indeed shifted significantly. Its current location is unknown. Damn, does that mean we're now a deserted island? No way, I still have 3 beautiful wives in Panchi City. Can you give me your house number, bro? Stop joking around. Mayor Kui, think of something. Kui Long walked over, his third-order strength permeating the air. Despite his calm expression, his voice wasn't loud but quickly spread, calming the onlookers. Stone Ridge Town has indeed experienced some slight shifting, but there's no need for panic. We have already contacted the Alliance, and reinforcements will arrive in a few days to reconnect the railroad. However, before the Alliance reinforcements arrive, Stone Ridge Town still needs everyone to work together to overcome the current difficulties. Back in town, Kui Long extended invitations to various lords and mercenary group leaders for a meeting at the command center in town. The old fishing man had already returned to his hometown, and now, the person with the highest authority in town was Lord Kuangdao. Many eyes turned to look at Lord Kuangdao. Lord Kuangdao had an expressionless face. His heart was in a flutter. The higher the level of the lords and players, the better they understood the plight of Shilling Town, like treading on thin ice. For the moment, safety was provisional, but should an accident occur, there might not be enough strength to withstand it. He, Raging Blade Lord, was just an ordinary senior lord. He couldn't shoulder such a heavy burden. Moreover, the strength of the players in Shilling Town now was more than halved from the Red Fog disaster moon period. The senior old fishing man was not present. Neither were the fourth-order strongmen under his command. It seemed that he, Raging Blade, was now the strongest one in Shilling Town. But he didn't want to be the strongest. There's still one more strongman. Mayor Kui suddenly thought of something. Kuangdao also had a stroke of insight and thought of the same thing. There's also a strongman from the Chamber of Commerce. I remember the one-handed Chamber of Commerce has stationed a third-order peak powerhouse in our Shilling Town, and perhaps there are even stronger ones hidden. However, I am certain we still have one more. Raging Blade Lord said this and then looked at Mayor Kui. Kui Long knew more than Raging Blade did. After the meeting ended, Mayor Kui took a few of his direct subordinates and walked towards the outskirts of the town. This area was rented out to outsiders. Different chambers of commerce or territories rented areas here, big and small. Some just used the ordinary 3-story buildings constructed by Shilling Town, and some built their own grand and exquisite towers and pavilions. Mayor Kui carried a gift and came to the headquarters of a business that was not particularly impressive in decoration. He knocked on the door, wishing to visit Lord 17. Unlike Kuang Dao, who only knew of a strong archer with divine skills, Mayor Kui was aware of Lord 17's identity, people of Tianyuan. One of the great generals of Tianyuan territory. As far as he knew, Tianyuan territory had 4 supreme sky kings. The most ancient hero, the blue-haired young girl, giant spirit god Lu Lu, one-punch martial lunatic Yuda, totem arrow god 17. And probably star maiden Ilo, who wasn't much weaker either. 17's archery was otherworldly, and in a battle to defend the city, she alone could match a dozen or more Lord Kuang Dao. With such a strongman in Shilling Town, Mayor Kui's sense of security surged considerably. Moreover, visiting Lord 17 also meant the possibility of contacting Lord Tianyuan. He wouldn't dare underestimate this lord. Even if the lord's experience and main force were relatively weak, having the 4 supreme sky kings meant that Lord Tianyuan's overall strength was definitely not weak. To his Shilling Town, Tianyuan territory was a powerful external support. He had to establish contact no matter what. Soon enough, Mayor Kui met with Lord 17. Luckily, Lord 17 was not as aloof as most titled strongmen, and she agreed that she would take action when a powerful monster attacked. Unfortunately. What, you can't contact Lord Tianyuan? Yes, 17 sighed. When she first lost contact with her own lord, she was in a panic, nearly out of her wits. After all, she was just a baby who had awakened her self-awareness for just over half a year. How could she have any clever ideas? Luckily, Lord had left her a brocade bag containing 361 possible courses of action to take in case of emergency or loss of contact. She read through them carefully and memorized every word. She couldn't claim to understand all of it, but she committed it to memory without mistake. Thus, 17 was unsettled 111, calmness +1 +1 +1. She was also mentally prepared for Mayor Kui's visit. So, though she was a socially anxious baby and the diplomat Daisy wasn't around and she was truly anxious inside, she still managed to maintain a calm and composed exterior. This was the facial expression management of an epic life. Seeing this, Mayor Kui inwardly marveled and envied. Truly worthy of Lord 17, indeed having the demeanor of a great general. I also didn't know where Lord Tianyuan recruited such a figure as Lord 17. To be able to recruit and attract Lord 17 and the other Supreme Sky Kings, the Lord's charm of Tianyuan must be exceptional. This was something he couldn't envy. The deeds of Lord Tianyuan were completely inimitable. Thinking back, Lord 17 seemed to have even more of a general's bearing and more calmness than he had imagined. After all, he hadn't realized that Lord 17 had lost contact with Lord Tianyuan. This meant that the situation in Tianyuan territory might not be so great. Thinking of this, Mayor Kui's heart also grew heavier. I know my request is somewhat improper, but still, I hope that without enough clues, you will not blindly venture into the wilderness, Lord 17. I wish you would stay in Shilling Town. We will also do our best to find any information related to Tianyuan territory. If Lord 17 disregarded everything and entered the wilderness to find Tianyuan territory, he couldn't and wouldn't stop her. 17 was somewhat puzzled. Why would I want to venture deep into the wilderness? She didn't understand, but maintained her composed facial expression management and continued to display the demeanor of a strongman. I will stay in Shilling Town. Because on the brocade bag, Lord had told her to stay in Shilling Town. What to do next depended on what happened and which of the contingency plans in the brocade bag would come into play. On behalf of everyone in Shilling Town, I thank you, Lord. If there is anything you need, please feel free to ask. Soon, Mayor Kui took his leave. 17 rubbed her slightly stiff cheeks and then started to take out the gifts that Mayor Kui had left in her storage ring. A large batch of soul crystals. A large number of cultivation assistance items. And a batch of war supplies. 17 flipped through the listings in the brocade bag. Oh right, cultivation. She gathered others to distribute the supplies and then went to cultivate by herself. Wrong, to attend superior grade cultivation grounds in the center of town. Mayor Kui invited her, and Lord also said it was okay. So off she went. In the wilderness, Mu Yuan gazed towards the south, where the night was dense and ominous. The incident happened suddenly, and the brocade bag I left for 17 only contains 361 contingencies. I hope it's sufficient. Chapter 295, Mysterious Merchant. Dawn's first light, bit by bit, tore open the gloomy night sky. Orange light streamed through the treetops, casting shadows on the earth while specks of dust fluttered in the beams. Mu Yuan stood under the shade of trees within the city lord's mansion, his gaze fixed upon the heavens as his mind roamed over the vast lands. To the south of his territory, a distance impossible to gauge. Transformed into Mu Yuan, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Xi Lu, the four placed their hands on a section of dark red tree root, deep crimson in color. It took them a full 6 to 7 minutes to purify this segment of the root of corruption. Notification: you have obtained purest crystal, superior grade. Notification: you have obtained miracle blueprints guiding landmark, rare. Notification: as expected of an aged root, it's even burst out superior grade materials. This was merely an ordinary land of filth, with only a single segment of the root of corruption within its domain. Yet, purifying this root of corruption took as much time as purifying a whole nest of filth. It was deeply crimson, thoroughly fused with the land itself. Of course, tackling this land of filth was nowhere near as troublesome as a nest of filth. They had only encountered 2 4-order bosses devoid of intelligence, and that was it. Easy peasy, roar. Serio intended to howl up at the sky, but suddenly remembered the boss had told them to be quiet, so it could only symbolically growl softly. It flew within the region where the red mist had not yet fully dissipated, patrolling in all directions, hunting down occasional monsters, and exhibiting an invincible posture. As long as it wasn't fighting internal ranking battles with the territory's generals, Serio himself was invincible. Xi Lu, guided by her hunter's instinct, picked off the ones Serio overlooked during patrol, and dispatched them. She spotted one that was a spider-class monster and, feeling slightly disgusted, she tossed it aside. Then she picked up another prey. No good, this one can't be eaten either. Never mind, the monsters around here are heavily contaminated anyway. Even if there are suitable species, they aren't fit for consumption. Finding high-order ingredients would only make it more painful, better not to find them at all. If there had been a bipedal flying dragon here, its meat would have been tainted with filth and inedible. Just thinking about it made her feel regretful. With this in mind, she stopped searching further. She just couldn't help but smack her lips. Not far away, Serio patrolling low in the sky, shuddered for no apparent reason. It glanced at Xi Lu and, after a thought, decided to fly a little further away. It's weird, even though Serio the Great never flinched in the fight against the Red Dragon, why does my heart keep feeling uneasy? While the elites patrolled, Mu Yuan packed away the treasures from purifying the root of corruption and continued to gaze into the azure sky. Along the way, even though they avoided monsters when possible, their gains were still significant. On the way, Duo Lai even keenly discovered a soul sand vein. After a brief exploration, Mu Yuan was almost entirely certain he could confidently say, 9 times out of 10 that it was a small-scale soul sand mine. Not to underestimate the term small-scale, as up to this point, all the vein discoveries he heard about from contemporary lords were limited to microscale veins. A microscale soul sand vein, once fully mined, can yield thousands of soul crystals in total. The total reserves of a small-scale soul sand vein are said to be between 10,000 and 100,000. Of course, it's not easy to mine out the entire crystal vein, as it's both laborious and time-consuming. It could take a short year, or many years, even decades. Nevertheless, discovering a small-scale soul sand vein near his territory was like a turn of fortune. Emerging from obscurity still in an unexplored area, mine deposits were far from commonplace. Finding one in close proximity to his territory was even less common. He, Lord Tianyuan, could suddenly rid himself of the identity of a poor man and become a local tycoon with a mine in his backyard. It was a cause for joy, but Mu Yuan couldn't allow himself to be too happy. Compared to the mine deposit, the location of his territory was what he urgently needed to clarify. He had traveled southward in search of clues and traces. It could be a landmark terrain feature or ancient ruins. He had mentioned the Black Giant Mountain, but in the vast eternal world, towering peaks reaching into the clouds were not so unique. What Mu Yuan most wanted to find and was most likely to find were some special traces. Traces left behind by Taishan pioneers who camped deep in the wilderness. Should he find such traces, pinpointing the location would become hopeful. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a single one. I need to change the strategy, focusing on defense and concealment of the territory, he thought. His view returned to the town of Tianyuan within the territory. Sunlight spilled across the land, making the town, nestled amid the lush woods, particularly noticeable. Mu Yuan entered the staff of divine right. How is it? He asked Ilo. Ilo obviously hadn't slept all night, but that was routine for her, a young epic life who wouldn't waste precious time on sleep. She solemnly replied, soon. Within the 9-turn furnace area, a large-scale magic was in the process of upgrading. The progress bar was at 99.8%. And shortly. Ding! Notification, large-scale magic night curtain has been upgraded to night illusory curtain. For details, please check for yourself. This was the technique Mu Yuan hastily fused with the power of Sophia Raven the night before. It nearly drained him completely. It almost caused Ilo to tear her hair out in frustration. After all, the Lord's requirements were somewhat demanding. The technique needed to envelop the entire territory, have a long duration, eliminate the scent of life, and conceal the region among other capabilities. And she had to present a plan before the end of the watch. This was difficult for her, Ilo. She really wasn't a magic god. But after all, it was the Lord's task. What could she do? She just had to do her best. Not until deep in the night, the solutions Ilo came up with still couldn't be called feasible. Mu Yuan also knew he was asking too much. No matter how hard she tried, Ilo couldn't possibly complete in a few hours what would normally take a week or two. What Mu Yuan was hoping for, was merely that Ilo could produce a prototype, and the rest would be handled by the staff of divine right. After that, the power loaded by Lord Shepherd oscillated between Sophia and Duo Lai. He drank barrel after barrel of recovery potion, repeatedly exhausting his body until, at last, within just half an hour, he managed to integrate this large-scale magic. When he came down from the staff of divine right, his hands were trembling. With a mix of expectation and anxiety, Mu Yuan looked at the large-scale magic. Large-scale magic night illusory curtain, occupies 20 magic slots. Description, creates a massive curtain that covers the target area from above, serving to conceal visibility. At the same time, this large-scale magic can somewhat shield the scent within the enveloped area. Note, this magic cannot perform at full capacity during the day but will be enhanced at night. Note, the magic can be maintained for up to 2 hours at most. Mu Yuan nodded his approval. He was satisfied, yet not completely so. The functions of the night illusory curtain to contain scents and conceal territories were the most urgently needed at present. Standing prominently amid the vast mountains and forests, Tianyuan territory was too conspicuous. If there were any powerful monster powers nearby, they could easily be discovered and exposed to the eyes of wisdom monsters. Without a clear understanding of surrounding conditions, stability should be the main focus. Shielding the scent was equally important. Keep in mind, the longer a territory appears in the eternal world, the more it attracts the attention of the surrounding monsters. Hence, even if the territory of a pure newcomer player doesn't expand much or build up forces, over time it will still encounter an increasing number of monsters. As for Tianyuan territory, it was directly dragged into the depths of the wilderness. Dense with monsters, a thrown brick could hit several elite creatures. The appearance of Tianyuan territory was like tossing a cake into a swarm of flies. Within a few days, monsters would swarm in, forming a tide. Even now, monsters were emerging from all around, some even reaching the city walls. Mu Yuan liked harvesting the wave of monsters, but not being harvested by the wave. It's a pity that the night illusory curtain can only shield scents to a certain degree, and its effect in concealing the territory is rather ordinary. It can't fool determined monsters, and if they get somewhat closer, they can directly ignore it. Moreover, this large-scale magic can only be sustained for 2 hours. This effectively meant he needed to constantly use krypton crystals, or exhaust himself. The night illusory curtain spread silently over the skies of Tianyuan territory. The sky darkened a bit, as if shrouded in clouds. This was an unavoidable side effect caused by the night illusory curtain. After observing for a while and noticing the decrease in attacking monsters, Mu Yuan nodded slightly. But the task wasn't over yet. Next, we need to recombine and synthesize a more suitable concealment technique, which will mean we too have to work our tails off. He exerted his strength. Ilo racked her brain. The two of them rampaged wildly, probably. In the following days, the exploratory team changed its strategy, no longer heading straight south but instead exploring the east, south, west, and north to gain a clear understanding of the surrounding areas. To the south, we've found only a snake man tribe and a goblin tribe, just the two. Deadbone had penetrated at least several hundred kilometers deep and had still only found 2 tribes. Yuan didn't dismiss the possibility of undiscovered ones, but this number was still too low. Was this area safe? No, there were many monsters to the south, but there weren't any monster encampments, and the established tribes were only those 2. From a distance, Deadbone could roughly estimate that the strength of these 2 monster tribes was far greater than that of the Spider-Woman tribe in the dungeon. The tribal territories were large, and there were not just one, but several totem pillars erected within, vaguely portraying the figure of a creature with black wings, a crow's beak, and a humanoid body. To the north, amid the mountain ranges, Deadbone had found 3 tribes, Jackal men, and Kobolds. The totem poles worshipped by these 3 tribes were different from those of the southern Snake Man and Goblin tribes. Perhaps they were from different factions? Yuan wasn't sure whether the several large tribes hundreds of kilometers apart to the north and south were aware of one another. His time in this place was too short, he could only ascertain limited information for now. Indeed, to the north there was a Jackal man tribe and a Kobold tribe not far from each other, yet they seemed to coexist peacefully. The most likely possibility is that there are even more powerful monster forces above these tribes. He pondered. In the previously explored territory of Stone Ridge Town, there were the Snake Man chieftain uniting 3 camps to form a monster tribe and the Spider Woman leader sweeping across the 6 directions, subjugating several dungeon tribes. Clearly, wisdom monsters would attack and annex each other. However, both the Snake Man tribe and the Spider Woman tribe had not existed for a long time. Deep in the wilderness, older monster forces had gradually grown and developed into large-scale powers, which was unsurprising. Most monster tribes here had major backers. If there were no monster camps to be found, it was likely they all had been annexed. Therefore, until the situation becomes clear, I must not directly attack these monster tribes. Besides, they are not weak, and I have no idea what trump cards they hold. I absolutely cannot view them with old perspectives. In early years, high-level players in the Pioneer group thought that taking down mere monster tribes was just a matter of having hands. Now, the grass on those players' graves is already tall. Mistakes made by the old players, he could not afford to repeat. Let's first secure our position and accumulate power before we strike with the force of Thunderbolt. To the east, merely tens of kilometers away lay a great river. The river was rapid and profound, concealing many terrifying creatures within. Currently, Tianyuan territory lacked the means to navigate the water, hence, exploration to the east had to be postponed. The red leaf forest to the west seemed to have fewer monsters, yet the blood-like crimson leaves seemed to presage all kinds of misfortune. Yuan thought, explored, and researched large-scale magic, busier than ever. Until a certain moment. Ding! Notice, a special unit has arrived. Above the Tianyuan territory, the sky was somewhat gloomy, as if clouds were hanging low. Suddenly, amidst the spreading mist, a figure leading a sheep-like pack animal slowly walked out. The newcomer wore a black wide-sleeved overcoat, a felt hat on the head, and a silk scarf around the face, wrapped up tight, leaving only a pair of inquiring eyes scanning the surroundings. He then furrowed his brows. This appears to be just a town-level territory. They, the mysterious merchants, traveled through various worlds, roaming all over the eternal world, selling rare goods to many lords, and had witnessed all kinds of territories. Some territories had pyramids standing tall upon the earth, surrounded by golden soldiers patrolling and guarding the Golden Nation. Some territories were suspended above the azure sky, overlooking the mortal world for eons. Some territories owned thousands of miles of land, governing over tens of thousands of people. All right, even without mentioning those top territories perched amongst the clouds, typically, a territory marked with a guiding landmark merchant should be somewhat powerful, right? They, the mysterious merchants, did business only with powerful lords. Other lords, let alone possessing a landmark or other qualification vouchers, the vast majority hadn't even heard of their mysterious merchant alliance. Me. The pack animal, with a pair of sheep horns but a robust body, bleated softly. You mean to say the territory's appearance can be deceiving, that it might simply be newly established? Yes, you're right, not really. The merchant curled his lip and pointed around where in the distance, monsters could be seen leaping out of the jungle. The sound of weapons clashing and monster roars continuously rang by his ears. And right now, it isn't the season of the red moon. It wasn't that he was prejudiced, but a territory that had not yet managed to drive out monsters and secure the safety of its surrounding area had somehow acquired a coordinate. This was unscientific. Me. The sheep creature cocked its head. Though such a small territory might not offer much, my business performance for this year would be more difficult to achieve, but since I've arrived here through the coordinates, wouldn't returning empty-handed be a waste of an opportunity to enter? Now that he was here, even a little added to his performance was better than nothing. Otherwise, territories that could summon their mysterious merchants were few and far between. While he verbally expressed his disdain, in reality, it was better than nothing. With this thought, the merchant took a large stride forward, as if crossing an invisible curtain of water, officially arriving at this place. Chapter 296, VIP Grandpa Mu. Upon discovering the approach of the mysterious merchant, Mu Yuan immediately sent Liu Lu to greet them while he himself took a moment, stood within the staff of divine right, and quietly observed through the Lord's view. I can't discern any tricks, he said. Ilo continued, this person's attire and dress are not in the style of the 7 great nations, nor do they resemble the old continental powers such as the Holy Griffin Empire or the Star Luo Holy Palace, and even when compared to the famous empires of ancient Holy Radiance and so on, still dissimilar. All things considered, I also can't make anything out. Ilo, the humanoid encyclopedia, embodied what it meant to be a cultured individual. Although she had been in this era for less than half a year, she had already gained a clear understanding of the current nations, having collected and stored all the information she could gather from the network into her external brain. Such was the power of a scholarly genius. Mu Yuan always had the illusion that he was academically deficient in comparison. He opened the panel. A territory that possesses this special landmark has a probability of attracting a mysterious peddler who wanders among countless worlds and makes a brief stop here. The arrival of the mysterious merchant was connected to the miracle building guiding landmark merchant. With that in mind, there was a 99.8% probability that the mysterious merchant was trustworthy. Now that the Tianyuan territory lay outside the alliance's borders, isolated like a suspended isle, with poor communication and virtually no trade channels, the need for a special peddler like the mysterious merchant was even more pressing. Even so, after all, given the mysterious background, some basic precautions must be taken. The mysterious merchant had entered from the southeastern direction of the territory, so Mu Yuan instructed Liu Lu to lead people toward the East City Forest Garden. That was a pleasant leisure garden built within the Treeman Forest. However, since its completion, Great Lord Shepherd had hardly visited it a few times. He didn't have the time, and no one else even mentioned it. Lord Mu once thought that, after settling matters on Langxing, he could relax, lie on the lawn to bask in the sun, and have a few nuns feed him grapes, enjoying the comfortable life of a lord. As a result, the leisurely life of a lord. The lord hasn't slept in days. Most importantly, the garden is located within the forest, the absolute home court for the Treeman. War Treeman and Lord Treeman, who have been rooted here for a long time, can exert 150% or even 200% of their fighting strength. There were no civilians around, and in case a battle broke out, he could even allow the staff of divine right to unleash thunderous might. Still not quite enough. Deadbone and Duo Lai are not around, so he asked Yuta, Rakshasa, Bone 2, Bone 3, and Bone 4 to stand by in the eastern part of the city. He then took out an artifact from the warehouse, Jade Inscription Divine General, which could summon a legendary being, and put it in his pocket, ready to be activated at any time. Afterward, Lord Mu, along with Ilo and Daisy, the savvy haggler, went there together. Daisy, being non-combat personnel, had returned to the territory around the time Langxing was blending, as the company had already ceased all commercial activities. She didn't have to wander around as Sophia did. In an instant, within the tranquil garden, Mu Yuan observed the mysterious visitor. The mysterious merchant observed the lord of the land. I am the mysterious merchant Ki Istravizuxing this Yadamuzalat, you may call me Ki. The mysterious merchant's self-introduction took a full 30 seconds. Your name is not mysterious enough, thumbs down. Great Lord Shepherd gave a simple introduction and quickly cut to the chase. What about the goods? The goods are right here. Merchant Ki busied himself back and forth atop a sheep-like beast of burden, and in the blink of an eye, managed to put together several goods shelves, 3 to 4 meters in height. The shelves were arched, arrayed around the sheep beast of burden. Displayed upon them were a dazzling array of items radiating precious light, numbering in the dozens. Yuan felt like he had entered a small store, except that, unlike any ordinary shop, each item on the shelves was extraordinary. Qi boasted proudly, "We mysterious merchants come and go without a trace, only briefly pausing in a few territories or special regions, and what we sell here include numerous super rarities that are difficult to find or even unheard of in the outside world. Are you vexed because you have vast wealth at your fingertips yet cannot buy suitable treasures? Are you troubled because you've been pursuing a high-order artifact for months, even years, without success? Are you still worried because your own troops lack strength, and you long for a high-order soul remnant but can't get one? Are you still troubled? Today, the mysterious shelves are open to you, and you may take away any product here, provided that you have something of equivalent value to offer." Mysterious merchant Qi bowed slightly and stepped aside, gesturing for them to proceed. The sheep beast of burden baa'd as if to say, "Lord, come take a look, baa." Yuan looked over. Among the treasures there were those he recognized and had seen before, and others he did not and had never heard of. But most of them were related to the miracle buildings, and as his gaze swept over them, he could identify each one, no matter how obscure or unfamiliar the items were. As expected, most of the goods were of high quality. But there were also some items that, while not appearing high grade, were very rare and surprisingly special. 100% blade caught by bare hands, rare. Description: a replica of a special divine weapon that ensures the blade wielded by the owner is 100% caught by the enemy's bare hands. Note: the 100% is the base probability, which fluctuates up and down depending on the enemy's level and the owner's level. 100% armor-piercing blade, rare. Description: a replica of a special divine weapon that has the ability to specifically target armor. If touched by this weapon, the armor has an extremely high likelihood of being shattered on the spot. The probability is determined by the quality of the armor. Note: this weapon is unable to cause harm to flesh. Besides these, there were also items like 100% guillotine, 100% millennium kill, 100% dissolving potion, and so on. Yuan could only comment, "Pretty awesome, pretty awesome. Weird but indeed awesome. Not to mention anything else, that 100% armor-piercing blade does have quite significant practical use. Being able to damage armor, that's almost like ignoring defense, round up." He was just not clear on the actual probability of piercing the armor. Beyond these, naturally, there were also legitimate items for sale on the shelves. Misfortune Charm Flower, rare. Misfortune Charm Flower, excellence. Item: Spatial Shift Scroll, excellence. Material: Equipment Embryo, excellence. Remnant Soul, Flame Demon, excellence 3-star. Remnant Soul, Jackal Man Chieftain, excellence 3-star. You guys don't even have epic creatures. Qi had been waiting for the Lord to be unable to hold back his admiration, but instead, he heard such a remark. "You what the hell, aren't 3-star excellence remnant souls enough? Do you know what an epic life means?" He cleared his throat and said indifferently, "Epic lives no longer exist in the form of remnant souls. Of course, by the capabilities of our mysterious merchant alliance, it's a piece of cake to access some channels that can recruit epic lives. However, such channels are only provided to our regular customers. If your lordship can spend a certain amount here this time, the next time we meet, I can offer some epic recruitment opportunities." "Oh." Yuan said blandly. He was just asking casually. Recruitment opportunities for epic lives? Who cares? That's only an opportunity, after all. As for trading, he was accustomed to downplaying it a bit. That's how Daisy taught him. But by using this excuse, he also probed some information. Only regular customers who spend enough, are qualified to buy epic-level goods. That's quite reasonable. Once someone crosses that threshold to epic level, even a pig becomes noble and exalted. Although there were no epic-level goods available right now, Yuan still saw quite a few items that made him envious. Guide Compass, special kin point towards the nearest miracle building, uses remaining 3/3. Concealing Potion, rare, can eliminate all traces of one's aura, lasting for 6 hours. Concealing Pearl, excellence, can eliminate the aura of the holder and nearby allies. The Concealing Potion is very important. The aura of humans, intelligent beings, and monsters are vastly different. Yuan found it hard to describe the differences, but if he encountered an individual or creature outdoors, he could tell at a glance whether the individual was a normal being, player, troop type, territory citizen, wanderer, or a monster. It's instinctive. And it's the same with monsters. To them, humans, troops, and normal beings are like candle fires in the darkness or delicious cakes. They will pounce at any cost. Between them and monsters, even if the shapes are similar, they are distinctly two types of existence. This is also the reason why it is difficult for them to avoid skirmishes with monsters during exploration. Even General Deadbone, when making a move, would inevitably reveal his presence. The traces left by battles, when seen by some experienced wisdom monsters, can even lead them to judge whether the opponent is a living being. Yuan was extremely covetous of the concealing pearl. He didn't show it though, quickly glancing over it while pondering in his mind. The items are good, but whether I can afford them is another matter. Not to mention epic level items, even excellence items are mostly priced out of reach for me, let alone practical accessories like the concealing pearl. The Elf's Courtyard holds 2 exchange meetings a month. Panshi City has 1 auction per month. Yuan rarely participated in either. Clutching 1,000 or so soul crystals in his pocket, he felt quite wealthy and financially comfortable, but he was aware that to real big shots, such an amount didn't even count as pocket change. It was still early days for his development. When compared to lords like those from Linglong Territory or Lord of Amber City, Tianyuan Territory's financial power wasn't even close. The only somewhat valuable items I have on hand to offer are the Nature Dew and the Ice Clear Fruit. He had other precious items, of course, but they were not for sale. The more Yuan thought about it, the poorer he felt. When would he ever escape poverty? So, how do we do this trade? These items here, the prices listed under them, I see they don't seem to be soul crystals. Of course not soul crystals. The mysterious merchant Qi said, we mysterious merchants adhere to equivalent trade, and the value points of the items depend on their rarity. He took out a scale. This is the scale of equivalence, which can assess the value of an item. Our mysterious merchant alliance's trading standard is priced through the scale of equivalence, and no one can change that. The scale wasn't large, but its trays seemed to contain boundless space, never filling up no matter how many items were placed inside. Items are placed on one side of the scale, their value showing on the other side. Qi put a soul crystal on it and the other side displayed 1, representing a value of 1 point. However, when Qi threw in 10 soul crystals, the other side only showed a 7. When Qi threw in 100 soul crystals, the other side was marked 30. It shrank even more severely. In our mysterious merchant alliance, the value of an item mainly depends on its rarity. The rarer and more exceptional the item, the higher its value. Soul crystals possess some value, but they are not rare enough, so they can only be priced at 1 unit. Moreover, the more soul crystals there are, the less rare they become, and thus, the less valuable. I get it, the more soul crystals there are, the fewer there are. Yuan roughly understood. In the eyes of a mysterious merchant, the value of an item mainly depends not on how powerful or useful it is, but on how scarce or abundant it is. Items of higher quality are valuable and scarce in themselves, and when put on the scales of equivalence, are naturally assessed at a higher value. The only difference is whether it's 100, 300, or 600. However, items that are not of high quality or do not contain strong power can still be valuable in the scales of equivalence. Qi spoke, I will stay here for only a few hours, bring out your treasures for trade. If you only have soul crystals, you won't be able to take much from me. After speaking, he slowly waited. Gathering exceptional items takes time, especially for a small territory without experience and with shallow foundations. Leaving the forest and returning to the core area of the territory, Yuan began to ponder. Daisy listed a table, on which were several dozen product names. There are a few that we must buy, and there are 10 or so that, if our finances permit, we should also try to purchase as much as possible. In doing so, after a brief calculation, she frowned, but do we have enough items of equivalent value to offer? Before leaving, she had already roughly inquired how much a superior grade treasure could be worth and frowned after a quick calculation. This mysterious merchant is quite the profiteer. Moreover, the precious items a territory can offer are just a few types. However, the value of a type of item decreases severely when its quantity is stacked up. In Daisy's view, the excuse that the more there is of the same kind of item, the less rare and valuable it becomes is just a pretext for driving a hard bargain. Under this rule, lords cannot use soul crystals to purchase high-order goods. To get the items they covet, they have to grit their teeth and trade in one or two or many precious items. But the items provided by the mysterious merchant are indeed very rare and rarely seen outside. Daisy could not find most of these goods on the Taixuan Covenant platform or throughout the markets of the Tai-Shian Alliance. Want to buy? Then bring out your items of equivalent value. Lord of Tai-Shian at least has the vast official trading platform of the Tai-Shian Alliance, where they can exchange contribution points for many high-order treasures. What about other lords? Many lords do not have channels to buy high-order treasures. If they have the opportunity to meet a mysterious merchant, no matter how expensive they find the goods, they must be willing to spend heavily. Besides, in the mysterious merchant's words, their goods are not pricey, they are priced fairly across all worlds. Those who find them expensive simply cannot offer enough items of equivalent value. The high-order items of equivalent value we can offer are only nature dew and ice clear fruit, but according to the standards of the Mysterious Merchant Alliance, we can only take out a maximum of 10 of each. To provide any more would be a significant loss. Nature dew and ice clear fruit, their territory's stock is actually not abundant. Further down, they could only offer various rare rank agricultural products. But these agricultural products were quite common, and even though they held a rare rank, they likely couldn't be exchanged for much. It's too much of a loss to trade with these. Daisy frowned in thought. Actually, Yuan pondered for a while, if the pricing is based on the scarcity of an item, then the items of equivalent value that we could offer are, to be honest, not few at all. He looked at Ilo, for example, you're an epic life, so the hairs plucked from you should theoretically be considered precious items, and quite extraordinary ones at that. The hair of an epic 2 stars guardian of stars, how many of those could there be in the eternal world? Probably very few. Just ask if that isn't an exceptional item. Just hair might not be valued highly enough. Ilo realized, we need to find some epic byproducts that inherently contain a certain level of energy and value, yet are very rare and hard to find. This seems doable. She became cheerful at the thought, who could resist the joy of getting something for nothing? Soon, Yuan began to assemble rare items. He asked Daisy to prepare nature dew, ice clear fruit, and other serious items of equivalent value just in case. He himself summoned Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, June, and other generals. Upon hearing it, Bone 2 started pulling dozens of bones from its body, causing June, who watched from the side, to feel chills. If Lord June were to do the same, it would end up as a bald bird. No, don't. There's no need for so many. Just take out a few particularly special bones, Yuan said. Soon. Lord of Death remains Bone of Grey Silence, rare. Feather of Wind King's Feather of Wind King, rare. Lord Treeman's Semi-Year-Old Tree Root, rare. Ghost Leader's Soul Power Crystal Dust, rare. Arrow of Polar Stars Star Space Arrow, rare. Guardian of Stars S Star Fragment, rare. Great Lord Shepherd was an honest man and would not truly use Ilo's hair as part of the exchange. The fact that a few strands of hair would not account for many contribution points did not matter. The items he assembled were genuinely valuable and real rare items. These materials wouldn't show to the eyes of lords, but they could be identified through an identification crystal, truly extraordinary things. Items that fall from an epic life, could they be ordinary? Epic lives had treasures all over their bodies, not to mention rare level materials. Even excellence materials could be taken from them. However, doing so would injure the officers, and Yuan could not possibly choose to do that. Rare level materials were sufficient. Common rare level materials were not particularly scarce, but rare level materials from an epic life had a degree of rarity that, roughly speaking, might just approximate epic materials. Having gathered the materials, Yuan returned to Forest Park. It was time to make a trade. The mysterious merchant Qi looked at the human lord approaching. Although he did not believe that such a minor lord could bring out anything of rare equivalence, he still held a sliver of expectation. What if? He was not demanding much, just 1 or 2, maybe 3 trades for superior grade goods would be satisfying. He took out the value scale. The tiny scale hovered in midair, as if balancing all things. Daisy stepped forward, taking a piece of white bone that shone like jade and placed it on the scale. Beep beep beep. The numbers on the left side of the scale began to jump. 1, 3, 5, 9, 29. A nondescript piece of white bone material actually valued at 29 points. Qi's eyes widened, he took out a monocle and carefully examined it on his left eye. Turns out it's a piece of white bone from an epic life skeleton type. No wonder it's worth this much. No sooner had he murmured to himself than Daisy took piece after piece of bone of grey silence out of her storage item. A total of 14 pieces. The numbers on the left side of the scale kept jumping. Yuan pointed at an item on the shelf. We want to exchange these items of equal value for product numbers 16 and 88. No problem, right? No problem, just a moment. Qi's voice even seemed more enthusiastic, and he quickly operated something, soon taking 2 items off the shelf. Meanwhile, the several pieces of white bone placed on the right side of the scale all disappeared. The pricing on the left side of the scale also beeped and dropped, eventually leaving 14 points of value. You can still buy some more items, or do you have any other items of equal value to present? Indeed, there are some more items of equal value. Oh! Hearing the lord of this place say so, Qi grew even more enthusiastic. He had not expected that even in such a small domain, he could earn a good amount of business. It was his narrow perspective. He would come again if he had the chance. Thinking this, the fox lady took out a batch of items of equal value from the distance. It was a number of cyan feathers. Each feather as long as a human's arm, surrounded by visible cyan whirlwinds of wind. These were feathers of Wind King. On the left side of the scale, the unit value tallied up to be even higher than the previous white bones. It seemed that the existence of wings of the Wind King was much less than that of the Skeleton Lord. Seeing this, mysterious merchant Qi's enthusiasm increased +1+1+1. Come on, what would you like to purchase? He was even more anxious than Yuan, fearing that the deal would slip away. But there was no need to rush. Daisy then placed the third batch of items of equal value. It was the roots of the War Tree Man. These roots took up quite a bit of space and could not be accommodated in the storage item. They were carried over from a distance by a team of elites. There's more, there's actually more. Qi murmured. But the lord of this place was still not in a hurry. Under his instructions, the fox lady took out the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th and subsequent batches of items of equal value, as if costless, casting them into the value scale continuously. On the left side of the scale, the tally of value points kept rising, and the beeping sound growing more urgent, like the beating of Qi's heart at that moment. Too much, it was too much. What kind of minor lord was this? Who said this big brother was a minor lord? Hey! This was a VIP, a real big shot. Such opulence was unheard of even for legendary VIP customers. Qi, with a beaming smile, looked on eagerly. Soon, he brought item after item of rare goods for Yuan. You have purchased Concealing Potion, rare, times 15. You have purchased Concealing Pearl, superior. You have purchased Guide Compass, special. You have purchased Spatial Shift Scroll, superior. You have purchased Hero's Proof, special. After a while, looking at the shelves that had now become sparse, Lord Shepherd still seemed unsatisfied. Your inventory here isn't extensive enough. Chapter 297, Epic 3 Stars, Ashen King's Bone. Yuan, like a bandit, had cleaned out the goods brought by the mysterious merchant. This is an exaggeration, but not entirely so. He had bought more than half of the merchandise. Indeed, the goods brought by the mysterious merchant were not plentiful or refined. Perhaps a financially capable great lord could have emptied the inventory as well, right? Yuan carefully inspected the merchandise in front of him, the most valuable of which was the Hero's Proof. Next was the Concealing Pearl, which could be used permanently and possessed top-notch utility. He had not initially considered the Hero's Proof as a must-buy, but now, with an equivalent exchange not lacking and plenty of money, he decisively made the purchase. He also directly acquired the Misfortune Charm Flower, which he had not planned to buy at first. He even bought several 100% series items for Ilo to study. He also purchased 2 Soul Remnants, an Excellence 1-star Black Knight and an Excellence 1-star Rocky Giant. As for high-order Soul Remnants like the Flame Demon and Jackal Man Chieftain, which were too expensive, Yuan ignored them, as his money didn't come from the wind. There are 5 Spatial Shift Scrolls, which can be called life-saving divine items. As long as the enemy doesn't possess the ability to lock down space, the user can even escape from under the nose of legendary beings. 3 sets of small energy storage stones. These energy storage stones contain vast energy. While they can't be used for cultivation, they can power various facilities. A set of energy storage stones can ensure that the staff of divine right, which maintains the large-scale magic night illusory curtain day and night, doesn't have to worry about any energy consumption for 10 days. A one-time use enchantment base holy barrier that can form a complete protective barrier over a territory, without dead angles above and below ground. This barrier can even withstand several attacks from legendary beings. Regrettably, this set of enchantments is consumable and can only be maintained for a few hours. Besides these, Yuan had bought many treasures for cultivation. Baptism rain, special troops that bathe in this rain will gain a small amount of soul power experience. Bone tempering crystal dust, excellence, a natural treasure that significantly improves one's bone strength after refining and absorbing. Body refining king fruit, excellence, a natural treasure that, once consumed, significantly boosts one's physique and muscular strength. However, some special life forms may not be suitable for its use. Three-dimensional keystone, excellence, after refining and absorption, it can slightly improve one's 3 dimensions, suitable for any life form. Divine radiance crystal core, excellence, absorption grants a large amount of soul power experience. All these were treasures of excellence order, though a single item's value couldn't compare with that of the hero's proof or high-order soul remnants, they were plentiful in quantity. Seeing this noble guest sweep clean his inventory, Qi could hardly keep from grinning ear to ear. However, the goods here aren't plentiful enough. If it had been any other lord who said this, Qi would have had to retort, but since it was Lord Shepherd who made the suggestion, Qi could only agree, "You're absolutely right." He saw that this guest was indeed not satisfied, looking troubled by having money but nowhere to spend it. And he felt troubled too. If he still had suitable goods, wouldn't his performance continually soar? Lord Shepherd wasn't so wealthy that he had money with no place to spend it, it was more like he was taking advantage of a situation, spending more freely. No, how could the crowdfunding effort be considered taking advantage? The Feather of Wind King and the Bone of Grey Silence were genuine treasures, and in the short term, June and Bone too wouldn't be able to gather another batch of such byproducts. But he was indeed not quite satisfied. He could afford to spend now, but the mysterious merchant didn't have the most necessary items for him. "How come you don't have any defensive fortress arrays here?" This was what the Tianyuan territory urgently needed at the moment. Of course, a real defensive fortress array was a rare commodity, not even present in Shilling Town or many great territories. For a defensive fortress array to operate continuously, the energy consumption is terrifying, and it requires supporting facilities like an energy well. For the vast majority of territories, setting up a defensive fortress array? That's a luxury. With that kind of money, you could buy how many high-order soul remnants and cultivate how many powerful beings. A defensive fortress array, you say? That's no problem, I can arrange that for you the next time I come over, the mysterious merchant said. From the mysterious merchant's demeanor, it seemed that Yuan was now a VIP customer, which was why he received special treatment and could pre-order certain types of goods. But Yuan not only wanted a defensive fortress array, if he could choose, he would specify an array with hiding capabilities, capable of concealing his entire territory. That's a bit difficult. Our mysterious merchant alliance naturally has all kinds of goods, but there are rules limiting what can be taken out for sale, we can only see what's available at the time. So he said. And he mentioned that the price of pre-ordered goods would be 50% to 100% higher than normally stocked random goods, and that the number of pre-ordered items could not exceed 2. This was also a rule. Whether the rules were as such or the mysterious merchant was a shrewd trader, Yuan thought it was acceptable. Compared to the price, his concern was whether he could acquire the items he urgently needed. So, he pre-ordered another item from the mysterious merchant, miracle blueprints for the energy well. Just waiting for the merchant to restock and visit again. "When will you be coming next, Lord Qi?" Yuan asked. Qi understood that this lord hoped he could arrive earlier. Like his other regular clients, any lord who had placed orders with him wished for their goods to be delivered sooner. This seems to be a common trait among miracle lords. "Very soon," he said, "at most half a year, but it might not even take 3 months for me to bring the next batch of goods." Yuan. Do you have some misconception about what's fast and slow? In 3 months, Tianyuan territory might already be able to punch legendary immortals and kick legendary prodigies. 3 months? Is that a long time? Qi murmured to himself, but even if he wanted to speed things up, it was beyond his control. Such are the rules. Besides, where is 3 months to half a year considered long? It has always been like this, and no regular customer has ever found it too slow. But thinking of this lord's appearance of not lacking money, and being the one eager to earn achievements quickly, he felt it indeed was slow. Why can't it be just a little bit faster? The mysterious merchant's stay was not long, and soon, he bid farewell and walked towards the outside of the city, vanishing into thick fog that suddenly spread. Hint: special visitor mysterious merchant has left, and the next visit time is undetermined. Hint: improving the territory's level and constructing related miracle buildings can shorten the mysterious merchant's visit time. But neither of these two tricks were anywhere in sight, so it was less reliable than expecting the mysterious merchant to show some brotherly spirit and come to them himself. In the following 2 days, Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and others who went out to investigate in all directions gradually returned. Yuan distributed treasures such as bone-tempering crystal dust and body-refining king fruit that he had just purchased to his various department generals. The bone-tempering crystal dust was undoubtedly most suitable for the skeleton generals such as Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4. For other people, refining the crystal dust at best improved their resistance to blows, but for skeletal beings, an increase in bone strength also equated to an enhancement in lethality and combat power. The body-refining king fruit was even rarer and not suitable for most of the generals in the territory. Powerful beings like Dead Bone, Tree Demon Granny, and Rakshasa couldn't absorb its power. Duo Lai, who possessed the devouring power, could gnaw it down regardless of his physical form, but he did not need to temper his body. Crunch crunch! Yuta crunched the stone-hard body-refining king fruit and swallowed it. In just a few seconds, scalding red smoke started billowing from his body as if he were a charred person. The red smoke grew denser, and his skin turned as red as shrimp shell, sizzling with noise. Power, a continuous flow of power is emerging. Good. I'll multiply my training by 10 times today. Dead Bone was more concerned with the special item concealing pearl. Holding the pearl, it went straight out of the territory. Concealing its presence, it watched as monsters approached head-on, sprinted past it, and ran toward Tianyuan territory behind it. The territory was like a big light bulb, and even if it was covered by a hazy cover, light still penetrated out. These lights attracted monsters, revealing Tianyuan territory's location without fail. And this kept the territory in danger at all times. This was highly improper. Since Dead Bone couldn't change the situation within the territory, it could only think of a way to alter the external environment. It thought, clutching the dusty pearl in its hand. After traveling over 100 kilometers, the silhouette of the holy mountain loomed behind Dead Bone. The vast holy mountain land was encompassed within several meters behind it, from where abominations, skeleton knights, and skeleton generals emerged one after another, forming a squad of elite troops of around a dozen. These undead were its summoned creatures, but also contained the essence of spirits. This essence was more like a mark, distinguishing between order spirits and chaotic monsters. Soon, the elite squad encountered the first wave of monsters. They were 3 ogres about 7 or 8 meters tall, with deep blue skin and bulging muscles. The ogres wielded big clubs, but the next second, they were torn apart by abominations, cleaved in two by skeleton knights, and turned into porcupines by several bone spears from the skeleton generals. Past elite monsters now didn't even qualify as targets for Dead Bone. Dead Bone didn't treat them as targets either. It looked around. Under its control, the battle ended quickly, but it also made a lot of noise. It deliberately made a lot of noise. Sure enough, more monsters were attracted. Some of the monsters foolishly charged in, others, sensing that this was a formidable group, turned and ran. Dead Bone watched from the sidelines. Watching monsters appear in groups of 3 to 5, then 10, then dozens, and then getting sliced by the dark undead gang. The concealing pearl indeed hides the presence, otherwise, fighting in the wild would only result in more enemies as you fight. As cautious as Dead Bone, it had already run tests early on. It had tried fighting without quickly ending the battle and leaving, facing from a small skirmish of dozens to a war against a monster tide of thousands. The effect of the concealing pearl was not bad. Considering this, Dead Bone went through many places and carried out 108 large and small battles to test it out, eventually confirming that the use of the concealing pearl was rather reliable. With this, we can delve deeper into the investigation to see whether behind these larger tribes of jackal men and snake men, there truly lies a stronger monster power. Tianyuan territory. Lord Shepherd kept a routine of surveilling the territory once every half an hour through the gaze of the Lord, continuously recording. Several days have passed since the night illusory curtain enveloped Tianyuan, and the number of attacking monsters has begun to notably decrease. Under the observation of the Eye of Divine Right, no wisdom monsters secretly spying on us have been discovered yet, but it's still hard to say how long this peace will last. Yuan took precautions. On one hand, he thoroughly investigated the conditions of the surrounding territories, prepared to uproot several large monster tribes immediately as long as there were no concerns from behind. The second hand continued to push southward, in the hope of finding clues related to the pioneer group or Taishan explorers one day. Besides that, it was about strengthening the combat power of his territory as much as possible. Duo Lai might not be able to become a legend overnight, but if Tianyuan territory's combined strength increased, they might be able to stand against a legend head-on. It was time to see your limits, evolution points. Lord Shepherd's gaze turned to a certain area of the skeleton cemetery, where upon the altar sat a robust figure. He pointed a finger. Miracle power spread. Prompt: your troop Bone 23 has evolved into the epic life Skeleton Lord. Within the Skeleton series, Yuan did not evolve them in numerical order according to their names. He did it based on their contributions. As time passed, these little skeletons, which used to be indistinguishable in a single mirror, have now developed their own styles, habits, and talents, though not to say they've changed drastically. They were all old skeletons now, having awakened their consciousness for over half a year. Bone 23 was among the best of these old skeletons. However, even if one discounted the commanders like Dead Bone, Bone 2, Bone 3, Bone 4, the number of skeleton lords in Tianyuan territory had now risen to 11. There were also 6 ghost leaders. These skeleton lords and ghost leaders, many still in the early Third Order stage, could only struggle against weaker Fourth Order bosses at their full strength and were not considered strong. But the territory projection of the skeleton lords could easily resonate, and when they combined with Dead Bone, the power they unleashed was beyond even Yuan's imagination. Furthermore, not counting 17, the Arrow of Polar Star has also increased to 5 members, 3 Fearless War Handsome have been born recently, 5 Saints of Holy Light have been born. 2 more Lord Treemen have appeared than before, and with more nature spirits evolving, 4 more have appeared, totaling now 7. And 1 more Lord of Frost, 1 more Wings of the Wind King. Tianyuan territory could be described as epic reign, although the level of the vast majority of epic lives was not high enough, some hadn't even broken through the Third Order warlord level. They could only be seen as having potential for the future. Evolving an epic is very simple for me, and for major series like the Dead Bone series and Human Race series, gathering enough in 2 days is sufficient. However, to evolve an epic 2 stars, I need to save up for 8 days, and to evolve an epic 3 stars, I need to save for 32 days. A full 32 days. And this had to be done while skimping on evolution points and not evolving any elites. Quite a long time indeed. At first glance, the benefit of evolving into epic 2 stars or epic 3 stars seems low. After evolving, it is impossible for Ilo to fight against 4 of her former selves. The same is nearly true for Dead Bone and Duo Lai. Oh, Duo Lai's evolutionary benefit is greater, as it doesn't see much regular improvement, it relies on a big surge during evolution. But in fact, this isn't the correct perspective. Great generals like Dead Bone, Duo Lai, and Ilo are limited in number across the entire territory. The biggest difference between epic 1 stars and epic 2 stars lies in their potential. Yet, it is only when an epic life steps into the legendary realm, realizing its potential, that the difference between the two becomes visible. Moreover, most of the territory's elite levels are quite far behind the first tier, so evolving them to epic doesn't significantly boost overall strength. So Dead Bone, it's time for you to evolve. Yuan said so. To the west of Tianyuan territory, deep within the skeleton cemetery, Yuan made thorough arrangements. He turned on the domain interferer at full power, and simultaneously handed the concealed pearl to Dead Bone. Dead Bone extended a hand, gently pressing it on the ground. Countless spikes of white bone erupted from beneath the earth, spread out and interwoven, creating a nest in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the formless king's might diffused. Although it was a form of coercion, it was manipulated and shaped as if it were tangible material, covering the nest. This was Dead Bone's preparation for itself. Bone Seal. Bone Boundary. On this boundary, it used 16 auxiliary skills for solidification, reinforcement. Only then did it nod slightly. This should be enough. Off in the distance, Ilo widened her eyes. There's no need to prepare so much. It made it look like a gigantic burial mound. But she glanced around and found that the gigantic burial mound was quite fitting for the setting. Yuan checked the time, midnight had arrived. So let's begin. Ding! Evo power flowed like water released from an open sluice gate, like a great river, like a flood, pouring towards the seemingly minuscule dead bone. A single small step forward in life's evolution requires a number of favorable circumstances and sufficient time. And the leap of an epic life requires countless small steps accumulated together. Strong individuals ascend to the legendary soul realm, the legendary skill realm, refining their bodies through multiple breakthroughs, amidst numerous opportunities and fate, finally taking that one step forward into epic. But Dead Bone's target was epic 3 stars. And yet, far beyond just epic 3 stars. The pillar of miracle light shot up into the clouds, and the world began to tremble with a humming sound. Countless dark elements particles surged toward it, crawling around Dead Bone like soldiers. In the distance, at the skeleton cemetery, it was as if skeletons were summoned by something. They knelt on one knee in the direction of the land of evolution, offering the highest respect to their king. Purple clouds drifted across the night sky. An air of nobility swept out in all directions. The domain interferer buzzed, operating at its limit. Time ticked away. The light was still shining, the purple clouds still floating, the interferer still humming without pause. After a long while, that light and those clouds slowly receded. And a soft chime rang by the ear. Ding! Notification: your hero Dead Bone bathed in the miracle of evolution and has been promoted to an epic 3 stars life form, just one step away from a legendary existence. Notification: during the evolution baptism, Dead Bone's Wraith Sacred Mountain expanded, and the Talent King's might was enhanced. Notification: based on the Talent Death extraction, Dead Bone fused it with Wraith Sacred Mountain and carved out a special building Well of Death on the Holy Mountain. Both Dead Bone and the undead of the Sacred Mountain can recharge the Well of Death by killing enemies. Besides, the Well of Death can gather and contain the power of heaven and earth to a certain extent. Can you even build on top of Wraith Sacred Mountain? Yes, that's possible. Bone 2 even built his White Bone Palace inside the Death Remains territory, but that was meaningless. Now, the Well of Death that Dead Bone has created has been recognized by heaven and earth. It could almost be seen as a miracle building. Worthy of my great general Dead Bone. At the same time, Dead Bone also used the miracle power from the baptism to elevate the level of a batch of core skeletons within the mountain. Notification: during the miracle baptism process, the hero Dead Bone awakened the epic talent Wither Grey. Eliminated: awakened the epic talent Wither King Bone. Within the Great Bone Nest, Dead Bone's skeleton remained as white as jade, but there seemed to be some changes taking place. Changes that were enough to make one's heart race with fear. Wither King Bone. Explanation: after awakening, Dead Bone's skeleton will continue to transform over a certain period, evolving into King's Bone, which will have tens to dozens of times the strength of its previous skeleton. With the boost of King's Bone, Dead Bone's basic attributes will also increase significantly. Moreover, the King's Bone harbors the power of withering, capable of annihilating anything it touches, including armor, living beings, energy, and even intangible domains. Note: the power of withering cannot be restored by potions or soul sand, it can only recover slowly over time. Dead Bone had not yet awakened, but Yuan, possessing the Lord's power, immediately took out his new toy to test it. He borrowed the power of the Wither King Bone. Just half. The power of Wither King Bone was too domineering, and it seemed that its rank was also too high, he could only borrow half of it. Any more, and his skin would peel away, turning him into a white skeleton. Even so, Yuan estimated that he couldn't borrow 80% of its power. Two possibilities: one is that my own Lord's power is of too low a level, not powerful enough. The second, the higher the grade of the skills or talents, the less one can freeload them. The strong must ultimately tread their own invincible path. Yet even just half was enough. When a section of white bone pierced through the skin at the tip of Yuan's finger, the atmosphere was still permeated with a sense of stern annihilation. He almost shuddered himself. Duo Lai retracted to 100 meters away in an instant, shouting in alarm, "This can't be eaten, this can't be eaten." Yuan looked around and decided that the test subject for the Wither King Bone shouldn't be chosen at random. He thought for a moment, then took out a rare level broadsword from his storage ring, and gently touched the blade with the bone tip of his right hand. SSSS. It felt as if he had pierced a thin membrane, making a hole in the hard blade. Grey residue clung to the edge of the hole, spreading outwards. In 1 second, the entire broadsword broke apart, with the grey color still spreading at the break. In 2.5 seconds, the whole broadsword completely vanished, and the grey residue that fell to the ground continued to spread. After several seconds, Yuan stared at the circular pit over 40 meters in diameter in front of him, deep in thought. Chapter 298, Tun Tun Gu and Outdoor Buildings. Danger, this was just too dangerous. Yuan wasn't certain if Dead Bone could be immune to the damage from the power of witheredness, but he definitely dared not let this power touch him. Even at this moment, after the overflowing power of witheredness had been exhausted, the 40-meter wide pit still released a terrifying aura that made the heart flutter. No one dared to approach. Duo Lai was still hiding far away. Oh no, there was someone who did move their feet, trying to edge forward bit by bit. It was Ilo. This guy, upon seeing something novel, acts like he's totally fearless. At the very least, Yuan could affirm that the power of witheredness was completely depleted, leaving no danger within the pit. The Wither King bone also wouldn't bring about any contamination or subsequent effects to the surrounding environment. Probably. The slash just now consumed about 0.33% of the power of witheredness, which isn't much. But if I were to use the power of witheredness against real powerhouses, the consumption would surely increase by several or even dozens of times. This small amount of the power of witheredness can't really be considered enough. Moreover, the recovery speed of the power of witheredness is indeed slow, as described. Lord Shepherd dispelled the Dead Bone template and reloaded it. As expected, the reserve of Wither King bone he held in his hand was still reduced by 0.33%. He waited. After a full 2 hours, the power of witheredness had finally returned to its previous level. Which means, if the power of witheredness were completely exhausted, it would take about 25 days to fully recover. This was indeed as slow as a turtle crawling, though for some powerhouses, recovering in under a month for such a trump card was incredibly short. Yuan wasn't satisfied. He thought that General Dead Bone must also be unsatisfied and was looking to see if General Dead Bone could somehow improve the recovery of the power of witheredness. The hierarchy of the power of witheredness was high, far beyond what a 4-order leading realm shrimp could control. But conversely, there was no need to wield the power of witheredness against 4-order leaders. Once Dead Bone utilized the power of witheredness, what they might face could be. Half a day later. Crack crack crack. The huge nest of white bone, with its thick, intertwined bones that rose from the ground, was slowly retracting, being drawn back into a pair of white bone wings stretching out behind Dead Bone, who sat atop the evolution altar. Soon after, the white bone wings retracted into the body, and the black armored silhouette seated on the altar opened its eyes, igniting the soul flame. In the deep, moonlit blue of the pupils, a hint of reverent and noble gold seemed to flicker in and out of existence. Then, all traces of the divine and noble visage vanished without a trace, leaving behind what appeared to be just an unremarkable, ordinary, and inconsequential black armored warrior. Ordinary warrior Dead Bone, reporting for duty. Yuan carefully inquired about the gains Dead Bone had made after its evolution. Indeed, its understanding of how to utilize the power of witheredness had become quite profound. Still, General Dead Bone sighed dissatisfied. It had hoped to leverage the stimulation of its own being during the awakening of the Wither King bone to excavate its potential and significantly increase its base tri-dimensional attributes, aiming to quickly reach the extreme realm. However, its foundational tri-dimensional attributes had substantially increased, and a lot of potential had been excavated, but its potential limit had also risen by a large margin. Break even. All in all, the distance between Dead Bone and the extreme realm remained vast. It was still hesitant about whether to give up this portion of potential and break through to Legendary directly. The territory now badly needed a figure in the Legendary realm, who would take on this responsibility. It was duty-bound. But Yuan negated this idea. There's no need, we haven't reached that point yet, and our Tianyuan territory isn't without means to deal with legends. The God General Talisman Stone, Staff of Divine Right, they were all trump cards he clutched in his hand. If other measures were properly utilized, they were not entirely incapable of confronting weaker legends. The most important thing was that time hadn't come yet. Breaking through now would be damaging the foundation, capping the potential, akin to trading future insecurity for temporary safety. Moreover, just because Dead Bone met the requirements of extreme sublimation, it didn't necessarily mean it could safely break through the realm. Life forms with higher potential, when breaking through, naturally need to burn firewood that's several times, dozens of times, or even hundreds of times higher than that of their peers. And currently, the Tianyuan territory doesn't have a complete set of legendary breakout environments. Yuan had planned to take Duo Lai and Dead Bone to the extreme realm before renting the fully equipped, luxurious breakthrough altars in Panxi City. Yet such plans were now null and void. He was fortunate that he had thought ahead before the integration with Langxing, and had purchased some auxiliary treasures for breaking through to legendary, either with soul crystals or with contribution points. At the core of those preparations was a set of 12 items that, when combined, could enhance the probability of breakthrough, slow down the burning rate of firewood, and ensure that the breaker wouldn't die in case of failure. Of such core sets, Yuan had prepared 2. Even so, should the attempt to advance fail, the breaker would still be seriously injured and would need to spend a significant amount of time recuperating and replenishing before trying to break through again. A 4-order peak who had honed their physique to the limit, to perfection, could significantly increase the probability of a successful breakthrough. This has been proven by research papers. The path to the legendary realm provided by the Tai-Xian alliance is quite mature when compared to some smaller nations, despite the alliance being established for just over 60 years. Having heard this, Dead Bone extinguished the idea of forcing a breakthrough. To sacrifice future security for fleeting stability is indeed unwise. However, not breaking through doesn't mean one cannot continue to enhance oneself. Refining the body to its limit is a lengthy process of meticulous effort, and marginal improvements in 3 dimensions are not obvious in terms of combat power. Dead Bone's gaze turned to his few core skills. Wraith Sacred Mountain could still continue to expand while domains are subject to the restrictions of rules, with an expansion limit. The Holy Mountain has none. As it watched the Holy Mountain slowly spread and rise, as it watched more and more undead beings crawl out from piles of buried bones and carcasses, its heart filled with satisfaction. But this was still not enough. It needed to hoard a bit more, and then hoard some more. Regardless of the size of the undead, each could provide it with power. With the birth of every undead on the Holy Mountain, its sense of security would rise a notch. And at that moment, atop the Holy Mountain, just above the Bone Dragon's nest, there stood a well with a diameter of only a few meters, yet it seemed bottomless, as if it led to the depths of the Holy Mountain, to the nether hell. The part of the well that protruded from the ground looked like monuments, clustered together. Looking down into the well, no liquid could be seen, only wisps of black smoke drifting about, slowly rising from the mouth of the well. Too little, far too little. The well of death has not even managed to cover its bottom with a thin layer. Before the well of death was established, Dead Bone had already created energy storage crystals in the Holy Mountain. These inert objects were its hidden reserves of power, and the undead creatures were also living hidden reserves of power. The energy it had stored and accumulated was already substantial. Moreover, Dead Bone's energy reserve chambers always had energy flowing in and very rarely flowing out. On the occasional use of some reserve energy, it was imperative to replenish double, triple, 10 times as much. Only then could it feel fulfilled and secure. But now, at the sight of the empty well of death, its sense of security drained away like water being siphoned from a dry well. This feels far too insecure. If one day it becomes necessary to use the well of death's energy and there's none here, it could be a matter of life and death. Rounded up, not charging the well of death equals a major crisis. With this thought, Dead Bone could no longer sit still and hurriedly set off for the territories beyond after a brief word with its lord. Praise the Lord's foresight, praise the concealing pearl. Without this treasure bead, seeking materials to charge with would inevitably be worrisome. The Lord certainly has a steady spirit. Its Tianyuan will and steady spirit could still be further enhanced. Dead Bone plans to charge the well of death and explore methods to supplement the power of Widres while also delving deep into the surrounding larger tribes. Yuan himself continued to tinker with fusion techniques with ILO, hoping to create a more perfect hidden city defense art. There are very few teams leaving Tianyuan territory for exploration currently, in order to avoid leaving traces of life, as after all, there is only one concealing pearl, and the quantity of concealing potions is also quite limited. On another front, now in possession of the Eye of Divine Right, he could have a clear view of a 60-kilometer radius around him. Even without the Battle Falcon scouting or exploration teams mapping the area, he still had a transparent view and no fear of surprise attacks from wisdom monsters. Know that even Dead Bone could not initially evade the Eye of Divine Right's scans. It was only after Dead Bone updated its stealth capabilities that the Eye of Divine Right could no longer detect its presence. Strong beings holding a concealing pearl could still not evade the gaze of the Eye of Divine Right because the scans were not limited to aura detection. South, a small soul sand mine just over 100 kilometers from Tianyuan territory is not to be mined by Mu Yuan for the time being. He even camouflaged the exposed veins, making the entire soul sand mine less conspicuous. I don't need soul crystals for the moment, and I have no means to purchase remnant souls right now. Having saved up a considerable amount before, it should cover the expenses for some time to come. Moreover, my income during this period hasn't been insignificant. Attacks from monsters always bring gifts from nature. Thus, he decided not to mine. To mine, one would, after all, need to eradicate the surrounding large monster tribes first, otherwise, one wouldn't have the environment to mine in. Mu Yuan tapped on the tabletop, pondering for a moment. On the other hand, exploring south for an alliance remains important. Originally, Miss Duo had been eager to head south on her own initiative. She's fast, after all. The previous journey from Tianyuan territory to Panchi city took little time. If General Duo Lai were to fly south, in the best-case scenario, it might take only a few days to find traces of Taixuan. But that would require everything to go smoothly. And although General Duo Lai was swift in travel, she was not skilled in hiding tracks or concealing presence. Letting her rush through the night was not something Mu Yuan could easily come to terms with. Another important reason was that General Duo Lai was sprinting towards the legendary realm and was currently the mainstay of the territory's combat power. There was even less reason to allow her to scout the south. After much consideration, Lord Shepherd entrusted this arduous task to a capable officer who was not weak in self-preservation, ranked within the top 5 for mobility in the Tianyuan territory. Rakshasa. To ensure smooth communication, Mu Yuan gave Rakshasa the remaining hero's proof to use. The old general's ascension to a hero was well deserved. Soon, the hero Rakshasa took to the stage, carrying several concealing potions, 2 spatial shift scrolls, and some props for locating, scouting, recording, or communicating, heading straight south. Next, they just had to wait for news from Rakshasa. Duo Lai, who couldn't stay idle yet was unable to shoulder a significant responsibility, also took on a task. He couldn't be honing his body 24 hours a day. After all, there was a limit to how much potential he could unearth in a day. So, Duo Lai took the guide compass and began his favorite part, the treasure hunt. Miracle buildings couldn't be eaten, but they were treasures nonetheless. Rounding up or down, Mu Yuan thought that letting Duo Lai go treasure hunting might have some surprising effect, so he let it go. Most of the time, General Duo Lai was reliable. I bought 2 guide compasses from the mysterious merchant, which is a total of 6 uses. I hope to find some high-value miracle buildings. But we shouldn't have too high expectations. The price of this thing is only slightly higher than rare treasures. Keep a normal mindset, it's not a loss if we find nothing, and it's all profit if we do. He thought. Duo Lai always had full motivation for things that interested it. It activated the guide compass, following the needle all the way, and soon found the first destination. The target was quite obvious. On the rugged mountain stood a magnificent ancient arena. It covered a large area and exuded a simple yet profound charm, as if it had weathered thousands of years. Despite this, the whole arena was still shrouded in a faint radiance, mysterious and extraordinary. Duo Lai had seen such venues before. It's the Hero Duel Arena coup. It's probably useful, right? Seeing the Hero Duel Arena, Duo Lai remembered the past when it hung up guardians one by one for a beating. It was time for revenge against the guardians. Revenge could wait for later. Finding the building was the priority. Duo Lai marked this location and activated the guide compass once again. Beep beep beep. The needle began to spin rapidly, and after a few seconds, it slowly halted, firmly pointing in a certain direction. The needle was covered in a faint golden light, indicating the rough distance between the holder and the guided target. General Duo Lai, moving out again. It crossed mountains, forded rivers. It transformed into an inconspicuous bird, drank down the concealing potion, and cooed its way through the treetops. There's a rocky giant here, make a note. Spotted a dark knight, This guy seems like the local tyrant of this area. Yeah, mark this one too. There's an evil IWIRM here? Duo Lai really wants to make a move. Hunting this WIRM would surely please Lord and Xi Lu. But, it was tasked with finding buildings and couldn't waste a moment of the concealing potion's time. Duo Lai simply cast a longing gaze toward the evil IWIRM and left without looking back. Duo Lai, taking the form of a white pigeon on the attack, occasionally glanced at the compass hanging around its neck. On it, the pointer's golden glow grew brighter and began to flicker slightly, signaling that it was getting closer to the target. About 6 or 7 kilometers left. Duo Lai thought, as it was quite experienced in this respect. But it suddenly screeched to a halt, the white pigeon clinging onto the tree trunk with its wings, its eyes gazing into the distance. There are monsters. Wisdom monsters. Through the tree canopy, it could vaguely see a strange, ashy, and eerie shrine, hidden in the distant forest. This shrine, if not unexpected, was the target the needle pointed to. However, a camp had been built around the shrine, with shadows of jackal men patrolling behind wooden fences. Some of the jackal men had particularly strong physiques and wore ornate treasure armor, apparently discussing something. They must have been the wise wolfmen. What to do, Ku? Although Duo Lai was confident that a super-large fireball could kill 99% of the jackal men inside, it also understood that it couldn't act recklessly. The time wasn't right yet, it could only note this grudge for now. What grudge? The grudge of stealing treasures. By occupying this shrine, wasn't it just like before when the Snake Man tribe used up a great deal of energy from the blessing temple they occupied? The Snake Men depleted their temple's energy, which was a great enmity. The jackal men were no different. After receiving Duo Lai's message, Yuan contemplated. He took out a map, guessed Duo Lai's current approximate location, and circled it on the map. Judging from its location, this small camp is likely a sub-force of the number 1 Jackal Man tribe. The camp is small, but the power it contains is not weak. The camp's location is also quite hidden, it was not discovered during previous explorations and was only found with the guidance of the compass after it had been heavily disguised by the Jackal men. Duo Lai made a covered mark in the nearby area, then quietly left, embarking on the third journey to find the miracle buildings. The result was disappointing. The pointer directed Duo Lai to the third location, which was within the territory of the number 2 Jackal Man tribe, and this time Duo Lai did not even get to see what the miracle building looked like. I'll remember this grudge doubly. The fourth location was also within a monster tribe, wherein the power that occupied the field building was the Snake Man tribe located to the south of Yuan. Duo Lai again failed to catch sight of the building. I'll remember this grudge with a super multiplier. The Great Lord also marked each location on the map one by one. Indeed, the more intelligent the monsters, the more they understand and use these field buildings. Or perhaps, a group of monster entities has occupied the field building, using this unique advantage to grow rapidly. No matter how you describe it, wisdom monsters will seek out and possess miracle buildings, but they cannot fundamentally occupy ones in the wild, so these buildings are still ownerless and can be directed by the needle. And the hero duel arena, which wisdom monsters can't use at all, they did not care to occupy. Meanwhile, seeing the golden pointer on the compass begin to flicker, Duo Lai became tense, looking around eagerly in search. Chapter 299, Surviving Civilization. It seems like there is no scent of any powerful monsters. Duo Lai specialized in offensive and destructive skills, but it also possessed its own unique insights into wilderness hunting and scouting. The key was its sense of smell. Perhaps due to devouring a variety of monsters, strike that, delicacies or perhaps from hunting alongside Xi Lu for so long, sometimes a whiff was all Duo Lai needed to determine whether there were any tasty, that is, powerful monsters in the vicinity. Of course, this ability was hit or miss since not every monster could serve as a high-order ingredient. Without letting down its guard, Duo Lai's little face scrunched up in concern until it caught sight of a building shrouded in a faint twilight in the distance, at which point it breathed a sigh of relief. An unclaimed wilderness building, hooray! Hint, you've discovered the profession advancement location Mage Tower. This was a towering stone spire at least 10 to 20 meters high, but it was unremarkable hidden among the surrounding high mountains and strong, tall trees. The tower's body was engraved with mysterious patterns, emanating an esoteric charm. As soon as Duo Lai made contact with the stone tower, an alert sounded. It was a place similar to the warrior profession advancement site back home but of a higher order. Humans who meet the criteria can advance their profession to the rare 1-star soldier mage at the Mage Tower. A few geniuses may also have the opportunity to become an even higher order magic troop type. When operating this miracle building, a certain amount of materials must be invested. Note, non-humanoid life forms without human bloodline still have a chance to advance their profession to mage, albeit with a lower probability. Duo Lai entered and looked around, transmitting the images back to the territory by some means. A land of inheritance for the mage profession, hey. Yuan could only say it was decent. As a rare level profession, mages were indeed good, but there were probably very few territory citizens qualified for the profession change. There might not be even a few among 100 people who met the requirements. After all, mages are a distinguished lot. There aren't many real mages in Tianyuan territory either. Being able to change a batch of them wouldn't be too bad. At least, those in the mage profession have an advantage in making scrolls of magic and could serve as level 8 technicians. Within the mage tower, aside from the grand statue placed prominently in the main position, there were also a number of silver-white podiums surrounding it. Each podium held a hexagonal crystal, clear and sparkling. This seems to be part of the inheritance too. Duo Lai murmured. Soon, it inserted some coins and performed the verification. Following confirmation, Mu Yuan understood the function of these hexagonal crystals. They contained a significant amount of mage knowledge. As is well known, a real mage possesses vast knowledge and intricate techniques. A mage who only knows how to cast fireball cannot truly be considered a mage and has little difference with the barbaric alien shamans. This wilderness building was capable of nurturing true mages. In that case, the value of this mage tower isn't low. Creatures like Duo Lai, wild powerhouses of the magic kind, could further their studies here. Well, maybe not Duo Lai, as it always believed that brute force could create miracles, never caring for the principles or rationale behind powers as long as they work. However, the knowledge held here could also complement Tianyuan territory's data archives. In a nutshell, it wasn't half bad. Hearing their lord speak so, the corners of Duo Lai's mouth lifted slightly, finally showing a hint of conceit. After marking this location, Duo Lai activated the final use of its guide compass. With a ding, the compass lit up, its pale golden needle pointing far into the distance. Maybe because all the nearby wilderness buildings had already been discovered, the compass pointed to a relatively distant location this time. After flying cautiously for 2 hours, Duo Lai still hadn't reached its destination. During the flight, the effectiveness of the concealing potion had worn off. Duo Lai hesitated for a moment before deciding not to drink a second dose. They only had a total of 20 potions, bought from the mysterious merchant, and couldn't produce them themselves. Each use meant one less potion, so naturally, they must be used sparingly. Slowing down, Duo Lai advanced even more carefully and cautiously. Another half an hour passed, and the golden needle finally started to flicker. Duo Lai's eyes widened as its gaze swept inch by inch around the area. Good news, it didn't seem to smell any powerful monsters. Bad news, it hadn't found the wilderness building either. Strange, it should be nearby, right? It stared at the constantly flickering golden needle and shook the guide compass gently. The needle's direction remained unchanged, so it was likely not broken. It thought. Holding the compass, it started to move around the area. After several back and forths, Duo Lai realized that the needle was firmly pointing at a specific region. It narrowed down the range. It was too smart. True to its name, Benduo. However, there seemed to be nothing in this area. Even when Duo Lai decreased the range to 1,000 meters, 300 meters, even 100 meters, the area remained empty. Surely the wilderness building couldn't be underground? But the needle wasn't pointing to the ground either. Duo Lai was confused. With its limited brain capacity, it simply couldn't understand, nor did it bother to. But as it paced back and forth in the vicinity, contemplating whether to consult the omniscient lord, it suddenly noticed something odd about this area. There was a disharmony. A disharmony in space. It didn't know how to describe it, nor did it understand space. It had no aptitude in spatial magic at all, but it just felt something was off, strange. It was as if the area was veiled by a piece of black cloth. Coming to this realization, its instinct was to reach out and swipe at it, and as it did so, it involuntarily used the power of spatial devouring. Its hand was like a pair of steel pincers, brutally tearing open the fragile veil of space. Revealing inside, the figures of a dozen or so beings as if ready for a great enemy. Yuan was a general of the Winged People Kingdom, stationed at the Vitality Spirit Spring. The Winged People Kingdom had occupied the Vitality Spirit Spring for 3 or 4 decades. Yuan had been the guardian here for over a decade, without any major hiccups. Even though there were several monstrously powerful monster powers nearby, they couldn't discover this treasure trove hidden behind the veil of space. Until today. Their cunning and extremely secretive spatial veil was seen through by the girl with blue hair in front of them, who simply reached out her hand and ripped it apart. Yuan was greatly alarmed. What a terrifying mastery of space! Luckily, the girl who could perceive space, surpassing their understanding of spatial powers by leaps and bounds, showed mercy. She only tore a small opening and did not destroy the nodes of the space veil. Yet, the sudden intrusion of the girl still made the winged people's experts stationed here feel as if facing a great enemy. Duo Lai was also greatly shocked. What happened? It had only casually scratched with its hand, but it felt like it had torn through something just now. It was just staring, and the bird people with wings on the other side had not attacked, so Duo Lai did not make a move either. Because these bird people were not monsters. Their aura was completely different from that of monsters. It was more similar to that of refugees who had been guided here by waypoints. Could they be the indigenous people of the Eternal Continent? Duo Lai had after all attended school in the territory. Even though it had failed every small monthly test, it had been exposed to some basic knowledge. It knew that in the depths of the wilderness, there might still be some remnants existing. Whether remnants or hidden civilizations, when it comes to fighting against monsters, everyone is on the same front line. They might be potential allies. For non-monster groups, if there was no danger, General Duo Lai naturally couldn't just attack indiscriminately. Lord always said we should unite all forces that could be united. But, I seem to have torn something just now? Could Duo have caused trouble? Thinking this, General Duo Lai felt a bit guilty. Yu Rongjiu also felt a bit guilty. They were close, so close to releasing their arrows then it would have been irreparable. This blue-haired girl riding on slime, she didn't have the odious, tainted, and frenzied aura akin to monster powers. She was obviously a true being. And this blue-haired girl seemed very harmless, strike that, approachable, clearly not a bad person. Such a person couldn't possibly harbor ill intentions, right? She had held back when tearing the spatial veil, clearly with the intent of visiting. If they had acted too hastily just now, it could have turned into a disaster. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Yu Rongjiu sent a winged people expert to the city to inform Queen, while he himself attempted to strike up a conversation with the blue-haired girl. Soon, Yu Rongjiu knew that this girl, who identified herself as General Duo Lai, was a human powerhouse representing the human lord. The last time we had an outsider visit was in. Last time. He had forgotten which year it was. In any case, it was a long time ago. Back then, he wasn't married yet and was a winged person free to soar at will. For such a visitor, Yu Rongjiu was willing to make contact. After all, the winged people kingdom's knowledge of the outside world was exceedingly scarce. Even though he was the chief stationed at the gateway of the winged people kingdom, he still had never stepped out of the winged people kingdom in the past 10 years. The same went for the other winged people. They only knew the outside was dangerous, ravaged by monsters. They had almost come to believe that they were the only surviving civilization of winged people in this world. He wanted to obtain more information about the outside world through this visitor. Thus, one day, our winged people kingdom could truly venture out and experience the vastness of the world beyond. The winged people kingdom is a civilizational power in the nearby region, and it seems they have been rooted here for a long time. We need to get more information about the nearby monster power through them. It's much more efficient than us groping in the dark. Mu Yuan spoke to Duo Lai in the Lord Hero channel. Duo Lai simply nodded, acting as a parrot repeating the Lord's words. As for the deeper meaning and details, it couldn't be bothered to understand. It just kept its Carillon big eyes wide open, looking around at the surroundings. After a while, General Yu Rongjiu received the message from behind and said to Duo Lai, "If you please, our queen has agreed to your visit request." The area shrouded by the spatial curtain, the Vitality Spirit Spring territory, was like a little heaven and earth of its own. This place covered an area of about 10 acres, with 2 to 3-story buildings dotting the landscape. Further in, there was a winding path covered with fine stones, and the light here twisted strangely. Duo Lai did not need to look closely to know that the space here had been specially arranged. This time, it walked gingerly, careful not to touch anything haphazardly, fearing that a single careless move might tear apart the fragile space again. The space here was indeed too delicate, thumbs down. The winding path wasn't long, and after just a brisk walk, Yu Rongjiu proudly announced, "We've arrived, this is our winged people kingdom." Before them, the heavens and the earth suddenly cleared, and the transparent sunlight fell straight down, bringing warmth. In this space, not a trace of red mist could be seen floating about. The periphery was surrounded by towering cliffs rising vertically from the ground like walls. On the cliffs, within the valley trees, and on the ground, exquisite and picturesque white buildings were constructed. Feathermen were flying between the trees and cliffs, while others were picking fruits or tending to crops, presenting a peaceful and pleasant scene. What do you think? Our winged people kingdom is not bad, right? It's probably not bad. Duo Lai was an honest being and could not utter insincere words. In its eyes, the Feet Herman Valley before it was indeed quite beautiful, but this was a kingdom? Is this the frontline town of the winged people kingdom? It asked. Yuan was puzzled. This is the winged people kingdom. What do you mean by frontline town? He couldn't understand. Duo Lai. Why could this place be called a kingdom? Although it wasn't well read, it wasn't stupid either. This Feet Herman Valley was just a bit bigger than Shilling Town and far inferior to Panchi City. How could it be considered a kingdom? Duo Lai didn't understand. Yuan also noticed that Duo Lai seemed somewhat disappointed. He asked, what is the outside world like? Very, very big. Duo Lai thought about how to describe it, but being rather uneducated, it had a limited vocabulary and couldn't think of an appropriate adjective. After a while, it said, you know about the Taishan Alliance, right? They have so many cities and territories. Yuan, no, we don't know. He really hadn't heard of it. Lord Shepherd pondered in the background, they haven't even heard of the Taishan Alliance. Exactly where is this place? On the fringe. Normally, even with spatial dislocation, my Tianyuan territory shouldn't have been thrown to a very distant place. It could also be that this Feet Herman is relatively uninformed. We should take the opportunity to meet the Feet Herman Queen. It's said that the Feet Herman Queen has lived for over 100 years and must be quite knowledgeable, right? Duo Lai followed the Feet Herman general deeper into the winged people kingdom. Its young girl's body led the way while the slime's body followed closely behind, hopping along as if they were two completely separate entities. And they essentially were. Under the effect of perfect imitation, the girl Duo Lai's body was indistinguishable from a human, exuding the scent of humanity. The only scent it couldn't mimic was that of a monster. In this mode, even in danger, the enemy would target girl Duo Lai while ignoring slime Duo. Naturally, this was per Yuan's request, as Duo Lai would not have such a sense of security. In the eyes of the Great Lord, even if the environment was 99.8% safe, the remaining 0.02% of uncertainty could not be overlooked. Taking some precautionary measures was worth it. After a bit of walking, the mouth substitute of Duo Lai asked, your winged people kingdom has been operating here for so long, you must be very familiar with the nearby monster power, right? Chapter 300. The outside world is indeed too dangerous. The Feet Herman general's weathered face flushed slightly. Truth be told, he was indeed unaware. In his lifetime, he had stepped foot outside the Feet Herman kingdom only a handful of times, to be precise, merely twice, and both times he had ventured out for no more than a day or two before returning to the kingdom. His knowledge of the outside world was virtually non-existent. This was rather embarrassing for the Featherman. No, this won't do. Thou, how could you be so ignorant? Look in the eyes of this human powerhouse made Yuan who's somewhat unable to maintain his composure. I'm just one of the younger generals of our Feet Herman kingdom. If you want to know the situation with the monster power around here, asking old Master Spot is sure to be correct. Duo Lai originally wanted to meet the Supreme Queen of the Feet Herman kingdom, but the Feet Herman Queen didn't seem to want to see it, so it could only follow the Feet Herman general and find Spot, an elderly Feet Herman Grand General. He was indeed very old. His hair was thin, his temples marked with streaks of white. A pair of scar-covered, grey-white wings drooped behind him like they were broken. He was holding a flask of wine, pouring it into his mouth sporadically, exuding an air of decay. Spot looked up at the sound and glanced at Duo Lai, a visitor from afar. He seemed surprised, but that was all. Do you want to know about this region and the news related to the monster power? The elderly Feet Herman shook his head. Young human, I don't know how you managed to come here, but what I want to tell you is that this world has deep waters, and it's far from as simple as what it appears on the surface. It seemed he was speaking not only to Duo Lai but also to the likes of Yuan and other younger Feet Herman powerhouses. In the east, there lies a vast snake man tribe in the Snake King Swamp, with boundlessly powerful snake men. Duo Lai nodded in agreement. It was aware of this information, corresponding to the Great Snake Man tribe located in the southwest of the Tianyuan territory. Yuan was also aware of this. I've seen this tribe from a distance in the past, and it's indeed very powerful. But our Feet Herman kingdom is no weaker. Even if the queen doesn't take action, our Feet Herman kingdom wouldn't be afraid of this Snake Man tribe, right? He always had the intention to strike at the outside world, but the Queen and other Feet Herman elders were strongly opposed to exploring the outside world. In the elders' eyes, their Feet Herman kingdom was perfectly self-sufficient and the environment outside was not as picturesque as their Feet Herman valley. Why should they risk venturing into the wastelands beyond? Still, the young Feet Herman powerhouses yearned to fly out of the valley and see the sky beyond. Humph! Old Master Spot glanced at the most headstrong amongst them. The Snake Man tribe is just one of the many monster tribes we must face. Not to mention distant ones, just 200 kilometers east of the Snake Man tribe, there lies another powerful tribe, the Goblin tribe. As the old man spoke, young Feet Herman couldn't help but speak up. Master Spot, I remember that monster tribes also attack each other, especially when the tribes are of different species. Shouldn't they be fighting each other to the death? We could then take advantage of the situation and eliminate both threats in one fell swoop. As he spoke, he even gestured for emphasis. The elder said indifferently, you have some knowledge but only understand half of it. Those who know only half are often quicker to die than those who are completely ignorant, at least the latter still have a sense of awe for the unknown. Having taken a couple of swigs of cloudy wine, he continued, under normal circumstances, the Snake Man and Goblin tribes certainly do fight, but if there is an even stronger, more terrifying monster power standing behind them, if they are simply being commanded, pawns left out as gatekeepers, then they naturally won't fight each other. On the contrary, the absence of strife between the two tribes means that. How can that be? Some young featherman turned pale. Why not? Said the elder Spot. The monster power standing behind the Snake Man and Goblin is a group of snake men. This group of snake men is the true overlord of this region, one of them. Hundreds of kilometers to the north, a group of Jackal men, who dominate both the Jackal Man and Kobold tribes, is another overlord of the region. To the west, deep within the Red Leaf Forest, there are no monster tribes, but legend has it that's the domain of the Blood Tree King. Even the Cobra Overlord and Wolf Overlord dare not set foot in that part of the Red Leaf Forest. Does not the depth of such an external world speak for itself? And yet, this is but a corner within the view of our Feet Herman kingdom. The outside world has long been occupied by monsters, and the living can only struggle on their last breath. Vitality forces that can comfortably live within their own territory, like we feathermen do, are becoming exceedingly rare. You should be content. Even with foreigners visiting, the old featherman's mindset remained bleak. After all, in the past, civilizations that had survived weren't limited to their Feet Herman kingdom alone, but as time passed, one after another, these forces extinguished their civilizational fires. Some were destroyed. Some were eroded and became no different from monsters. Others fled to distant lands, likely also drowned in the long river of history. Only their Feet Herman kingdom, locking its gates and developing in isolation, has persisted to this day. In the old featherman's view, even allowing this foreigner into their kingdom should not have happened. What if it led to their Feet Herman kingdom's coordinates being discovered by the monster overlords? If it weren't for the Queen's command, he wouldn't even give this foreigner the slightest bit of face, let alone reveal this information. Tianyuan territory. Mu Yuan received real-time information shared by General Duo Lai and began to ponder. As expected. Behind these large tribes stand even more powerful monster forces, the Jackal Man Overlord, the Overlord of the Snake Man. Within these Overlord powers, there must be legendary realm beings. It's just unclear how many legends they possess. From this, it can be inferred that the Feet Herman Kingdom, a small country that seems to be of modest scale, also possesses beings of the legendary realm. This is logical. To say the Feet Herman Kingdom is small is only relative to national-level powers. Compared to Tianyuan territory, the Feet Herman Kingdom is already quite vast. There, buildings are densely packed, and third-order and fourth-order strongmen are common sights. According to Duo Lai's census, the dozen or so feathermen initially encountered, stationed by the Vitality Spirit Spring, were all at least of the third order. Along the way, the number of fourth-order feathermen that Duo Lai encountered also exceeded a handful. Yet, it is apparent that the quite formidable Feet Herman Kingdom cannot directly contend with the monster overlords and must survive in a reclusive manner. The depths of the wilderness are indeed too dangerous. So, you understand how dangerous the outside is now, don't you? I can understand what you young folks think, but it's just too naive. The Feet Herman elder said. The young Feet Herman warriors all bowed their heads. They weren't all convinced, it was just that in front of this old general, their throats moved, but they still couldn't think of any words to argue with. The silence was suddenly broken. Several young feathermen flew down from the sky, with the leading feat Herman youth sporting luxurious white wings and a diamond-shaped mark on his forehead. He took over the conversation coldly, but if our feat Herman kingdom does not venture out, we will only grow weaker until we perish like other surviving civilizations. Only by venturing out can we seek a glimmer of hope for survival. He clashed head-on with the feat Herman elder, erupting into a fierce quarrel. Such quarrels seemed to have occurred between them not just once or twice. This one is Yu Beizheng. Beizheng is the strongest among the younger generation of our feat Herman kingdom. And it's not just the younger generation, he is the match of few veterans nowadays. Many people say that Beizheng could become the second most powerful being in our feat Herman kingdom after Her Majesty the Queen before he turns 50. Yu Rongjiu introduced. It was clear that he was a naive feat Herman. Just from this one sentence, Mu Yuan could tell that there was only one legendary being in the feat Herman kingdom. Duo Lai didn't think so much, it only thought that it was still a baby, not even a year old. What is the concept of 50 years? Scary. Not only that, Beizheng is also the leading figure of our attack faction. The attack faction advocates for venturing outside the feat Herman kingdom to explore the outside world. Apparently, there were two factions within the feat Herman kingdom, the lockdown faction, led by the Queen and the older generation, and the attack faction, led by the young strong men. General Yu Rongjiu was also a core figure of the attack faction. However, he was more conservative, being a conservative within the attack faction. Yu Beizheng, on the other hand, was one of the radicals of the attack faction and seemed to be about to come to blows with the old feat Herman general. Duo Lai was so entertained it almost wanted to crack open some seeds. Unexpectedly, Yu Beizheng, the leading figure of the radical faction, suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he looked toward it. If a human strongman can survive in the outside world, then, as long as I can defeat her, it will prove that we feat Herman warriors also have the strength to explore the outside. Human, I challenge you. Duo Lai hadn't even started on any seeds, and the spotlight had already fallen on itself. It widened its eyes. Yu Rongjiu stepped in. This is a distinguished guest of our feat Herman kingdom. Yu Beizheng produced an item emanating a faint blue glow and said, fight me with all your strength, win or lose, this treasure will be yours. It was a superior grade material. Even just as a material, it was of considerable value. So, if you'd said this earlier, wouldn't it all have been settled? Of course. Duo Lai wiped away the non-existent drool and responded seriously. Half an hour later, on the training field east of the feat Herman kingdom, innumerable feathermen flapped their wings, suspended mid-air, looking forward with great anticipation. Back off, don't cross the marked line. This is the battle of a fourth-order leading realm. In the vast arena, the strongest warrior within the feat Herman kingdom, Yu Beizheng, stood on the left side. Duo Lai stood on the right side. The slime steed retreated to the edge of the field and pulled out two small flags from its belly, waving them one to the left and one to the right. I have to give it my all to earn the treasure reward. It thought earnestly. But there are many kinds of all-out effort. The highest tier of full force is hyper-limit swallowing, extreme stance, where a single super-large fireball could affect 10,000 meters. This definitely cannot be used casually. The next level of full force is hyper-limit swallowing, normal stance. The level after that it's normal state, domain. And the level after that it's normal state, full firepower. It's decided then, you're the one. Yu Beizheng took to the air slowly, holding a treasured bow in his hand. The treasured bow shimmered with an extreme blue glow, looking even more formidable than the whispering bow used by 17. He drew the bowstring, and arrows shot out like piercing light. Fast. Extremely fast. Concentric pale ripples pierced through the air in front of him. Duo Lai brought his hands together without chanting, gravity, dustless land. This was a technique naturally learned after its last evolution, an upgrade of its gravity gift version. An invisible dust-free barrier expanded around Duo Lai, with a radius of 10.8 meters. Each supremely sharp arrow halted just before the boundary and burst explosively. However, Yu Beizheng quickly continued to draw the bowstring, unleashing a series of luminous arrows that bombarded Duo Lai's dust-free barrier, causing visible ripples to spread. They're both so powerful. But our Lord Beizheng is still a notch above. Around the young feat Herman strongman, winds and clouds surged, and his arrow's intent, having reached a state of perfection, seemed to be taking half a step toward an even higher place. Vaguely, the shadow of a massive pair of white wings emerged behind him. Half imagery level. General Spot showed a relieved expression. It looks like Beizheng has the potential to take that step, it's just that this child is impatient. Now that he has defeated this outsider. However, above the blue-haired girl, a strange scene was also vaguely outlined, filled with flashing thunder and skies covered in red clouds. She too was a half-imagery level strongman. I'm going to go all out now, she said. As soon as her words fell, a lifelike thunder dragon appeared out of nowhere, its teeth and claws sprawling over the world before her. It struck first even though it was released later, and even such skills that could be deemed ultimate moves seemed to be executed without chanting or charging. How could this be possible? Yu Beizheng shot out several arrows, powerful enough to penetrate heaven and earth. The arrows tore through space like pillars of light that could tear apart anything. The light pillars collided with the thunder dragon. A buzzing sound filled the space between heaven and earth, and an energy storm exploded, sending turbulence billowing. The terrible tidal wave of energy obscured the world in front of them. As the feathermen panicked and retreated, while wondering who would win this clash, several thunder dragons, every bit as formidable as the previous ones, emerged from the tidal waves and smoke. They surrounded the young feet Herman, their eyes as large as car headlights. Facing these sets of eyes, Yu Beizheng felt as if he was engulfed in destruction. A chilling sensation rushed up his spine to the crown of his head. His wings drooped, and he slid powerlessly from midair to the ground, still standing in a daze, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. His mind was filled with those pairs of eyes, brimming with devastation and great terror. After a while, the thunder dragons in the sky slowly dispersed. The energy tide also vanished without a trace, as if absorbed by something. Behind the clearing dust, the blue-haired girl still stood in her original spot, untouched by dirt. The coercion emanating from her had dissipated, and she appeared completely harmless. But no one would think so. Especially Yu Beizheng, who had faced down the authority of the prison god himself. He had lost. Utterly so. The elders were right, the outside world is still too dangerous, he murmured.